Hello everyone, how are you all? So my dear friends, I am back with new amazing, interesting and very exciting journey of a course of PHP framework, and that is complete course to create REST APIs using CodeIgniter version 4. So here in this journey, if you are a complete beginner who just started learning CodeIgniter, then trust me friends, you will be very lucky to get this. Even you will be very happy to watch this. But if you know about it, some concept, then no issues at all because you also get some idea, some new things inside this whole development journey. So please take your flight to this exciting journey because this flight will take off from a normal runway, but then after some time it will go at some height so that we will be started feeling the best part of it. But wait, journey not yet over, my friends. At some peak, you also feel the turbulence of this course, turbulence of this flight from having normal conditions to topmost skill scanning sessions. And once your journey will be completed, please remember, complete it for sure, not live in the middle of it, then you will be started to get the best feelings of this entire journey. And also, you will of course ready to answer any questions if anyone asks from you. And one more thing, friends, that this course I have planned, I have created for you all with lots of my efforts, well researched planning. So please give us a thumbs up, like this video, subscribe to this channel, and share this video as much as you can in your circle so that everyone get a chance to learn from it. Now let's discuss the mysterious journey to a well-planned development course structure. Alright friends, so here inside this complete course of REST APIs development, we'll discuss about each module of this course entire journey into different phases. So at first module, we'll include the basics concept of CodeIgniter version 4, where we'll discuss the concept of Composer installation. It means how to set up this application setup using Composer. Then we have to go understand application workflow. Then we'll go and understand the complete process to set up normal controller classes, resource controller classes. Then we have to go and learn about the complete concept of routes, routes groups, parameters, route prefixes, and even much more. So after completing route section, then we have to go and understand the concept of migrations, seeders, and database queries. And once we complete this, then we have to go and see the masterpiece of this basic section, that is what is filter and how to set a filter inside our application. And once we complete the basics concept of this first module of this course, then we have to go and complete the different sections, different phases of APIs development. So inside APIs development, first phase we have that APIs development without using any authentication. Then we have to go inside second phase. Inside second phase, we have to include basic authentication. It means how to validate our APIs using the concept of username and password in terms of basic authentication. Inside third phase, we will understand the concept that how to include JWT Auth, which stands for JSON Web Token, to authenticate APIs. Inside fourth phase, then we have to include our Shield authentication package. So much more inside this entire journey, inside our in terms of APIs development concept. And overall, if we complete our basics concept, first phase of APIs development, second phase, third phase, fourth phase of API development, that we have to include our amazing concept at the last, and that is how to create APIs documentation inside CodeIgniter version 4 using Swagger tool. So there are lots of things that we have to complete inside this entire journey. So please tighten your seatbelt so that we can start like these concepts from the next session. So here friends, now we have our first question before starting this new exciting course, and it is what is an API and why we need it. Now let's understand this concept with very basic example. So an API, which stands for Application Programming Interface, is like a waiter inside a restaurant. Imagine that you are sitting with your family at a table and looking at a menu with different dishes. So what basically happens, a waiter comes to you, you tell the waiter that what basically you want, and after that they take your request to the restaurant kitchen. The kitchen prepares the food, the dishes, and the waiter brings it back to you. Now here the concept is that you request, waiter carries to the kitchen, and kitchen prepares the response, and finally you get your output. Now in the world of computers, the API works similarly. It allows different programs, different softwares, different applications to talk to each other. It means the user makes the request, the APIs takes it to the system like the kitchen, and then it brings back information and the services what basically we asked for. Now this is the very basic example to understand the concept of an API. Alright friends, now from this video we'll start our development concept. So first thing first, before going into the deep concept of this course, we want our project setup installation. So to install CodeIgniter for setup, what I will do, let's go to browser and type keyword called CodeIgniter. Now we can see that here we have the first link, which is the official website of this PHP framework. Let's click on it. Now here inside this landing page, main landing page of this website, let's click on this download button. Now here we can see that here we have the version number 3 and version number 4. So as we have to work with this version number 4, so there are some system requirements, and that is our PHP version, that is minimum PHP version of our system for this CodeIgniter version 4 must be 7.4 or more than that. So what you have to do, simply we have to first verify that what is our current PHP version. So for that I will go and open, let's say PowerShell or simply command prompt. And if I type here php-v, so here friends you can see that in my system PHP version is 8.2.22. It means I can work with this version number for CodeIgniter. Let's go to its official website. So after verifying PHP version, now next we have to download and install this setup into our local system. And also that this is version number 4, it's okay, but the current version is 4.5.4. So here we can see that here we have multiple buttons. So once we click on this download button, it will go and download a zip file. So how to execute? Simply we have to go and unzip that, and after unzip we can simply execute and run this application. But I will prefer using Composer. So what we have to do, let's go into user guide, and inside this user guide, inside this getting started section, here we can see that here we have two links called Composer installation and manual installation. Let's open this Composer installation into a new tab. And one more thing, if you are wondering that what is Composer, so Composer is a tool by the help of that we can manage our dependencies of PHP. It means we can install or uninstall our PHP dependencies, something like npm. If you have heard about like node npm, so it's like npm, but this is only for PHP. Now next, what we have to do, as we know that this time we will prefer Composer installation. So first thing first, we also have to verify that Composer must be installed into our local system. So how to verify? Let's open one more time our PowerShell or command prompt. Now if I go and simply type Composer keyword, just hit enter. Now we can see that here we have bulk of command list, which simply means that Composer is installed into my local system. If you have some different kind of a screen, some different types of error, it means first you have to install this Composer into your local system. So I am assuming that inside your system, Composer is available as well as PHP version is also okay. So what next? Simply we have to execute a Composer command. Okay, so first let's click on this Composer installation. So simply I will go here, and this is our Composer command. So simply we have to copy and execute using our terminal. So let's go to folder structure. So I'm using XAMPP server. So first let's start our XAMPP server. So Apache must be started. MySQL also started. So successfully, now both are running. So inside this XAMPP folder, let's click on this large icons. I'll go inside this htdocs. Then I will create inside this htdocs, let's create a folder, and I will call it as ci4 ci4 tutorials. Let's go inside it, and here I will go right click open in terminal, and inside this terminal let's paste our command. So this is Composer command. So what basically this command means, simply by using Composer we are going to create a project of CodeIgniter. This is the template name and this is our project folder name. So instead of calling project-root, let's call ci4-basics. This will be our project name. So once we type this command, let's hit enter. Now you can see that our process now started and it is installing 4.4, 4.5.4 version. Now successfully our setup now installed into our local system. So what next? If I go and first let's clear, type ls, Now we can see that inside this project folder, what we had created, now we have a setup called CI4-basics. And by the help of this project folder setup, we'll learn about first the complete concept of CodeIgniter from basics to advanced level. Now let's go to folder structure. So here we have, let's go large icons. Click into it. Now you can see that here we have multiple folders and multiple files by default. This fourth version now provided. So what next? Before going into the deep concept about these files and folders hierarchy, first we need to execute and see the new landing page of version number 4. So how to execute? So to execute this application, we have two options, either by using a new tool of version number 4 or simply by using manual URL. So first we'll see the concept by using manual URL. So what we have to do simply, let's copy this project folder path and I will copy. Let's go to browser, open a new tab. So localhost, make sure that your XAMPP server should be started. So localhost, and I will type the folder name that is ci4-tutorials. And after this, ci4-basics. This is our installed folder. Let's press enter. Now you can see that here we are getting our folders and files. So to execute application, then we have to go inside public folder. So successfully, this is our new landing page of CI 4th version. But this is not the best option to execute this application. Instead, we'll prefer using PHP Spark command line. What basically it is, let's go to first into our project folder and I will go and inside, I will open command line prompt. So simply as you can see that already we have opened here. So what next? Let's go inside project folder. So cd ci4-basics. Now inside this project folder, if I type PHP Spark, this is newly added feature inside our fourth version. This basically is a command line interface tool. By the help of its command, we can easily manage our entire application. Let's hit enter. Now we can see that here we have bulk of command list, which is very important to work with CI fourth version. By using these command lines, we can work with controllers, models, files, migration, seeders, and much more many things. Now here, what I will do, simply we want to execute our application. So if I scroll up, now we can see that here inside this CodeIgniter section, here we have a command called serve. So once we type this command called serve, simply it starts PHP inbuilt development server. Let's see how to use. So PHP Spark first, this is our main parent command. Then we have to type our command name. So here the command name is something called serve. Just hit enter. Now we can see that our development server now started. So to access our application, simply we have to type localhost and here we have a port assigned, this 8080. So what we have to do, let's go to browser, open a new tab. So localhost and if I type colon 8080 port, what basically it has provided, let's hit enter. Now we can see that the same application, now this time we are accessing using PHP Spark serve command. So successfully, now we have downloaded and installed the CI 4th version into our local system. Additionally, we had also seen the concept of PHP Spark serve command. Now let's discuss a case here. So as we know that once we have used PHP Spark serve command, it has started PHP development server and by default port assigned is 8080 port. But let's say that this port is already busy inside my system for other applications. So how to assign a new port value? I mean to say that I want to start this application at 8085 port. So how to do? Let's go to project terminal. First, let's close that. So Control C to close our existing server. And if I go into PHP Spark command line list, and also one of the most important thing about each command of this tool that if we want some help, some manual guide, also it has provided how to check. So for example, let's say that I want to see the documentation of PHP Spark serve command. So how to find? So PHP Spark and then we have to type the command name. So command name as we know that serve here, but this time we want to see its help manual. So before command, simply type help here. If I press enter, now we can see that here we have the manual guide. By the help of this guide, now we have the clear idea that how to use PHP Spark serve command. So we can see that here we have inside options, here we have flag called port. So it means by using this port flag, we can assign a new port to our development server. So how to use? So and also we can see that by default it is taking 8080 port. Now let's say that I want to start our application at 8085. So PHP Spark serve here command name. Then we have to pass the additional flag that is port number. So double dash port, and after we have to pass our port number. So simply 8085 port. So after this serve command, let's say 8085 port, just hit enter. And okay, actually here we have the help inside our command. So first we have to remove. So PHP Spark serve here port as a flag and 8085. Just hit enter. Now we can see that the same application now started at localhost 8085 port. Now this time if I will go and reload this web page, this is from 8080 port. Now this is not going to work anymore. Instead, what I will do, as we can see, localhost refused to connect. Now let's open the same application into 8085 port. So successfully, now this time we are accessing the same application from a different port number, and here we have 8085 port. So friends, this is the overall concept that how to download, how to install and how to execute using PHP Spark Serve command. Now let's understand the concept of files and folders before going into the depth of this course so that we'll have the complete idea before development. So for that, let's go inside project folder and I will open into my editor called Visual Studio Code. If you have your own editor, simply go and open that. So let's go to terminal, close this development server and I will open into VS Code. So code dot. So successfully, I am inside my VS Code. And one more thing, you can see that I'm using the light color theme of VS Code. So how to do this setting? It's very simple. Click on the settings icon, go inside themes option, color theme, and you can see that I'm using this light mode color theme of VS Code. Now let's discuss the concept of all these folders and files of this entire application. So we can see that here we have the first folder that is app, and one more thing that inside this step-by-step course we will see into a detailed way about working principle of all these folders and files into a detailed way. But for the time being, our primary focus is that at least we have to cover about the idea that where these folders and files are useful inside application execution. So let's go inside app folder. So app folder is very important inside this application because this folder is going to control entire flow of application. So we can see that inside this app folder, here we have config folder, controllers folder, database filters, and many folders inside it. So let's see in action about each folder is step by step. So first config folder, by default this folder is going to contain lots of files and all these files basically contain some config of this application. So simply whenever if we want to do any like configurations of application, simply we have to go inside config folder and according to need, according to adjustment, we have to add our own settings. And additionally, if we want to do some more settings, obviously we have to use one more file that is env. Now next, after this config, here we have controllers folder. Name itself says that all the controllers of application will go inside this controllers folder. By default, we can see that inside this folder, here we have two files that is basecontroller.php and home.php. So basecontroller.php is the parent controller class of the CI 4th version. And by default, when we had installed this setup, it has provided a controller class file as well that is home.php. So if anyone asks a question from you that what is the parent controller class inside CI 4th version, answer will be very simple that is basecontroller.php and it exists inside controllers folder. And by default controller we get after installation that is home.php and this home controller class has a method of index. Now next, here we have database folder. So in the next topic also we'll discuss the concept of seeders and migrations, but for the time being only we have to understand that in case if we want to create some migrations, some seeders, all those files will go inside this database folder because this folder is going to contain two subfolders that is migrations to store all migration files, seeds folder which is going to contain all seeders file. Now next here we have filters folder. So inside this filters folder, we'll store our filters, our application filters, our custom filters, what we create inside this application. So obviously inside our API development course, we'll see the detailed concept about filters, how to create our custom filters, how to add inside application. So inside that discussion, we'll see the working principle of this filters folder. Now here we have helpers folder. Inside this helpers, if we want to create some reusable functions inside application, so those functions will be stored inside a file and those files will go inside this helpers folder. Name itself says it's clear that helpers are those functions which can be reusable inside application processes. Now next here we have language folder. So if we want to make our website to support multiple languages, so those languages files will go inside this language folder. Now next here we have libraries folder. So obviously if we want to use some libraries, so those libraries will store inside this libraries folder. Even also we can create our custom libraries. Now next here we have models folder. So inside this MVC framework, as we know that this PHP framework supports MVC pattern. So M stands for model, V stands for views, and C stands for controller. So this is the application. Obviously, in our next coming topics, we'll create some database, we'll create some tables. So this application is going to communicate with database tables. So in that case, we have to use a wide range of concept of models. But for the time being, models are those classes files. By the help of that, we can communicate with database tables for any operations like insert operation, select operation, update operation, delete operation. So it means if we want to perform any operations with database, so inside that concept, these files like models files, model class files are very useful and these files will be stored inside this models folder. Next, after this models folder, we can see here we have third party. Name itself clears that whenever if we want to use any third party libraries, for example, social logins, payment gateways, so all those important files will go inside this third party folder. Next, we have views folder. This is also one of the most important folder inside this application execution because this folder is going to contain all our front-end layouts. All the layouts what we create inside application, those files will go inside this views folder. So successfully, this is the overall idea of all these subfolders of this app directory. Now next here we have public folder. So the name itself again clears that if we want to put any public accessible files, for example, our CSS files, our jQuery, JavaScript plugin files, all about images, so all these files will be stored inside this public folder. And one more interesting thing is that inside this public folder, also we can see a file called index.php. Now the question is that what is the importance of this index.php from this public folder? Remember, when we had executed this application using manual URL, so we had go inside this public folder. It means after going inside public folder, we had executed this application into browser. And one more thing, if I type command to start development server by using PHP Spark serve command, so automatically once we start our development server, the first file will be executed after execution of that command will be index.php. So this folder is also known as first controller path. So index.php is also the most important file to start to execute this whole application into browser. Now, after this public folder, here we have test folder. So let's say if we want to generate some test cases of our application development, so those test cases files will go inside this test folder. Here we have vendor folder. So all those files which supports this application from background, like the CodeIgniter, like core files, or whenever we install any third-party packages using Composer, all those files will go inside this vendor folder. And also, by default, application will create some caches, some logs, so those files will go inside this writable folder. So successfully, these are the importance of all these working directories inside this entire application. Now let's discuss some concept about these files. So I will first open this composer.json. This file is known as our dependencies manager file. It means whenever we install any packages using Composer, the libraries like folders and files of that package will go inside this vendor folder and also will get a one line of code inside this require object. So it means what packages we are using inside application, those packages also will go in format of a single line code inside this require object. So by going through this composer.json file, also will have idea that what packages we are using inside this entire application. And this package file like this composer.json file will be managed by Composer. Let me give you a unique concept that suppose we are using Node application. So inside Node application, as we know that we use npm to install any packages. So there we'll see a unique file that is package.json. So package.json, similar concept inside Node application. So here we have composer.json. So by using composer, if we install any packages, composer.json file be used. And if we are using like npm to install any packages, package.json file will be used. Now this is the concept of this file. Now let's close here. Then we have a file called env. This file is known as environment variable files. So this file is very important because in case if we want to define, if we want to create any constant, let's say some environment variable, those variables can be accessible anywhere inside application. So the best option is that needs to go inside this env file. Let's define here and by using some helper functions of application, simply we can access that. But right now, this file is not in use. So when we use this file, simply if we want to use this env file, first, we have to rename from env to .env. What I mean, simply I will go here, right click, click on rename and put a dot here. Now, once we put a dot here, now we can see the color of all these lines of this file now changed. So right now, we can see that here we have like environment variable like CI environment. Here we have base URL and many more variables we can see inside this file. So all these variables right now commented. So how to uncomment? Simply, let's remove this hash symbol. Now we can see that this is our one of the environment variable of this .env. Now here inside the CI fourth version, we have some helper functions. So by calling those helper functions, by calling this key, this value will be accessible anywhere inside application. So this file is also important to manage our environment variables. So successfully now overall, now we have a complete idea about all these folders and files before going into the development part. All right, friends, now let's discuss our next topic that is application default landing page. What basically this topic is, let's go to editor. Now this is our CI fourth version application. I'll go inside project terminal. I started development server. Let's go to browser and here we can see our default landing page. Now let's say that I will ask a question from you that how to change this message. So the answer will be first we have to find our default landing page code and then we have to change this message. Now inside this topic, we'll discuss the concept that how to find this default landing page and from where it is coming inside application. So let's go to editor. I will go first inside app folder, config folder, and from this folder, let's open a file called routes.php. So this is one of the most important file to manage and configure our application routes. So as we know here, we can see that this is our default landing page. This is our welcome URL. So here we can see that here forward slash and it is calling home controller class and from home controller class it is calling index method. So this is known as index method. We are calling from this class and here we have scope resolution operator. So this is controller class name and this is method name. So what I will do, I will go next inside our controllers folder and here we have home.php. Now let's open. Now next we can see that inside this home controller class which is extending our parent controller class and here we have index method. Inside this index method, here we have a line of code that is return view, and inside this view, here we have passed an argument that is welcome underscore message. This is not a normal value. This is our view file name. So this file we can find inside this views folder because as I know from the folders and files introduction that this folder is going to contain all the UIs. So here, once we pass any argument inside this means view function, so this is the file name. So this file we can find inside this views folder. So here we have welcome underscore message.php. So let's open that now. Here we have the complete code, complete HTML code, complete design of our default landing page. Now the task is that how to change this welcome to CodeIgniter 4.5.4 message. So what I will do, Let's copy this message, a piece of like string value. I'll go here and then search here. So Control F. Now we can see that here we have the message. So what I will do, let's go and remove this static message. Even also we'll put that is static message. Let's say welcome to online web tutor. If I save these changes, let's go here, let's reload. Now successfully, now we have changed our default message with our custom message. So friends, now let's create our first program for this application. So let's go to editor. So to execute our application program, first we have to create a route, then we have to create a controller class. Inside that controller class, also we need to define a method, then we have to create a view file. So lots of things we are going to do to execute our first program for this application. So first thing first, what I will do, let's go to project terminal. It means command prompt. And here I will stop this development server. So simply I pressed Control C. Now here, if I type PHP Spark, now from this Spark CLI command list, I'll use a command called make controller. So I want to create our first program. So here I'll create our first controller class, and that will be a normal controller class. So how to create? So as we know that also we have the concept of help manual. So if we want to get the help manual of make controller command, so PHP Spark, let's say help here, and it will be make controller. So once we hit enter, now we can see that here we have the options that what we can pass while using this make controller command. Now let's create a site controller. So PHP Spark make controller, then we can pass the controller class name. So simply if I put let's say site only, hit enter, now we can see that it has created a file called site.php inside controllers folder. Let's go and verify. Go inside app folder, controllers. Now here we have site.php. But what I will do, I will also suggest you that please use controller suffix with each controller class name. What I mean, if I go here, so instead of creating like site here, like user, I want to create user controller class. It means not only site, I also want to attach site controller. So here, what I will do, PHP, Spark, make controller, and here, site here. So if I hit enter, it will create site.php. But also I want like suffix here. So simply double dash and pass suffix as a flag. Now we can see that this is an option here called suffix here. So automatically, like the controller, the component name also automatically gets attached with the class name. So here it will generate a file called site controller.php. Let's hit enter. Now we can see that this controller class now created inside controllers folder. Let's go inside directory to verify. And here we have site controller.php. Now these two classes are totally different because here we can see that the class name is site and here we have the class name is site controller. Now let's go inside this index method. By default, we can see that this is the default skeleton of any normal controller class what we create inside CI 4th version. So what I will do, if I go inside this index method, let's echo, for the time being inside h1 tag, let's say that my first program. Now if I save, so how to create route, let's go inside config folder. I will open routes.php and here let's say routes object I will call get method, and here if I call let's say /site, let's call site controller scope resolution operator, and I will call index method. Let's copy our route here. So site will be code terminal. I'm starting my development server, so PHP Spark serve. Let's hit enter. Started. Let's go to browser. So after this landing page, now let's reload one more time. So after this landing page, if I type site here, now I can see my first program. Now, one more concept I will discuss here that this is not only the first option to create any route inside this routes.php. Instead, inside our CI4th version, also we can use the concept of array callable syntax. What I mean, so simply this is the controller class what we are going to attach with this route. So instead of something like this, what I will do simply let's use here site controller, we can see that this controller class is coming from app, controllers, and site controller. Instead of autocomplete, if I type, so if we want to get this site controller class here, so first we have to go inside this. Like if we want to attach site controller, we have to first go inside this app folder, then controllers folder. So here, app folder, controllers folder, and then we call site controller. Next, after the site controller, what I will do, I will go here, let's say routes object. I will use get method and I will call it as, let's say, site-2, which means that our second route of the same controller class. And here, array syntax, inside this array, our first value will be the class name. So I will use site controller, scope resolution operator, class keyword, and inside the second value of this array, we have to pass the method name. So here we have the method name as index. So let's copy and put it here. So successfully, now this is the normal syntax to define any route, and this is array callable syntax to define our route into a new format inside this fourth version. Save these changes. Now let's go to browser, and here this is our first route. Let's open a duplicate tab, and instead of site, I will type site-2. Now we can see that here we have the same output what we had seen inside this first route. So successfully, now additionally we have one more concept to create any route using array level syntax inside this routes.php. Now let's see that how to create a view file and link with this index method. So what I will do, first I will go inside this views folder. Next, I will create a file and I will call it as site_index.php. Now, this time, what I will do, let's copy this message from this index method, like from this controller method. I'll go here and put it here. So, my first program, and here let's pass view file. Save these changes. Now, this file we have to call from this index method. So, instead of echo, we have to use return here view helper function, and here we have to pass our file name, that is site_index. So automatically this function is go and search this file inside views folder, and here we have the file. So save these changes. Now let's go and reload. We can see that my first program, and here we have the view file. Now let's see that if suppose this file is inside any subdirectory, inside any of the subfolder, so how to attach with this controller class method. So what I will do, let's go and create one more folder inside this views folder, and I will call it as pages. And here I'll create a file, let's say site_index_page.php. Now let's add some message here. So inside this h1 tag, welcome to second page of this site controller class. Save these changes. Now here, instead of calling this site index from root, like root of views folder, what I will do, first I will pass the folder name. So we need to first go inside pages folder, means to call this file, we have to go inside pages folder. So forward slash, next we have to call our view file name, and it will be site_index_page. Save these changes. Let's go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that welcome to second page of the site controller class. It's amazing. Now next, let's say that I want to pass some parameters, some values to this view file. So how to pass that? So here, what I will do, let's say data equals to, let's pass an array here. And I want to pass my name here. So for example, name here, let's say email. I will pass, let's say, a dummy email value. Now, these values we want to send this view file. So simply, let's go inside the second argument of this view helper function, and we can see that here it is asking about data, and this is of array format. So what I will do, simply as we can see that this is a variable which is of array type. So simply let's copy and put it here. So once we pass, so automatically what happens now, these keys of this array like name and email, we can access inside our view file with this variable called name and with this variable called email. Let's see in action. Let's go inside this view file. So welcome message. Now let's add our s3 tag. So name equals to, I will use php tag echo and name value. Also, let's add one more S3 tag here. It will be for email. So PHP tag, echo, and email. Next, I will save all these changes. Let's go to browser, reload this web page. So we can see that after this welcome message, now here we have some more informations like name and email value. One more thing, let's go to editor inside this view file. So instead of using PHP tag, I will use shorthand PHP tag. What I mean, simply remove this PHP keyword and add a equals to sign. Let's remove this our semicolon and also this echo. Now here, this syntax is similar like PHP, echo, and name variable. Now we can see that instead of writing this complete syntax, here we have a shorthand syntax of PHP that is here equals to sign in place of this PHP keyword, and here we could remove this echo and also semicolon. Save these changes. Now let's see that how it behaves if I go and reload. Now we can see that the same output we are getting the name value. Let's go and convert for email value. So I will remove, let's say shorthand equals to, this is our syntax shorthand and simply our variable name. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. Now here we have the same output. So we can see that how to create a controller class, how to create our methods, and also how to create a view file, how to pass parameters into it. If we want to pass some more parameters, also we can do that. Now let's see that how we actually pass using compact function. So we can see that here we have used the concept of data, which is array type to pass all these variables to view file. Now here, what I will do, I will go and pass means use a compact function. This is a PHP function compact, and instead of like data variable, let's say that if we have, it's a name value. If I copy the name value, put it here. Now let's create one more variable called email, and I will copy the same email value, put it here. Let's remove this data variable. Now this time here we have name and email variable. Now we want to pass this variable into our view file. So I will use the compact function. It's a PHP function. I will go here inside this parenthesis. The first argument will be the first variable name. So here it will be name. So I will just copy and put it here. Now this is our second variable which we want to pass into our view file. So simply copy that, go here inside the second argument and pass it here. Save these changes. Now successfully, these values will become variable inside this view file. Save these changes. Let's reload. And now we can see that we have exact the same output. So successfully, now we have the concept that how to create our first program by combining our routes concept, controller concept, our class method, as well as view file. All right, friends, now let's discuss our next topic of this basics concept, and that is route parameters. It means if we want to pass some parameters into URLs, how to pass that. Let's go to editor. I will first open our routes.php. Let's go inside app folder, config folder, and I will open from here, that is routes.php. Now next, one more file we need here, and that is our site controller class. So I will go inside this controllers folder, inside app, controllers, and I will open site controller.php. Now let's create a method here that is going to accept some roll numbers. Now here, not actually, it's not roll numbers, it will be roll numbers. So public function get roll number. And inside this method, what I will do whenever we call this method to our route, so simply I'm going to pass a student roll number. So here, so for the time being inside this h1 tag, I will print that value. So here, let's say roll number equals to, I will concatenate with a variable, and that variable here, let's say roll underscore number. Let's pass a static value called 10, and I will go and copy this value, put it here. Let's go inside routes.php. So class is already loading here. So routes object, I will call get method, go inside here, and if I pass, let's say student here, I will then pass array syntax site controller class. Then we have to call the method name. So I will copy the method name, that is get roll number, and put it here. I will save all these changes. Let's go back to browser. Let's reload, and I will pass student, hit enter. Now you can see that roll number equals to 10. Remember, this is a static value what we are passing inside this few method. So what will happen if we pass a dynamic value here? Let's pass something like 25 is the roll number ID. Hit enter. Now you can see that instead of getting a value, here we have 404. It means page not found. So what is the issue? How to fix that? If we want to get this value into a method, how to get that? So for that, let's go to editor. First thing first, we have to go inside routes.php. We have to inform this route that, okay, we have to accept a value, a numeric value from URL. Now here comes the concept of routes placeholder. What I mean, so inside CodeIgniter 4th version or even inside version number 3, we have the concept of routes placeholder. It means if we want to pass like numeric value into URL, here we have to inform inside this route using a route placeholder. It means parenthesis, colon, and num value. So once we pass this placeholder here, it means that we are informing this route, okay, we have to also accept a numeric value. So this is for numeric value. Now, if suppose let's say that if we want to pass some alphabetic values like A, B, C, D, so in that case, the placeholder will change something called colon, colon here, and it will be alpha, and here it will accept alphabetic characters. Now, in some cases, if we want a mixture of like alphabetic and numeric values, so in that case, this placeholder will be used called alpha num. So in this case, we can accept like alphabets plus numeric values. Now next, here we have a placeholder called any. It means if we have no idea about what parameters we are passing, we have no clear vision about the route values. So in that case, we have to use any to actually accept any kind of values. So it will accept any values. Only we have to skip like the special characters. So here, these are the placeholders what we can use to inform our route on the basis of value type. So here, as we know that inside this route, we want to accept a numeric value that is roll number ID. So simply, let's add a forward slash and here parenthesis and num as a placeholder. Save these changes. Now, if I go and reload, now you can see that it is working. Now the next task is that how to get this value like 25 what we have passed here. So for that, let's go to our site controller, go inside this method, and here we have to pass a variable called roll. It's like user defined variable, any name here you can specify. So simply let's copy and put it here. So roll here. So simply whenever we pass any value into URL, this value will go inside this variable and we are accessing and printing this variable. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now we can see that 25. If I pass, let's say 100, now we can see 100. What will happen if we pass some alphabetic values? As we know that this route is not going to accept this value, just hit enter 404 again. So for that, what we have to do, I have to go inside routes.php. Let's go here and let's define a new route and I will pass a new placeholder that is alpha. It means that inside this method, let's say get student name. So it means whenever we pass any alphabetic characters, so in that case, this route will work and it will call this method. So let's copy, go here and here, let's say get student name. So public function method name and here let's pass a variable called name and simply echo within h1 tag let's pass student name and instead of passing our concatenation symbol I'll use parenthesis and name variable. Save these changes. If I will go and reload, now you can see that here we have the dummy value. If I pass my name here, now we can see our name here. So successfully, now here we have the concept of routes placeholder. So let's say that I am passing any value. I have no idea about its type, its data type. So what will happen? So here comes the concept of any placeholder. It means if I go and comment this line, and let's say routes object, I will call, let's say get method, and here get method student, I will pass any placeholder. It means I don't have any idea about value and its type. So simply any student controller, it will be something site controller, and from site controller class I will call our, let's define a new method here. So public function get name and id value. So whatever we pass, simply go inside this method, and let's say data, and here echo within h1 tag, simply print the data value. Let's put semicolon, save these changes, copy this method name, and here get any value, get any value from URL. I will copy the method name. Let's go here, put it here. Let's add a semicolon. So here, if I go and if I let's pass first 1 to 3, now we can see that 1 to 3, if I pass my name here, it is working. Instead, I will pass some dummy value. Let's pass some alphanumeric values. So it is also working. Now here we have seen all these concept of routes placeholder on the basis of the new format of route, that is array callable syntax. But let's say that you are working with this old syntax like the traditional syntax. So how to work with these placeholders? So here what I will do, let's go and comment these lines first. Now if we're talking about this route, so let's copy this first route here, put it here, so route here, and instead of using this array callable syntax, I will go and cut this method name, and here site controller, scope resolution operator, and the method name. So in this case, if I call student, let's pass a numeric value. So hopefully we expect that this method will be called, and inside this method here we are taking the roll number. Let's see in action. So I will go here, and after this student, let's pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here friends, now we can see that instead of getting that value that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now we have a message, and this is our development error message. Now here comes the concept of environment variables. Now what I want, instead of this simple message, I want to display some development errors so that we can get that message and fix this issue. So what I will do, so instead of message, I want our development errors. Let's go to editor. I will go and open our .env file, .env file which is at application root, and here I will go and this CI environment I will change from production to development. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that here we have the proper development error messages. So once we understand about this error message, so simply we can fix that. So here, how to fix? So simply, as we know that this is the traditional way to define our route inside CodeIgniter. So also we have to inform this method, okay, we have to accept a parameter which is coming a numeric value from this URL. So what I will do, I will go here, add a forward slash, add dollar sign and one here. So this $1 is nothing, it's a placeholder to accept this numeric value. So once we go here, now this value will be accessible inside this roll variable. Save these changes, not this here. Okay, this is the method actually we are calling get roll number and get roll number. So save these changes. If I go and reload, so successfully, now we can see our value that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now in the same pattern, if we want to pass some alphanumeric values, so simply let's copy this third placeholder, pass it here. Now if I go and pass our alphanumeric values, that is first any characters, any letters, just hit enter. Now we can see our alphanumeric values. Now let's see that if we want to pass, let's say more than one parameters, that this is the first parameter we are passing. Let's pass our second parameter. It's not number, it will be num and alpha. So simply by following these placeholder, it means that first parameter we have to pass a numeric value and second parameter we have to pass alpha character. So here we have to go inside the syntax and also we have to define and call that. Also we have to accept one more parameter which is of alphabetic characters. Now here go inside that method and if I pass let's say name value, its roll number and name here colon parenthesis and name variable. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's reload. It will not work because as we inform this URL that we have to accept two values. First will be like numeric value, let's say 1, 2, 3, and second will be alphabetic characters. Next, if I hit enter, now you can see that here we have the roll number and here we have the name value. So successfully, this is the syntax difference of this traditional syntax as well as array callable syntax. So finally, friends, now we have the idea that how to pass our placeholder values according to our value type. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss about the concept of query string parameters inside CI4. Let's go back to editor. So far, we had discussed all about the concept that how to pass parameters like about placeholder types inside our routes. Now, this time we'll discuss a new type of URL that will contain some query string parameters. So first thing first, what is query string? So let's open a new tab here. So for example, if I go to browser first, let's copy our project URL or even I will type let's say site here. Let's copy this URL. I will go here. So URL equals to this is our project URL, let's say our web page URL. Now inside this URL, I want to pass some query string parameters. So query string always start with this question mark. Then we have some key like here, which is a value. Like here, this is the key name like query string variable name, and this is the value. Now, if we want to pass more than one parameters, like more than one query string parameter, so simply this is first. Now let's add ampersand sign, and here we have the second query string variable. So let's pass our second value. So successfully now this is an example of query string parameter URL. So how to work inside CodeIgniter 4? It's very easy. So first I will go inside app folder. Let's go inside config and I will open routes.php. Now here, and one more thing that you notice that once we type anything inside this editor, I get autocomplete and this is because inside this extensions, I have installed PHP IntelliSense. So whenever you install PHP IntelliSense extensions inside VS Code, so automatically when we type anything, it will give some suggestion, some advice so that we can reuse it. Now here comes the concept of query string parameters. So let's create a route first. So routes object, I'll use get method and here let's call it as product. Then we have to go inside our same controller class called site controller. I'll create a new method and this will be something let's say product info. Remember, we are using traditional method of creating a route. So now next, let's copy this product name. I'll go inside our site controller. So I pressed Control P and here I am typing site controller. Now you can see that I have opened our controller class file. So even not going into the folder structure, simply whenever I want to open any file, just press Ctrl P and the file name inside the search box. So sitecontroller.php. Now here, let's create a method called product info. So simply public function and the method name we have called product info. Now here, if I write let's say a single line static message, so welcome to products page, save these changes. I'll go here, let's copy, and I will add a comment line here that is traditional way to create route. Let's copy this product. Development server already started, so I will back to browser and here instead of site, I will type product. Now you can see that welcomes to products page. Now here, what I will do, I will simply pass some query string parameters. If I copy this URL, go to editor, so I will pass something like this. This is our URL. So question mark, let's say ID equals to 101, it means product ID, ampersand, let's say name here, and I will pass something, let's say product hyphen 1. So how to get these values? If I go and copy this URL, if I go here, let's paste, press enter. Now you can see that it is working. We are not getting any 404 error page. So here comes the question that how to get these values like ID and name inside our method. So it's very simple. We don't need to create any like placeholders for that. Simply I'll go inside this method and here first I want to get the ID value. So here let's say product ID equals to next. After this I will use an instance of request class. So here this request, then I will call a method called get var. Now here inside this get var, so if we want to get the ID, simply let's put ID here. So what this line means, simply we are using request class object, we are using get var method to get ID from URL. So let's copy this variable and here if I go and concatenate this value, parenthesis, sorry, curly pairs, save these changes, go back to browser, let's reload. Now you can see that welcome to product space 101 product ID. Now, in the same way, if you want to get the product name here, let's say product name equals to, I'll use request class object. So this request I will call getVar method, and here it will be called product or what the query string variable key we have called name. So let's copy and put it here. So I will copy this variable. Let's put first a semicolon and here it's and curly pairs, and this is our product name. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. So here we are getting welcome to product space. This is our product ID and product name. So successfully. Now this is the concept of query string parameters, that how to pass and how to get these values inside our controllers method. One more thing, so if I go and let's comment these lines of code, we can see that these variables now undefined. So here, if I go and print our, let's say this request, and I will use only get var. Now save these changes. Now here, for the time being, let's comment this line, save these changes. I will go and reload. Now you can see that here inside this output screen, we can see that getVar is returning all about the query string variables what we passed inside this URL. Also, if I add here, let's say ampersand amount equals to 1000, now we can see that inside this array we have one more key that is equals to amount. So what basically it means that whenever if we don't want to use any key inside this get var, it means it will return all the variables what we have inside URL. Otherwise, if we pass any specific key like amount, so it will return the value of that. Save these changes, go here. Now you can see that this is the amount value. So successfully friends, this is the concept of query string parameters inside CodeIgniter version 4. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of route prefix and route groups. Let's go back to editor. So to understand this interesting topic, let's open a tab here. So for example, let's say we are creating a website. Inside that website, we have some panels like an admin panel, a seller panel, customer panel. So we have multiple modules. So what basically I mean to say that here we have different types of controller. For example, to manage all the functionalities of admin, we have admin controller. To manage all the functions of customer, here we have a customer panel. It means customer controller class. To manage all the sections of seller, here we have seller controller class. So how to organize, how to create our route specific modules so that our code will be easy maintainable. So how to do? So for example, let's say we have admin controller.php to manage admin functions. Then we have our customer panel. It means we have customer controller class and it will manage customer functions, customer functions. And then we have one more panel and let's say seller controller, and it will manage all about our seller functions. So if I talk about our routes.php, so inside routes.php, what I will do simply, we have to import all these controller class. For example, route here, get method, Let's say that I want to call index method from this admin controller. So it will be our index method here. Let's say a method called add here. In the same way, we have, let's say, index here, add here, and again we have the same pattern of method like index here and add here. Now the question is how to organize our routes.php file. So here comes the concept of route group or route prefix. So what basically the use of this? So if we want to bifurcate all about the routes of this admin controller.php, what I will do? So instead of typing something like route 1, route 1, this is route of, let's say, admin controller. If I copy, put it here. So instead of calling something like this route 1, route 2, route 3, route 4, route 5, and route 6, this is of customer controller. Please focus to this example here. So this is of seller controller and seller controller. So now let's assume that we are executing this route 1 into browser, route 2 into browser, and so on. So how do we know from route that this is a route of admin controller? It means for admin functions. This is another route of customer functions. So the best practice is that we need to add a route prefix. So if I add here, let's say admin forward slash route 1, here admin forward slash route 2, next here, let's say forward slash customer forward slash, and here we have seller forward slash. Now this time it is super easy to understand that okay, here we have routes like route 1, route 2, route 3, and these two routes of admin specific, route 3, route 4 of customer specific, and seller specific. Now this is the real use of to use our route prefix. Now let's understand these concepts with an example. So I will go here. First I will create like three controller classes. So I will go inside our terminal. Let's stop first. So PHP, Spark, and one more thing, like it's always the best practice if we want to create, let's say for admin controller, let's create an admin folder inside controllers instead of storing all these controller classes inside this controllers folder. What I will do, I will create a new folder called admin, and inside admin folder I will place this admin controller.php. In the same way, we need to create customer folder, and inside customer folder I have to create customer controller.php. Now let's see in action. I go back to editor here. So PHP Spark, make controller. Then we have to pass our folder name. So admin, this folder automatically gets created inside controllers folder. So admin, and then we want something called admin, like admin controller, and I will pass suffix as a flag. It means this controller class called admin controller.php file will be created inside admin folder. Let's hit enter. Now successfully, as we can see that inside this controllers folder, here we have a new folder called admin, and inside this admin folder, here we have our controller class. Let's verify. So we can see that inside controllers folder, here we have admin folder, and here we have admin controller.php. Now next I will create two more controller classes. So here, let's say PHP Spark, make controller, make controller. Then we have to pass the folder name, so customer, and I want to pass here our means like our controller class name, so customer, and let's pass suffix as a flag. So it will automatically create customer controller.php inside this folder. Let's hit enter, create it. Let's create one more here. So PHP Spark, make controller, and I will call it as sailor forward slash sailor.php, not sailor.php. It's suffix as a flag. Just hit enter. Now we can see controller class created inside the seller folder. Let's verify. I go here. Now let's reload. We can see controllers. Here we have our admin folder, customer folder, and seller folder. Now let's open our admin controller.php. Let's quickly create some methods here. So index method by default we get. So echo within this h1 tag. Let's say welcome to index method, or even I will write only index method of admin controller. Here we have some spelling mistakes, so controller. Now let's copy this line of code and I will pasting it here. So instead of index, let's pass add method and here let's say add method of admin controller. Now what I will do, let's copy these two methods. I will go inside customer. Let's open. Let's remove this index method and paste it here. Now this time, this method is of customer controller class. So customer. Let's copy again these two methods. I will go inside seller folder, seller controller class, and I will paste it here. So it will be seller controller class and seller controller class. Now save these changes. Now next we have to open our routes.php. So control P routes.php and here at last let's say route prefix and route group. So what I will do, let's say routes object, I will call get method. Now normally if we create any route, so for example, let's say route 1, I will go inside, let's say I want to call the index method of admin controller. So it will be admin controller and from there I will call index method. Save these changes. Let's copy this route 1, go to terminal and start development server first. Started. I will go back to browser and if I reload, let's type our route number 1. Now we can see that here we have 404 error. So here friends, this is coming because if I go to routes.php, now application by default understand that this controller class is coming from controllers root folder. What I mean, if I go to folder structure, go inside controllers. So by default application knows that okay, here we have the route. To execute this route, here we have to find admin controller class and this controller class exists inside controllers folder. But as we know that this controllers class is coming okay from controllers folder, but also here we have an admin folder. So how to specify how to fix that? So simply we have to pass our namespace. So by default, application picks like app and controllers folder, but we have one more folder inside our controllers and that is admin. So what to do? Simply here, it's admin backward slash admin controller. Now this time application knows that okay, here we have the route. This is our controller class, its method. Now this time this controller class is coming from admin folder and this admin folder exists inside app and controllers folder. Save these changes. Let's go and reload. Now you can see that index method of admin controller. Now let's create one more route here. So what I will do, routes object, get method, and here let's say route to. We have to go first inside admin folder and we have to include our admin controller and let's call add method. Save these changes. If I go and reload, and okay, index method again. Actually, I think we didn't change the message. Okay, here we have changed and it is not coming. What mistake? Okay, it's route 2. So we can see that add method of admin controller. Now in the same way, we can repeat for customer controller class and seller controller class. Now this is not the concept of any route prefix or route group here. Now let's understand the concept of route prefix and route group. So here I will create, let's say again, routes object. I will call get method and here let's admin and one more thing. I will go and copy, let's say two more times. This is route number 3, route number 4, 5, 6 here. And if I go inside customer controller, let's copy customer controller. This is seller controller, and seller controller. Let's remove this change and if I go and let's reload. So let's open duplicate tab. So instead of calling, first I will call, let's say route 1. This is of admin controller. Route 2, this is again from admin controller. Next here, let's say 3 here and it is coming like error. And why it is coming? Because this controller class is not from admin. This is for customer. Copy, save here and save here. So let's go and reload. It is working. Let's open. This is route number 4. It is working. And if I go and open, let's say route number 5, it is working. And here, route number 6, it is also working. So by going through this static message, now we have the idea that, okay, this is the route of admin controller, this is of admin controller, and this is of seller controller. But let's say that here we have a general message. From that message, we don't have any idea. So how do we know that what specific this route functions will contain? So simply, now let's use the concept of route prefix. So here, if I add, let's say admin forward slash route 1, admin forward slash route 2, then we have customer forward slash route 3, customer forward slash route 4, and lastly, here we have seller forward slash route 5 and route 6. Save these changes. Now, if I go and reload, it will not work because if we want to open route 1, first we have to pass prefix here and then route called route 1. Now this time, here we have the idea, okay, this is route 1 and this is of admin specific functionalities. Now in the same way, here we have to open route 2. So let's copy and paste admin route 2. In the same way for customer, I will go and pass, let's say, customer forward slash route 3. And finally, for let's say for seller, I will go, let's say seller and route 5. So we can see that this is only like 3 to 4 routes of each controller class. Now let's say that here we have 100 of routes. So how to manage, like each time do we have to write this admin prefix with all the routes? Let's say admin controller is going to contain 100 different methods. Customer controller is also containing 200 number of methods. So each time do we need to add this customer route, means customer prefix for each route? No friends, we have to create a common group and just inform that, okay, inside this all group of routes we have to use a common prefix. So what to do here? So instead of writing these two lines, what I will do, routes object, I'll go and use a group method, and here this is for admin, so I will pass admin. Then here we have the callback function, and inside this callback function I will pass a routes object, and simply let's copy these two lines, paste here, and first I will go and let's comment this line. Now here we can remove this admin forward slash and admin forward slash. Now this time here we have a group, and this group prefix we have called admin. So whenever if we want to open route 1, we have to pass a route prefix that is admin. So it will be something like this, call admin and route 1. This is admin forward slash route 2. Let's see in action. So save these changes. I will go here, and if I reload, now we can see that it is working, and it is also working. I will discuss one more concept inside this route group. Let's go inside routes.php file. So as we can see that here we have two lines of code. So here we have two times admin backward slash and admin backward slash. So let's assume here we have 200 number of lines of code of each route of admin controller class. It means 200 number of times we have to type this admin backward slash. So is there any option to write a common namespace inside this group? Yes friends, we have. So instead of writing again and again, what we can do here, let's go inside this group method. I'll use the second argument value of this method. Let's pass an array, and the key will be called namespace. And here, instead of passing this admin backward slash, what we have to pass, first let's remove, go inside admin controller and copy the full namespace value. It means this controller class is coming from app, controllers, and admin folder. So I will copy the path, go here, and just pass it here. So here friends, we can see that the neat and clean code of route 1 and route 2. So this is a group. This group is using a common prefix called admin, and also this controller class is coming from this namespace path. Save these changes. So now we can see that this is working and this is also working. So overall, this is the base example to understand all about the concept of route prefix and route group inside this CodeIgniter version 4. Now here comes the question. Question is that where we can use this concept. So as we know that this is our API development course, but for the time being, we are learning all of the basics concept, and this is really very useful classes to understand all about the working principle of CodeIgniter 4. So once we go inside our API development concept, what the topics we're learning here, all the topics will be reused into a detailed way inside our API development concept. So that there we'll use that how to create a well-organized route of APIs. Alright friends, now inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of request method type. Let's go back to editor. So to understand this concept into a very interesting way, what I will do, let's open a new tab and here I will go and copy project URL. Let's call it as URL. So do you know that we can submit this URL using different types of request method. Now the first question is that how many types of request method? So we have multiple types of request method, but here we'll discuss only about the strong points or the most important methods to submit any URL. So let's call it as request methods. And here get request method, it means we can submit this URL using get request type, post request type, put or patch request type, and here we have delete request type. Now the question is why we can use these methods or what is the use of all these methods when we submit this URL to server. So simply let's discuss one by one. So by using get request type, this is really useful when we want to get any data from server. So here to get data from server. Now here comes our second method type, that is post request type. Name itself clears that when we want to submit, when we want to post any data to server. So in this case, simply submit or post data to server. Now, let's say that we are creating some APIs. So when we want to get any data, we'll use get request type. To create or save any data, we'll use post request type. Now here comes the concept, our third request type, that is put or patch request type. This is really useful when we want to update any data into server. So this is for update operation. Let's say that inside our API development concept, if we want to update some data on the basis of some IDs, so onto this update operation, we will use put or patch request method. So here, this will be useful when we want to update data to server. Now next, here we have delete request method. Name itself clears that whenever if we want to delete anything from server, so in that case, we have to use delete request method. So this will be delete data from server. So successfully. Now these are the methods type what we use inside this development course. So first, if we want to get any data, for example, list of data from table, we have to use get request type. If we want to save any data to our database table, so in that case, post request method will be used. If we want to update any data, I'll use put or patch request method. And finally, if we want to delete any data to server, simply we have to use delete request method. Now let's open routes.php. So I will type routes.php. Now let's understand the concept of all request methods by the help of CI 4th version concept. So here inside this file we can see that here we have used get method, and this get method we have called using routes object. So this get method is the similar functions with this get request type. It means by using this method simply we want to get data from server. Whenever if we want to process any URL using post request method, so in that case, by using this routes object, we can call post method. So in the same way, here we have to pass our URL, then we have to attach with the controller class and its method. Now let's discuss into a neat and clean way. So what I will do, I will go first and remove all these like routes from this routes.php. Now let's create a controller class. So go back to project command prompt and here let's say PHP Spark make controller. I'll create a controller class. Let's call it as student and pass suffix as a flag. Controller class created successfully. Let's go back to editor. I'll open let's say student controller and here what I will do index method. So this method we call so echo within h1 tag. Let's say that index method using get request method. And here let's add a single line comment, and this is using get request type. Now in the same way, let's copy this method paste here. This time we have to call this method like using post request type. So add method using post request method. Now next, I'll go and copy and paste. This time we have to use the concept of put or patch. It means either we can use put request type or patch request type to go and see the operations of update. Now here, let's say update. This time update method using either put request type or patch request method. Now here, the final one we have called delete request method and it will be delete. So here the line will be delete method or simply we can say delete method using delete request type. So how to test all these methods? So first let's test about this index method. I will go here. Let's say routes object. It will be simple. I'll use get request type. Let's say index and here we need to call our student controller. So I will use the concept of array callable syntax. So use app controllers, then we have to go and include student controller. Also, you can use the traditional way, but I'll prefer using array callable syntax. So student controller, it's a class and we have to call index method. Save these changes. Now let's go inside terminal, start development server. Development server started. So let's go and copy this index URL. I'll go here. So after this project URL /index, now we can see that index method using get request method. Now here, if I go and create our post method, that is the URL what we process using post request type. So post here and here, let's say add and the method name here we have called add. So if I copy and paste here, let's copy, go back to browser instead of index. If I type add, so we can see that 404 can't find a route for get add method. It means whenever we process any URL from this browser, automatically always get request will be called. So how to process our post request URL? So to process, either we can use Postman like Postman tool to process our API URLs or simply we can use Chrome extension that is Thunder Client. So before making this video, if I go into extensions, so we can see that here we have Thunder Client. So simply just go and install this VS Code extension. And if I go and install, we can see that it's extension. Let's use. So I will go inside here. Means after activation, after installation, you will get a new tab here. Just click on it, click on new request. And here inside this URL, what I will do, the URL what we used inside browser, just copy, go here, pasting it here. Now we can see that here we have the drop downs. It is basically the list of all request methods. So I will use post request type. Let's click on send button. And we can see that here we have the message that is add method using post request method. And also additionally, we are getting lots of here the code. And this is because our development mode is on. If I go and let's go inside env file, let's open .env file. And if I do from development to production, save these changes. If I go inside Thunder Client, let's close first new request. If I click, now we can see that add method using post request method. So if I go and hit again using get request method, it means this URL we are hitting using get request method. Now we can see that we are getting a blank response. It means this URL this URL is not going to accessible using our get request method. Now let's create our next route and this time we use either first we'll see the concept using put method. So here let's say update. Let's go and copy this update method. I'll go and paste update method. Save this change. Remember this time we have to use put request method. So I will go here inside this request here. I will go and let's change to add from update like update here, choose here like put request type, click on send button. Now we can see that update method either using put or patch request method. Now let's change from put to patch. Let's click on send button. So here we have empty response and it is because here we have defined here we have defined or the method we have used called put request type. So what we can do if we want that this operation should also complete in case of patch request type, simply let's define our patch request method. Save these changes. I'll go here inside this new request. Click here while selecting this patch update. Now we can see that the same method is now executed in case of this patch method. Now let's go and add one more route for delete request. And here, let's say delete request. This time we have to call delete method. Let's copy delete method of this student controller. Save these changes, selecting delete request type. And here, let's call it as delete. Click on send button. Now we can see that here we have the delete request method. Now this time we are only understanding about the request method, but how to define our routes, like using different types of request method and how to process using controller class. But the thing is that in our API controller class, this is not only the basic section. Instead, we'll go and learn about the complex advanced routes that how to use these methods to create that. And one more thing, friends, let me give you a important concept about application routes. So here we can see that inside this routes.php, here we have few routes as welcome page, index, add, update, and delete. So do we have any option to see all application routes using terminal command, using Spark command? Yes, friends, we have. Let's go back to inside our project terminal command prompt. Let's first stop this development server, and if I type php spark, let's go inside our section called CodeIgniter. So we can see here we have a command called routes. We can see single line description that it displays all application routes. Now let's see that how to use this routes command. So php spark, and if I type the command name called routes here, hit enter. Now we can see that here we have a tabular format, and inside this tabular format, here we have all the controller classes, all these methods, and here we have our routes. So successfully, by analyzing this tabular format, now also we will have the idea that how many application routes exist inside this current application. So we can see that here we have the welcome page, index route, add route, update. It means these update route we can access using patch and put request method. And also here we have delete route. So successfully, now this is the overall idea that how to use our route methods to define different of route inside application. Next, I will discuss two important concepts before closing this topic. So let's go to editor. So we can see that inside this routes.php, here we have two lines of code of a single route, that is update route. So we can see that this route we are calling using put request type and patch request type. So is there any option to create a single line of code so that this method will be called using different types of request method? Yes, friends, we have. So what we can do, instead of writing these two lines of code, simply I will go and call routes object. Then we have to call match method, pass an array, and inside this array we have to pass all the request method by separating with comma. So here we can see that we are using like put request type. So put here. Second request method we are using match request here. Now the second argument value of this match method, simply we have to pass our route. So this not route actually update here. So this update route we are calling from put request type and patch request type. And finally, let's copy this controller class update method and paste it here. Now let's go and comment these two lines of code. So simply this time we can see that only we have the get request type, post request type. Here we have a match method. Inside this match method, here we have put request type and patch request type. Remember, this method is only useful when we are hitting a single route using different types of request method. And finally, here we have the delete request type. Save these changes. Let's go back to project terminal. And if I again type the same command like php spark routes, we can see that here we have the same tabular format, same number of routes, and we can see that update method is calling this time also using patch and put request type. Now let's discuss one more important concept about controllers, and here we'll discuss about the concept of resource controller. What I mean, we can see that here we have the concept of normal controller class, which is extending from base controller. Now once we create any resource controller, we have to first pass an extra flag before creating that, and once we create, then we'll have some default methods. Now let's first to create that. So here, to create any resource controller, first thing first, PHP Spark make controller. And before going into this command, let's first open its help manual. So PHP Spark make controller, and before that we have help keyword. Now we can see that inside this help manual guide, also we have the option of RESTful. So it means while using this make controller command, once we pass this RESTful flag, automatically it is going to actually create a resource controller. So first I will create and then we'll see what is the difference between a normal controller class and a resource controller class. So here PHP Spark make controller, and then we have call employee, and I will pass RESTful as a flag. Just hit enter. Now we can see that employee.php. Okay, actually we missed to add our suffix as a flag. Let's pass that. So here after employee, let's pass suffix as a flag. Now we can see that employee controller.php now created. Let's go back to folder structure. And if I open our employee controller, now we can see that this time this controller class called employee controller, instead of extending base controller here, it is extending resource controller. And by default, we can see that here we have lots of methods. By default, we are getting into the default skeleton of this employee controller. So here we have the index method, which we call using get request type. Here we have the show method, where we have to pass an ID value. This is also called using get request method. Here we have the new request method. Here we have create method, edit method, update method, and delete method. So it means here we have by default inside resource controller class different types of methods available for different types of operation. Now the question is that how to create our application routes for all these methods of this resource controller, because as we can see that by default inside this resource controller class here we have different types of methods. So to create all these routes, here we have a special method. Let's go inside routes.php. So I will call a special method that also known as resource to call resource controller class. So simply routes object, I will call resource method. Okay, here we have like resource method. Then we have to pass our like the URL. So if I save like employee, save these changes, let's go inside terminal. And if I type PHP Spark routes, hit enter. Now this time we can see that okay. So to understand in a much better way, let's go and comment all these lines. So only we have one line enabled, and that is of resource controller. So if I save, go and just hit enter. Now we can see that here inside this routes list, we can see employee. This is the employee. It is coming from here. It's our URL. So employee. And once we call this URL, it will call like employee controller and index method. Once we type employee forward slash new, it will call employee controller means employee controller class a new method. So here friends, the question is that the employee controller class, what basically it has attached is not the controller class what we are discussing here. It is something like the by mistake created controller that is employee.php. So how to use this employee controller.php instead of using this employee.php? So what I will do, I will go here inside this resource method. Inside the second argument, let's pass controller, arrow operator, then we have to pass the controller class name. So this controller class is coming from like our controller's root. Otherwise, also we have to pass the namespace value. So here, this controller class is coming from controller's root. So simply employee controller. So if I save, go back to terminal, and if I type PHP Spark routes here. Now you can see that this time employee, now this route is calling employee controller, which is from controllers folder and index method, employee new method. So we can see that here we have the different types of request method, different types of route, and according to all these routes, they are calling the methods from this employee controller. So overall, now we have the idea about route group, route prefix, all about the concept of resource controller, request methods, and much more many things inside this CodeIgniter version 4. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss the concept of migrations. So first thing first, what are migrations. So migrations are just like classes inside CodeIgniter version 4. By the help of that, we create table schema or table structure. Let's go to editor. Now here, if I go inside app, database folder, then here we can see, here we have folder called migrations. So whenever we create any migration files by the help of PHP Spark command line tool, all those files will go inside this folder. And by the help of each files of this folder, we usually create our table structure. But first thing first, we have to create a database and connect with this application. So what I will do, I will go inside like browser, go inside PHP admin, click on databases, and here I will type CI4 underscore basics. Let's copy this DB name, click on create button, database created. I will go inside application and open .env file. Let's open .env file. Now inside this environment variable files, if I scroll here, now we can see here we have a section called database. So what I will do, first thing first, we have to uncomment all these lines so that we can use our database connectivity with this application. So what I will do, I will go and remove this hash symbol from here. From here, in the same way, from all these lines, let's go and remove from here. And lastly, from here. Next, after this, I'll go here. So host name is localhost. Obviously, we are using the local database. So localhost is okay. Database name. So this is what we created. In my case, the username of phpMyAdmin or database is root and password is blank. Now next here db prefix equals to mysqli. It will be blank and here is the port number. So successfully now this database connected with this application. So what next? We have to create a migration file and by the help of that we need to create a dynamic table structure inside our database. So what I will do, I will go inside project terminal and here let's say PHP Spark. If I hit enter, now let's go inside generators. We can see here we have a command called make migration. So by the help of this make migration command, we can generate a migration file. And once we create, those files will go inside database folder and inside migrations folder right here. Let's create our first migration file. So what I will do, PHP Spark make migration, then we have to pass our migration class name. So here, let's say that I want to create a students table inside our database. So I will pass something like this called create students table. Hit enter. Now you can see that inside our migrations folder, here we have a file that is with the timestamp value. And here is the class name called create students table.php. Now let's go to editor. I'll go inside the migrations folder and here we have our migration class. We can see create students table. It is extending the parent class called migration. Now by default, inside this class we can see that here we have the skeleton of up method and down method. So by using up method, we usually create the table structure. It means how the table will be structured, what will be the schema of table, all things will be decided using this up method. And by using down method, it means when we go and execute our rollback command, so in that case, table will be dropped. So drop command will go inside this down method. So first I will start from this up method. So I will go and call an instance of forge here. So this forge, it's an object. By the help of that, we'll call some methods. And by the help of those methods, we create our table schema. So one more thing that we want to create inside our database called students table students. So we want columns as like ID, then we want like the name value, then we want like email, and let's say phone number. And also we want, let's say, like created at. This column will pick the current timestamp as a default value. And if you're talking about the type of all these columns, so it will be like integer type, auto increment, and also this column will be the primary key. Next here we have the name value. So it will be varchar. It means it will contain the string values. Length of this field will be let's say 50 characters. Email varchar and it is also going to contain 50 characters. And for the phone number, let's say varchar 50 characters, and this is an optional field, so it will be optional. Now, according to all these properties, now let's create our table structure. So I will go here, this forge, I will call our first method, and it will be, let's say, add field. By the help of this add field method, we decide the columns and their properties. Now next, here, this forge, I will call add primary key method. By the help of this method, we will decide our primary key of that table. Now next here, this forge, and I will call create table method. Now here we have to pass our table name called students. Now let's go inside this add field method. I will pass an array, and inside this array we have the first property as ID, then we have name, email, next we have called phone number, and finally we have called created at. Now let's go and pass one by one about properties of each column. So ID type equals to int, it will be integer type. Then we have like auto increment. It means we want that this column should be auto increment whenever we do any entry inside this table. So auto increments equals to true. And here, let's say unsigned equals to true. Now finally, these are the properties of this ID column. Next, we have to go inside this for this name field. So it will be first type equals to varchar. Then we have the default value. So not default value for this column. We want that this column is required. So null equals to false. It means this column is mandatory. Now next we have to define our length of this field. So for length, constant equals to, if I go to table schema, so 50 characters. So here 50. What I will do next, let's copy the properties of this name field, pasting it here for this email field, null equals to false and constant equals to 50 characters. Again, let's copy, go for this phone number, varchar, and this field is optional, so null equals to true. It means this field also going to contain some null values. And if we're talking about the length of this field, so let's say 30 characters. So successfully, now here we have the properties of all these columns. Now let's go inside this created at. So this column will be date time, and we want some default value for this column. So default equals to not created, it will be current timestamp. So current underscore timestamp. Now here inside this add primary key, as we know that this column ID will be the primary key, so let's pass the column name, it will be ID. So successfully, now here we have the complete code of this up method. So whenever we execute call php spark migrate command, so by the help of migrate command successfully, this table automatically gets created inside our connected database. I will go to project terminal, and here if I type php spark, now here we can see a separate section of database. Inside this database group, we can see a command called migrate. So whenever we use this command called php spark migrate, automatically all the migrations which are inside our migrations folder automatically will be migrated. Now here, apart from this migrate command, also we can see here we have a command called migrate refresh. We'll talk about it, migrate rollback and migrate status. So by the help of migrate status, if suppose we want to check that what is the current status of all the migrations inside migrations folder, simply by using this command, we can check all the status of all those files. Let's see in action. So what I will do here, php spark, if I type migrate status, hit enter. Now we can see that currently inside our migrations folder, here we have a single file called create students table, and this file not yet migrated. So whenever we use the command called php artisan migrate, php spark migrate, so automatically this file will be migrated and it will create a dynamic table inside our database. So here php spark, if I use command called migrate, just hit enter. Now we can see that this file now migrated, and hopefully inside our database, if I go and reload, now we can see that here we have two tables, that is our default table which keeps track of all those migrations what migrated inside this database, and here is our table. So if I go inside the structure of this students table, now we can see that ID, it's a primary key, int here, and auto increment. Now here we have other columns as name, email, phone number, and created at. So successfully, this is our first concept that how to create a migration and migrate to create a table inside database. Now let's see about command call migrate refresh and migrate rollback. So if I go inside project terminal and if I type again call php spark migrate status, now this time we can see that this file now migrated inside our database. Let's clear here and if I type again call php spark, let's go inside our database group. Now here comes the concept of migrate rollback. Let's say that I want to drop a table or I want to drop all the tables from database. How to do that? So simply whenever if we want to use call migrate rollback, it will call the down method from each class file. And by using down method, we can simply drop our tables from database. So how to delete? Simply I will go here and inside this down method, this forge instance, this forge, and here I will call drop table method. Not drop primary key, it's drop table. And simply the table we want to drop called students. Save these changes. If I go here and if I type the command called php spark migrate rollback, hit enter. So it is asking that are you sure want to roll back? Let's press Y. Now we can see that successfully now this table hopefully will be removed from this database. Now we can see that only we have the default table that is migrations. Now let's understand the concept about this like default table. So if I go and click, we can see that inside this structure, here we have the version number, class here, group name is spacetime and batch. So to understand the concept of migrations table, let's go to editor and I will go inside config folder. Inside this config folder, here we have our configuration file called migrations.php. Now inside this file, we can see here we have the settings of migrations class that is enabled. Obviously, we are using the features of migration, so it must be enabled. Here we have the table we can see. So whenever we work with the migrations concept, automatically this table will be created inside our database. Let's go to terminal and here if I try to execute command call php spark migrate command, hit enter. So we can see that this table now migrated inside our database. So if I go and reload this migrations table, now we can see that here we have the ID equals to 2 version. This is the version of that file. This is the class by using our group equals to default. Now this file is now migrated inside our database. So whenever we migrate any class file, that class file will go and do an entry inside this table. And whenever we execute rollback command, that row will be dropped from this table as well. So successfully, now this is the use of migrations table to keep track that what the migrations class is, what migrated inside our database. Now let's understand one more concept here. So if I go inside this settings file, we can see that here we have the timestamp format. And this says, as we can see that the naming convention of this migration class file, look at here, this is using like this is the timestamp format. So automatically this format will be attached with each class name. It means whenever we create any new migration class, automatically what format we pass here, this format will be attached right here with the class name. Now let's understand about a concept of one more command of migration and that is migrate refresh command. What I mean, if I go inside project terminal and let's type call php spark, go inside database group, here we can see a command called migrate refresh. This command is really very useful because by the help of this command, we can perform two different operations. First one is that is migrate all the migrations and second roll back all the migrations. Let's see in action. So if I go inside our create students table class, now let's say that I want to add one more column inside here and that will be gender. And as we know that this table like here we already created. So if we want to roll back, so simply PHP Spark migrate rollback, we can drop, and after adding our new column, then we have to execute one more command, that is PHP Spark migrate. But by using PHP Spark migrate refresh, automatically this table first will be dropped and automatically migrated inside our database. So first, I'll go here and let's add our new column and call it as gender. And here, let's say that type equals to, or we may use like enum, but for the timing this is only for the understanding. So type equals to varchar, and let's say null equals to true. It means this is an optional field. And also if I type like the field length, let's say 20 characters, and here the comma is missing, so successfully now this is the column what we are trying to add inside our students table. Now let's go inside our terminal, and here, as we know that first we have to drop our table, then we have to create our table so that the new column will be added inside our table structure. But here comes the concept of migrate refresh command. So what I will do, PHP Spark migrate refresh. If I hit enter, let's press Y. Now we can see that two different operations. First, it will rolling means it is rolling back to our table, and second, it is migrating our table. Let's go and see in our database. Go and reload. Click here, students. Go inside the structure. Now we can see that here we have a new column called gender inside this table. So successfully, now this is the overall concept of migrations inside CodeIgniter version 4. So the basic purpose of using migrations to create dynamic table structure inside our database. Alright friends, now inside this video topic we'll discuss the concept that will be an interesting topic, that is about seeders inside CodeIgniter version 4. Let's go to editor. So first thing first, what are seeders? So seeders are like classes files inside our application. By the help of that we can seed, we can create, we can generate some dummy data for our application. Let's see in action that how to generate some dummy data. So first thing first, we have to create a seeder file. So whenever we create any seeder file, it will go inside app, database, and seeds folder. So for example, let's say that I want to create, let's say, two students for our table called students. So we want the values like name, gender, email, and phone number, because this is auto incremented column, and also this will be like the default values current timestamp. So first I'll create a seeder file, and by the help of that seeder file, we'll insert like two students inside this table. So let's go to project terminal, and here if I type command call php spark, if I go inside database, so we can see here we have a command called dbseed. By the help of that, we execute our seeders and generate some dummy data. But before that, we have to create a seeder file. So to create, I will go inside generators, and here's the command called make seeder. So once we use the command called make seeder, we have to pass the class name, and it will create a seeder file. So let's create our seeder file. So php spark make seeder, and the class name, let's say generate students data. Press enter. So successfully, now this class has been created inside our seeds folder. If I go inside our folder structure, database, seeds folder, and here is the class file. Now you can see that according to this default skeleton of this class file, here we have run method. It means whenever we execute command call php spark dbseed, automatically this run method will be executed, and all the logics, all the functions what we are going to specify inside this method will get executed. So what basically we want here, we want to create some students for a table. So let's say that first I will create a single student. So here data equals to which is a type of array, and here the columns we need to create any student, that is name, gender, email, and phone number. So let's specify first the column names. So it will be name, email, gender, and phone number. Let's pass some value. So this will be our first student. Next phone number, passing some dummy value. Now here I will use the concept of this. It means database object this DB. Then I will call table method, I will pass the table name because inside this table we want to insert our data. So table name, and I will call insert method. Look at here, we need to pass a set of data. So simply data. So successfully, now here we have the complete logic, complete insert command to create a dummy data inside our database table called students. I'll go inside terminal, and this time we have to use a command called php spark dbseed. Just hit enter. So seeder name we have to specify. So the seeder class name we have called generate students data. So simply I will copy, go here and pass it the class name. Hit enter. Now we can see data seeded successfully. So I will go here. Let's reload. Now we can see that inside this table, here we have the first data student. Now let's create one more data. So I will go here and let's change the data here. So quickly, let's update some information of a student and something different phone number. Now what I will do this time, I will execute this class into a different way. So I will clear this first. So PHP Spark dbseed. Now here I will pass the class name. So before using this dbseed command, if I type the help manual, now we can see that inside these arguments we can pass the seeder name which we want to run here. So simply let's copy the seeder name like the class name. I will go here. So PHP Spark, then dbseed, and here is space our seeder name. Just hit enter. Now we can see data seeded successfully. If I go and reload, now here we have the second row. Now this is one by one entry. Now let's say that I want to insert like 3 data, 4 data, 5 data, 10 data in a single command. How to do that? So simply what I will do, let's go and create this student data. Let's create an array. So this is our first student. I will pasting it here. Now let's call it as student1, student1. Now here, student1 at gmail.com. I will pass gender equals to female and the phone number something dummy value. So first data entry, I will copy this array. Let's put a comma here. This is our student number 2, student2, female, something a different number. Let's pass and create one more student, and that is student number 3. Now here student 3. Now let's say that this time the gender will be male, and here we have some different number. So successfully now we can see that this time here we have the data variable which is a type of array, and inside this array here we have 3 sub arrays. Now we want to insert all these 3 students inside our table. So what to do? So instead of using insert method, I will call insert batch method because this time we are inserting data into a batch. So simply let's pass data variable. In the same way, I have to go here and execute our command. So just hit enter, data seeded. I will go here, let's reload. Now we can see that here we have total number of students equals to 5. So this is the very basic concept that how to create a seeder class file, how to insert data into a database table. And one more thing friends, I will discuss a very interesting topic here, and that is how to generate bulk amount of data using Faker library. Yes friends, let's say that I want to generate 100, 200 number of data. So if we write something like this, it will be time consuming. So instead of writing all these data like handwritten, I will use the concept of Faker library to generate our fake data. So what I will do simply, I will go and remove all these data from here. Now we can see that neat and clean structure. So first thing first, use Faker, and here we have to call factory. Now let's go here and I will create a private method to generate our data. So private function, let's get students data. Now next I will go here and let's create an object of this factory. So here faker object equals to factory, and I will then call create method. Once it will be created, it means by using this faker object we can call it all those methods what we want to create our data. So here let's return. As we know that to create any student we want the values for this name field, email field, then we have the value for gender and phone number. So inside Faker library, we have lots of methods. By using those methods, we can generate all these values for all these columns. So here first, I want values for name here. So Faker object, we can call here, we can see like name method. Here we can see inside IntelliSense name method and name property. So let's use this name property. So automatically it will generate a random or fake name value. Now I will go and create a email value. So faker object, I will call email property. Now for the gender, let's say that I want to pass some set of values like either a student will be male, female. So what I will do, let's say genders equals to, and inside this array, let's say that the first option will be male and the second option will be female. So here inside this gender, now here it will be faker object and we have to call a method called random element and we have to pass an array of data so it will be genders. So each time it will generate a unique value, a random value from this given set of data. Now let's go and generate for phone number. So faker object and we have to call a property called phone number. So by passing all these methods, now each time we'll have a random data for each string. Now next, what we have to do, let's go here. For example, I want, let's say, 100 number of rows. So what I will do, let's say, for loop here, I will go from 0, let's say I, means this will be a loop variable less than equals to 100. It means we want to go like from 0 index up to 99 and here I plus plus. Now let's go inside this for loop and here what I will do, let's say data equals to this get students data. Now here then we have to use call this table means this TB table here table name call students and call insert method and here data variable. So each time this loop will iterate and each time this method will be called, it will return the unique set of values like fake values and these data will be inserted into our table. Save all these changes. So first I will go inside the table. Let's go inside operations tab. I'll go and truncate this table first. Let's make empty. Now successfully no data. I'll go then here and let's execute our seeder. So PHP Spark db seed, then we have to pass last names to generate students data. So simply copy and paste, hit enter. Now data seeded successfully. If I go and reload, now we can see that here we have like bulk amount of data and we can see total number of rows equals to 100. So successfully. Now this is the very interesting concept whenever if we want to use like the bulk amount of data for testing purpose inside application. So obviously we can use this interesting concept of faker with seeder. So successfully now we have completed one more basics concept of CodeIgniter version 4 and that is about seeders. Alright friends, inside this video topic we'll discuss about one more basics concept and that is what are models. So models are classes inside application. By the help of that we can communicate with database tables. I mean to say that if we want to perform MySQL operations like insert command, select command, update command and delete command, so we need a mediator. So models are the classes which just like mediators to communicate with database tables. So by the help of model class and its object, we can easily perform all MySQL operations like using insert command, select command, update command, and delete command. So all things we'll discuss inside this topic. Let's go to editor. So we'll create model class using PHP Spark CLI command. And once we create any model classes, these classes will go and is stored inside app and models folder. Right now we can see that only we have this hidden file, but we don't have any our model classes. So model classes are just like mediator to communicate with database table. And by the help of that, we can perform all database operations. Now let's create our first model class. So as we know that inside our database, here we have a table called students. Now what we want to perform like some insert command, update command, delete command, select command with this table. So how to do that? So simply I will go inside project terminal. Let's close first. And here if I type PHP Spark and go inside generator section, now you can see here we have a command called make model. So by the help of this make model command, we can generate a model class file. Let's go and generate here. So PHP Spark, make model, and I want to create a student for a students table. So student, and I will add suffix as a flag. So automatically it will create student model.php. Let's press enter. Now you can see that our model class created. Let's go to editor. I'll go inside app, models, and here we can see student model.php. So by default, we can see that here we have the class. It is extending the parent model class, and by default here we have number of properties. What are the importance of all these properties? Actually, for the time being, we'll not discuss, but here few things we'll discuss. For example, like table, this is the table name. It means this model is going to communicate with this table name. Now next, here we have the concept of primary key. So if I go and confirm the table name, so we can see that the table name we have called students. So it is okay in case, suppose if we have some different table name like table underscore, also we can specify here. And in case our primary key is different, also we can specify here. But for the current scenario, table name is okay and also primary key is also okay. And this primary key is also auto incremented. Now here comes the concept of an important property of this model class, and that is allowed fields. It means whenever by the help of model object, whenever we do any entry inside table, what are the columns where we want values. Let's go to our DB table. So we can see that to create any student, we want values for name, gender, email, and phone number. So what I will do, I will go here and simply just specify all the columns where we will put our values. So we want values for this name, email, gender, and phone number. Why we don't have any ID and created at, and it is because that ID is auto incremented column and created at has a default value equals to current timestamp. Now let's go and use our the concept of model to insert our data into our table. So what I will do, I'll go inside our controllers. So it's better to create a new controller class. So PHP Spark, make controller, and I will call it as student, and I will pass suffix so that it will create. And I think student controller, okay, it means file exists. If I go and confirm from controllers folder, so here we have student controller. So what I will do, I will go and remove all these methods. Now here, let's create our first method to add student into table. So here, public function, let's say add student. Now here, what I will do, I will go and load this student model class right here inside this controller. So simply use app, then models, and I have to load call student model. It means this class is coming from app and models path. Let's go here and simply first thing first, we have to create an instance of that model class, because by the help of instance, it means the model class object we can perform all database operations. So here, or it's better, let's create a construct method here. So public function double underscore construct, and I will go here, and what I will do, simply let's say student model object, and it will be, let's say private here. So here we have a variable that is of private, and I will copy this variable, go inside this construct method. So this our variable, and here equals to new, and it will be student model. So successfully, now here we have an object of model class. Now by the help of this model class, we can call all database operational methods. So first thing first, I want to do an entry inside table. So what I will do, first let's say that data, it means what the data we want to insert, name equals to, so let's say test user, email, test underscore user at gmail.com, let's say gender, mail here, and let's say phone number, so phone underscore number, and I will pass some random value. Now this is the data we want to insert. So what I will do, I will go here. First, I will call our database object. So it will be, sorry, model object, student model object. Then I will call insert method. And here, simply we have to pass our data. And after that, let's echo within S3 tag just for confirmation. And here, if I say, let's say student created, successfully. Let's go and open routes.php and quickly here, first I will load our student controller class, and I will use array collabel syntax. So add a student and here let's say routes object get method and let's call it as add hyphen a student array syntax. First we have to load our student not model student controller class and we can see that it is imported. Let's remove from here. So student class and from our controller class I will call this method called add student. Save these changes. Let's copy this route here that is add hyphen student. I'll go and first let's start our development server. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter. I'll go into browser and here after this landing page, if I type forward slash add hyphen student, hit enter. Now you can see student created successfully. So to verify, let's go inside our DB table, click on browse. And if I go, let's say sort by our primary key descending order, now we can see that at 101, here we have our test user. So successfully, now here we have seen the concept of insert statement. Now let's see all about our select statement. So what I will do, I'll go here, let's add some comment that is select data. So public function, first I will call get all students. Now here inside this method, what I will do, let's say students, it means first I will select all the students what we have inside table. So students, I will call our model object that is student model object and then I will call find all method. So simply it will go and return all the data from table. So for the time being, let's echo, I will go and print all those data. So print r and let's say students. Save these changes. Let's go inside routes.php and here, let's say list all data. Simply routes object get method and here, let's say students simply, I will call it as students array syntax, our student controller and from this class we have to call this method called get all students. So I will copy and put it here. Save these changes. Let's copy these students. Go to editor. Now, instead of add student, if I type, let's say students, now we can see that here we have array of arrays. So we can see that inside this first index of array, this is our first data from our table. This is second data, third data, and so on. So by using the concept of for each loop, simply we can iterate over each student data and read and print where we want to display those. So simply, this is the concept to find all data from table. Now let's see that if we want to select, let's say, any student on the basis of ID, how to do that. So if we consider here, for example, it's I want to select this fourth number index. It means I want to get the data on the basis of this ID value, ID equals to 5. So how to get that? If I go here and let's go and comment this line of code. So ID equals to 5, it means on the basis of that, we have to select a student data. So here, this student model object, and I will call find method. This find method always works on the basis of primary key. So what the ID we are passing or we are using for where condition, remember, it's a primary key. So simply, if I pass here ID, so it will return single student data. So let's copy and put it here, save these changes. I will go and reload. Now we can see that this is the student data on the basis of this ID equals to 5. Now let's say that I want to get any student data on the basis of let's say email address. Now this time this email value is not a primary key. So how to get that? So this time we have to use called where method and first method. So what I will do, let's go and comment this line first. So student equals to this student model object. And here I'll use where method and we want to compare with email value. So for the time being, let's say this is the email value I want to compare and find. So simply let's copy, put it here. And instead of using find method, because this method is only available for primary keys column, now this time I have to use call first method. Simply save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that here we have the same data set. So this is the concept that how to go and execute our select statements. Now let's go and see about update statement. So here update data. So public function, I'll call it as let's say update data. And here I want to update let's say some information of ID equals to 5. For example, let's say this name value. So name equals to I want the updated name should be something like this test user 2. Also I want to update like this phone number. Let's copy this key. I will go here. So phone number and I want to pass something like this value. Now I want to update this data with ID equals to 5. So what we have to do simply by using student model object, I will call update method. And here, look at here, we have to first argument, we have to pass ID. So here ID equals to 5 and the data, and here it is. Save these changes. I'll go here and if I reload, not here actually, we have to go and create one more out here and that is to update student data. So it will be routes object get method. It will be let's say forward slash update student array student controller class. And inside second argument, we have to pass our method name and it will be update data. Save these changes. Let's copy this piece of URL. I will go then here and let's open a duplicate tab, pass it here. So no output, it means data updated. If I go into our single student data page, reload here, now you can see that this ID5 has a detail that is test user 2 and this is our phone number. So successfully, now we have updated our data on the basis of primary key. Now let's say that I want to update informations on the basis of this email value. Here, at the first case, we had seen that how to update on the basis of primary key value. But in case if we want to update some data on the basis of some other columns, how to do that? So simply, if I go and comment this line, let's go and pass like email value here. So email equals to, and I want like the email value is something like this. Let's copy, put it here, and this time I want to update data. Let's say test user 3 and I want to pass something this dummy phone number. Save these changes. Now here simply this student model object and I will call update method. And here look at here we have to pass ID but before where I will pass where method. So where and I will pass email and the email value we have. Let's copy, put it here and because this is the comparison parameter and then we have to pass one more method called set here and inside this set we have to pass all this data what we want to update and simply update method. So successfully now this is the line of code where we need to update any data on the basis of non-primary keys column. So save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see no output, but if I go and reload here, now I can see test user 3 and here we have our phone number. So successfully, now this was our conditional statement for update data. Now let's see in action about last statement that is for delete data. So here it will be delete data. So public function, let's call it as delete data. Now I want to delete a student. Let's say student ID equals to 5. So what I will do, it's amazing that we are going to perform all the operations with ID equals to 5 and finally we are deleting that. So here let's say 5 equals to and what I will do this student model object and I will simply call delete method and look at here we have to pass our ID value. So student ID equals to 5 is very lucky because we are going to like select that, we have updated that, and finally we are deleting that. Save these changes. Let's go inside routes.php. I will go here and let's say delete student. So routes object get method, and here it will be let's say delete hyphen student controller class, and it will be delete data. Save these changes. Let's copy. And if I go here, let's pass. So no output, it means data deleted. If I go into a table and let's go into ascending order, now we can see that our fifth number string now successfully deleted from this database table. So successfully friend, now this is that how to go and work with models concept and all our MySQL operations. All right, friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss an interesting concept of CodeIgniter version 4, and that is the concept of helpers. So, first thing first, what are helpers? So, helpers are like standalone functions inside version number 4 application. By the help of that, we can complete some specific task. For example, if I go to editor, let's go inside our app folder, controllers folder. Let's open any controller class. For example, site controller.php. So we can see that inside this index method, here we have used a function called view. So view is an example of helper function. By the help of that, we are completing a task, and that is how to load a view file using this helper function. So in the same way, we have multiple helper functions inside version number 4 application. But here we'll discuss the concept that how to create a custom helper function. So to create a custom helper function, what the process is simply let's go inside app folder. Then we have to go inside helpers folder. Let's create a file and I will call it as, let's say, custom underscore helper.php. Now it's a simple PHP file, no need of class here. Now what next? PHP tag. I'll create a function that is going to return like string into uppercase. So here, let's say if function exists, it means first we are checking that what the function we are trying to create if it exists, so no need to create, otherwise let's create that. So here, let's say string to uppercase. This is only for the demonstration, so that's why I'm taking only the basic example. So here, let's say function, and I will copy this function name, put it here. Now this function will take an argument here, name here, and simply let's say return, and I will call a function, let's say str to upper, and inside here, I will pass this name value. Save these changes. Now the question is, okay, here we have the custom helper file, custom helper function. Now how to load and how to use it. If I go inside site controller, let's create a new method inside it. So public function custom helper. And inside here, what I will do, I will go and use, let's say this function and paste it here. Let's pass a value. And here is the value. Now if I go and store into a variable and let's echo within h1 tag, let's concatenate with this name value. Save these changes. So I will go and open our routes.php file. So here, let's say route object, get method, and here, let's say uppercase, and here, let's say site controller class, and from site controller, we'll call the method called custom helper. Save these changes. Let's copy this uppercase. I'll go here to browser after this landing page. If I type uppercase, now we can see that here we have some development error. So how to see and fix that? So first let's display our error message. So I will go and open our .env file instead of production. Let's pass development. Save these changes. I will go and reload. Now we can see that what the function we are using, it is undefined. It means application is not able to find that function. So what we have to do, first of all, we have to load our custom helper so that once we load this custom helper file, custom helper function, then we are able to use it. So how to do? So there are multiple options. So the first option, we can see that here we have the parent controller called base controller. So I will go into this base controller. Let's go and open base controller from app folder, app controllers, and here we have base controller. We can see that inside this base controller class, here we have helpers array. So what I will do, simply let's say custom underscore helper. Once we pass it here, save these changes. Now automatically that function will be available to use inside our method. We can see here, save these changes. Now this is the first option. In the second option, if I go and remove, save here, It's undefined again. So how to use? So this is controller specific. Actually here, what we have loaded, this helper function will be available to every controller. What basically they extend this base controller. But let's say that I want some controller specific. So how to do? I'll go inside the site controller. Let's go and I want to use only inside this custom helper. So simply I'll go and use function. It's also a helper function called helper, and inside this helper, simply if we have multiple number of helpers, so simply we can pass an array. Otherwise, for single one, we have to pass a single, and it will be custom underscore helper. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that here we have the correct value. And one more interesting concept is here, that is no need to pass also this underscore helper as a suffix. What we can do here simply, if we pass custom, it also works. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that it's working. Now if we want to use inside base controller, simply the same concept, I will go here inside this helpers array, just passed custom. No need to pass underscore helper. Save these changes. If I go and reload, now we can see that it is working. So this is what we had learned using a basic example that how to create a helper, how to load a helper, and how to use helper inside application. So this is only the basic example, but you can use this concept to create advanced concept with like connectivity with database. Alright friends, inside this video topic, we'll discuss our last concept of this basics course, and that is what is filter. So filters are just like funnels which basically filters our HTTP request. What I mean to simply say that let's say that we have a protected route, and what I want that that route should only be accessible after user login. So it means we want some filter conditions. By the help of that, we can filter our valid request and invalid request. So first we have to check that user is logged in. If user is logged in, then that route should be accessible. Otherwise, they will not. Inside second example, we can also understand that let's say inside our website we have some specific route, and what I want that that routes should be accessible only for specific countries. Rest other countries we have to go and display like 404 or access denied page. So here the same conditions like same filters we have to apply so that we can filters our request to application. We need to check that the request is valid or invalid. Now let's see all these things in action. Let's go to editor. So whenever we create our filter class file, those files will go inside this app folder and filters folder. So this is our first step, but we want to use those filters inside applications. So also we have to go in the next step inside this config folder, open a file called filters.php, and simply by the help of this config file, we have to register. So let's see that how to create our filter class, how to register, and how to use. So to create any filter class file, I will use the concept of PHP Spark CLI command. Let's go to command prompt, and here if I type PHP Spark, now we can see that inside this generators, here we have a command called make filter. So what I will do, simply PHP Spark make filter, then we have to create a filter class file. So what I want, let's say that I want to create some routes, and those routes will be accessible only for some specific countries. So here I'll create a filter class file, let's say country check, and I will pass suffix as a flag. So automatically it will create a file called country check filter.php. Let's go to editor. I'll go next inside our filters folder, app, filters, and here we have country check filter.php. We can see that by default here we have multiple lines of comments as well as some code skeleton. So what we have to do, we have to go inside this before method, because all the logics like what we want to filter our HTTP request before processing inside application. So if we want to apply our conditions before processing, so simply we have to go inside this before method. Now here, what we want, so let's say that we have a specific route inside application that I want that should be open only for specific countries. For example, let's say that that URL should be open inside India country, inside Australia, inside Canada, inside USA. It means inside these countries, I want that URL should be open, and country code will pass inside query string parameter. So here, what I will do simply, let's say if I'll use request instance. Then we have to get the parameter like the country code from URL. So I will use get var, and here let's say country underscore code. This will be the key name, and inside this country code we'll get the country code. So here what I will do, in array, in array, the first value this one, and first we have to check that the country code what we are getting from URL is belongs to any of these countries. So let's pass like India, inside second value Australia, then we have USA, and next one we have called Canada. Now if the country code what we get from URL does not belongs to this list, so in that case it means exclamation sign does not belong to this list. So in that case simply return redirect. I'll use to method, and here let's open first routes.php. I'll go here and simply let's call it as access denied, and here routes object get method, and I will call it as let's say access hyphen denied. And in this case, let's define a callback function to handle that. And here I will go and handle its echo within h1 tag. Within h1 tag, let's say URL or simply access denied to this URL. Save these changes. I will go inside this country filter check, and here simply I will go and copy this route here that is access denied and paste it here. Save these changes. Now what we want that this filter what we have created should be applied to a specific route. So first let's create a route here. So route here, let's say get, and we have a URL call, let's say welcome message, or simply let's say welcome country. And here I want to go inside site controller class, and here let's create a method called welcome country message. Now if I go and copy this method name, let's open our site controller class. I'll go and let's create first that method. So here welcome message public function name, and here let's echo within h1 tag, let's say welcome user online web tutor. If I save these changes, I will go and copy this welcome country. Let's open our development server. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter, started. If I go to browser, let's reload. And after that, if I type welcome country, now we can see that welcome user to online web tutor. Now I want that what the filter we have created to apply this specific route, so that no user other than these countries will go and access that. So as we know, for the time being, it is open. It will be accessible for all users for each country, but I want to put a restriction here. So by the help of restriction, it means I will pass, let's say, country code, the query string parameter, what we are getting here, so country code. If I pass here, and it will be, for example, let's say Nepal here. Now this route is not going to open there, but if I pass, let's say USA, now this will be accessible. So okay, here we have the filter, but this filter is not in use. So to use this filter, as I told you that first we have to register. So what we have to do, go inside config folder, let's open filters.php, and here first import our filter class. So use country check filter. Next, after import, let's copy this class name. I'll go here inside this aliases, and just I will create a nickname of it. So what I will do, I'll go here and let's call it as country check. It's a nickname of this class here. Now next, let's copy this country check. I will go inside this routes.php. Now I want to apply this country check filter only on this specific route. So what I will do, I will go and use this third argument of this get method, and here I will pass an array and I will call it as filter, and this is our alias name. Save these changes. If I go here, let's reload. Now we can see that this route is accessible, but once we pass, let's say another country, like something from Pakistan, just hit enter. Now we can see that access denied to this URL. It means like what the countries we have passed inside our checkpoint, that URL will work. Otherwise, for other countries, it will not going to work. Let's do one more testing. So I will go inside routes.php. Let's copy welcome-country and I will add one more country inside this list. Let's add Pakistan. So save these changes. I will go here and here after this URL, let's say welcome country, question mark, country code. Now we can see that welcome user to online web tutor. But once moment, if I pass, let's say country code, something Zimbabwe, now we can see access denied. So this is the simplest example to understand the concept of filters inside application. But we can use this concept inside advanced applications like user authentications. Now one more thing, as we can see here that we have applied like the filter only for this specific like route. But let's say that we have 10 routes, 20 routes, 100 routes. So do we need to write each line like filters, each checkpoint with each specific route? No friends, simply what we can do, we can create a route group and inside that route group simply globally we can apply the condition of filter. What I mean, as we know from previous basics concept, also we know the concept to create a route group. So here we have the group method. Let's pass a prefix here. Let's call it as admin. Then here we'll have the callback function. And inside this callback function, we have to pass our routes object. Then we have to define all our admin related routes. And here inside the second argument of this group method, as we know, if we have the namespace, we can pass here. And one more thing, like inside this array, we have to pass, like we can pass multiple options. So here also we have the option to pass our filter name. So what I want that all the routes of this group should be protected by using this country check filter. So simply the best option to apply this filter over 100 number of routes, simply let's create a group here. And inside this group, go inside the second argument and here let's add a key called filter and just pass the nickname of that filter. And the nickname is something called country check. Now successfully, now this filter will work over all the routes what we can go and create inside this route group. So successfully, now this is the way to create and define our 100 number of routes, 1000 number of routes to protect and work with filters. Alright friends, now from this video we'll start our new concept of this course and that is our first phase of API development where we'll create APIs without using any authentication. It means I will use the concept of basics concept what we had learned and by using those basics concept we'll create our APIs without using any authentication. So first thing first, we want a setup. So to install a CI 4th version setup, let's go to its official website. And here, I'll go and click on download button. Let's go inside this version number 4, click on user guide. And inside this getting started, I will go and prefer this composer installation. Scroll down and here we have the composer command. So simply, let's copy, go inside command prompt. And if I type that command and before that, if I go and type ls to list all folders, so we can see that right now inside this folder we have only a single folder what we have created and by the help of this setup we had learned all about the basics concept. Now what I will do, I will go and paste that composer command and let's create a new setup and call it as ci4 basics apis. Let's hit enter. Now we can see that our installation process started. So just wait for a while and successfully it has been completed. So if I type ls one more time, we can see that CI4 basics and CI4 basics APIs. Now let's go inside folder structure. So we can see that here is our setup. So what I will do, I will go and open this setup into my VS Code editor. So first I will go inside that. So CI4 basics APIs. Hit enter. I'll go and type So successfully, I'm inside a Visual Studio Code. Now one more thing, before going into the development part of this first phase, now what is the plan? So first we have to discuss the complete plan so that according to or on the basis of that plan, we have to start our development process. So inside this first phase of API development, we'll work on the straightforward concept to create our CRUD-based APIs. So here, we'll work on the system of student management system. Student management system. Now inside this system, first we have to create a table students, and inside this table we'll have the column as let's ID, name, email, and phone number. And also if we want to add, let's create it at after. And one more thing, that this table will be created using the concept of migration. Now after creating table, then we have to go and create our controller class, and this controller class will be a resource controller class, and it will be something like student controller.php. Let's add a tilde sign here, and also we need a model class file, and it will be like student model.php. Now once table is ready, controller is ready, and model is ready, now we have to go and create our API routes. So here the routes will be something like prefix here like API. Then we have to go and create our first route, that is add a student. It will call a method of this student controller, and by the help of that method we'll create and save our student data into our table, and that request will use post request type. And here next we have called API, let's say students. Now by using this get request, what the students we create and save, simply all the students should be listed by using this API. Now next, here we have forward slash API student, and here we'll have called student ID. So it means by passing our student ID into URL by using this get request type, simply we have to retrieve our single student specific information data. Now next, here we have update API. So API forward slash, and I will call it as update hyphen student. And additionally, we have to pass student ID into URL, and this will use put request type. So here the first parameter, this is our conditional like variable we have to pass into URL, and all those updated data we have to pass into body. Now next we have to create our last API inside this first phase, and this will be called delete hyphen student. So here also we have to pass student ID into URL, and this will use called delete request type. So successfully inside this first phase of API development, we have to create CRUD-based APIs of student management system, where we create a table called students by using the concept of migration. Then we go and create our resource controller class, a model class file, and by using the concept of table, controller, and model, then we have to go and work over all these APIs concept. So now let's get started to create and work over this first phase of API development process. Alright friends, now inside this video, first we have to start the concept of migration, so that by using the concept of migration, first thing first, we have to create this table schema. So what I will do, I will go inside terminal, and by using our make migration command, let's create our student migration file. So here, let's say php spark make migration, and I will call it as create underscore students underscore table. Hit enter. File created. If I go inside our editor, let's go inside app, database, migrations, and here is our migration file. Now next I will go inside this up method. So first I will go here. So inside the students table, we want the columns as ID, name, email, phone number created at. So what I will do, I will go and use our this forge instance. So this forge here, and first I will call the method called add field. Let's pass an array. So we want columns as ID, name, email, and phone number. Now next, let's add one more method here, and this will be, let's say this forge, and I will call add primary key method. Let's pass the column name, so ID will be primary key. Now next this forge, and I will call create table method, and here the table name will be students. Let's go inside down method. I will go and use call this forge, and this time it will be drop table, and the table name will be called students. Now let's go inside this add field. Let's add properties for all these columns. So ID, it will be, let's say type equals to int. Here, let's say auto increment. So inside this double quotes or single quote, so auto increments equals to true, and here unsigned equals to true. Next, we have to go inside for this name field. So it is required. So first thing first, type equals to varchar. So type equals to varchar, and here let's say constant. It means the field length value. Let's say 50 characters. Null equals to false. It means this field is required. Now let's go for this email field. So to save our time, if I copy paste here, let's say 80 characters email length value, it is also required. And for phone number, if I paste, let's say null equals to true, it means this is an optional field, and this is, let's say 30. And one more field we want, that is created at, let's copy, go here, and after phone number, let's add. So this column will be date time, and also we want that it should contain a default value, and it will be current underscore timestamp, current underscore timestamp. Now successfully, here we have the structure of a students table called ID, name, email, phone number, and created at. Now next, I will open our .env file. So first of all, we have to create a database and connect with this application. So to create database, let's go to browser, go inside phpMyAdmin, click on databases, and I will pass, let's say ci4 underscore basics underscore APIs. Let's copy the DB name, click on create button, successfully database created. Let's go to editor and I will open .env file. So first we'll see our file called env. So what we'll do, simply go and right click, click on rename from env to .env. Now successfully this file is in use. So I will go inside this file and first I will uncomment this ci underscore environment from production to development. Then we have to go and change our database details. So first let's uncomment all these lines. So successfully, all lines are uncommented. So database name, this is our database name, and in my case, the phpMyAdmin username is root and password is blank. Save all these changes. Now let's go to project terminal, and from there we'll migrate this migration file to create students table inside our database. So I will go here and I will type php spark and simply migrate. Hit enter. Now you can see that migration completed. If I go and reload this structure, now you can see that successfully inside our database, here we have a students table. And inside this table, look at here, we have name, email, and phone number. Now what next? Now we have to create a controller class. If I go inside editor, go inside our checklist. So successfully, this is done. Now in the next step, we have to create a resource controller class, that is student controller, and also we want to create a model class file. Let's go to project terminal, and here if I type php spark make controller, I will call it as student. Then let's pass suffix here, which means student controller, and also we want that this controller should be RESTful. Let's hit enter. Now successfully student controller.php file has been created. If I go to editor, let's go inside our app folder, controllers folder, and here we have student controller.php. Now, one more thing, what we can do, so instead of creating this controller class file at root of this controller, what we want to create this student controller that will be our API controller class. So this controller class should be inside API folder. So here I need one more step, that first thing first, we have to create a API folder, and inside that API folder, this controller should be stored. Now let's go inside, and before go, let's go and delete that. Deleted. So let's go to project terminal, and here PHP Spark make controller. I will pass, let's say student, and before that also we want that this controller should be in API folder. Let's pass suffix here, and also RESTful. Hit enter. So successfully now inside our controllers folder, here we have API folder and here we have student controller.php. Now here we want to create a model class so that by the help of that model class we'll communicate with our students table. Let's go to terminal again and here PHP Spark make model and I will call student and suffix as a flag. So it will create student model.php. Let's go to editor. I'll go inside models folder. Here we have a student model. So the table name is okay. Primary key is also okay. Now let's go inside this allot fields. So to create any students like inside this API, we want data like for name, email and phone number. What I will do, I will go and specify all those columns here. So name, email, and phone number. So successfully, now the concept of model class also completed. Now let's go inside our controller class and here we have to load this model so that not inside this migration. I will go and open like a student controller and here let's say use app models and from models student model. Now next, if we want to do any database operation, simply we have to create an object of this student model and by the help of that object we can perform all database operations. So what I will do next, simply let's go and remove all these default skeleton of methods. Now here we can see the neat and clean structure of this student controller. So what next? Simply as we know that here inside this first phase of API development, we want APIs for add student, list students like single student data, update student, and delete student. So according to all these APIs endpoints, we want the respective methods inside this student controller. So here, let's say this one will be the method of add student. So I will call public function and let's call it as add student. Now next, let's create our next method that will be to list all students and here public function list students. Next, after this method, we have let's say show single student data. So it will be public function and get single student data. And here inside this method, we have to pass our student ID from URL. As we have discussed inside plan, we can see here student ID. So what I will do, I will go here and let's pass student ID. Now let's create our next method that is for update student data and it will be public function and I will call it as update student. And here remember we have to pass two types of parameters. First here we have to pass the student ID. On the basis of that we have to update existing information. So the first value like inside where condition we have to pass inside URL and all the updated values like name, email and phone number will pass inside request body. So here also inside this method we'll go and receive student ID. And finally, we want method to delete student data. So it will be public function and let's call it as delete student. And here I will pass student ID. Remember, all these methods will be called from different types of request method. So it will be called using post request type. It will be using get request type. It will be using get request type. It will be using put request type and here it will be using delete request type. Now successfully, this is the basic skeleton of student controller and by the help of all these methods, we'll complete our API development process. Now next, what I will do, I will go inside routes.php and create our API endpoints. So let's open routes.php and here I will prefer array callable syntax. So for that, first we have to import our controller. So use app, controllers folder, API folder, and then we have to load student controller. Now here, let's say API routes, and I will first create a group here. So routes group method, And let's pass something called API as a prefix. And also we have the namespace and the namespace we are using like here. If I go, let's copy this API controller means app controllers API, pass it here. Then we have to go and add a callback function. Inside this callback function, let's pass routes object. Now here, let's say for add student API, this will be routes object. I will hit using post request type. And inside here, the route will be something, let's say create hyphen student and array syntax here, student controller class. And from this controller class, we'll call the method as add student. So simply copy and paste here. Now successfully, this is our first route, first API endpoint to hit this add student method. Now next, let's say list students API and it will be routes object get method and here let's say simply I will call it as students array syntax student controller and from this student controller class what the method will hit call list students. So just copy and paste it here. Now next, single student data. So it will be routes object get method and here let's say student and after that we have to pass our route placeholder. So here as we know that we only accept like numeric values, so I only pass like parenthesis colon and num as a placeholder. Remember this placeholder is going to accept only numeric values. Now here next I will go array callable syntax. We are using our new approach, so no need to pass placeholders like $1, $2, simply student controller class here and the method name we have for that called get single student data. Paste it here. Now next let's say for update data, update student API and let's add API here as well. So API. Now here routes object I will call put method and this will be let's say student. Then I will pass num as a placeholder like to pass a student ID. So parenthesis num okay colon actually num here. Then inside second argument student controller and from this controller class we'll call the method as update student. So simply copy and paste it here. Now finally our last API endpoint we need for delete student API and this will be routes object delete method and here let's pass student then num as a placeholder it means student ID student controller and from a student controller we'll call our last method as called delete student. So successfully now here we have a route group and inside this route group here we have our API endpoints. So what next? Now we have like our model class, controller class, migration, as well as our database table. Now we want the implementation of all these methods so that we can go and work over our API development processes. Alright friends, now first thing first we'll discuss the API concept method and that is for add student API. It means we have to work over this first API method and by the help of this method we'll create our data and save inside table. So what we know from basics concept that to insert or to create any data we have to use insert method and that insert method we can call an object of our model. Now here comes the twist that we are not using base controller, actually we are using resource controller. Resource controller has its own benefits. So what are those benefits? Simply let's say protected. And here we have a by default model name property which comes from this resource controller. And inside here, what we can do, simply I will copy and pass it here. Remember, inside normal controller, we have to use like this. And after that, simply we have to create an instance here like student, like object here equals to new, and it will be student model. Now, this is the way to go and create an object inside like base controller, or we may say like normal controller classes. But here we are using resource controller. So what I will do simply, as we know that this is a property of this resource controller, now we have to access this student model. So this can be accessible by using like this and model. So simply by using this model, we can call like the object of this model. So it means if we want to call insert method, it will be something like this model and insert method. And by using this insert method, we can go and add our data inside our table. Now next, this is our first property benefit. Now here, like this is only for the API perspective. Now next here we have called protected, and this will be called format. So we want that our API response should be in JSON format. So just pass it JSON. Now apart from JSON, also we have the option of XML. It means if we want our response in XML format, simply let's pass format equals to XML. Now let's go and create this add student API method. So we have to pass all body parameters. So here let's say data equals to, I'll use the concept of this request, and we have to pass all data using post request method. So I will use a method called this request and get post. Now here, let's say for the time being, if I go and print all those data, so let's say print r, I will save all these changes. Let's go back to project terminal and start development server. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter, started. Now to test our APIs, either we can use Postman tool or simply we can use the concept of VS Code extension, and that will be called Thunder Client. So I will go here. We can see that after installation of this Thunder Client VS extension, here we have an icon. So just click on it, click on new request. And what we can do inside this URL section, let's copy our project URL. I'll go here, paste it here. Let's select post request type. Then we have to go inside routes.php, and here we have the route called create-student. Remember, here we have our API prefix as well. So what I will do, so after this project URL, let's type API. After that, create-student, and I will go inside this body, inside this form. Here we have to pass like the key value pairs we can see. So what I will do, either we can use this like format or simply we can also pass the JSON format of data. So what I'll prefer, I'll go inside this form tag and let's pass our first variable as name, and I will pass my name here. Let's say email. So this is a dummy email value, phone number, and something a dummy value. Now, if I click on the send button, simply we can see that by the help of this API route, we are hitting this method, and this method, what basically it is doing, it is printing all those data what we are sending by using post request type. Let's go and click on send button. Now we can see that inside this array, here we have all these data, and these data basically we are getting because we are in development mode. Now what we have to do, simply after getting all these data, we have to use the concept of insert method, and by using insert method, we have to insert this data into our table. Remember, inside our table, to create any data, we want like name, email and phone number, and all these values we are accessing from this body. So what we have to do, go inside the student controller, and instead of printing, so let's say name equals to data, and we can access the name value like here, like name here. So data name, then here let's say email equals to data email, then here let's say phone number equals to data phone number. And one more thing, that from the table structure, if I go and check here, that name is not going to contain any null value. It means it is required and it is also required, but phone number is an optional field. So according to these validations, also we can put programmatically validations on these fields. So what I will do, first I will check that if empty, like if empty our name variable, or let's say empty our email variable. So it means we have some error, and in that case, what I will do, we have to display errors. So let's say return this respond. I will pass an array of data here. So the first value will be, let's say status, equals to false and message equals to, and I think a class will be imported here. Okay, so I will go inside message and let's say that please provide, please provide the required fields, and inside parentheses let's say name and email. And one more thing, that if we have no data, so in that case this will give some error. What I mean, if I go and let's click on this like without passing this name value, if I click on send button, so we can see that here we have some error exception like with this name key. So what I will do, first I will go and check here, let's say it's set, pass here. If it is set, it means available, then the value will have inside this name variable, otherwise we'll have an empty value. So in the same way, like for this email, let's say it's set, put it here, I'll go here, value, otherwise empty value. Now next, I'll go here, let's say it's set, put it here and here. Now successfully, we have implemented the validations for our required fields like name and email. So if I save these changes, let's go and click on this send button. Now we can see that please provide the required fields like name and email. It is because here we are not getting the name value. If I go and check that, let's go and click on this phone number, click on send button. So we don't have any response, and this is because like here after this if block, here we don't have any code. So what next? We have to go and add a student to table. So what I will do, let's say student ID equals to, or simply we can say like this model, let's pass insert method, and inside this insert method, let's pass an array. And inside this array, first we have to pass like the key values of like table name. So we have called name, email, and phone number. Now, what are the values? Values inside we have like inside these keys. So what I will do, let's say name here, email, and here we have the phone number. Now successfully, once data will be inserted, so it will return the true value. So what I will do, I will go and cut this line. Let's go inside if block, wrap it here. So if data will be inserted, we will go inside this if block. It means it will be, let's say, success block. Otherwise, let's go inside this else block, and this will be a failed block, not block. Now let's copy our response. So I will go first inside this failed block. Let's say status equals to false, and here let's say failed to add student. Now next I will go inside the success block, paste it here. So status will be true, and in this case the message will be, let's say, successfully student has been created. Save these changes. I'll go here inside this new request. Now what I will do, and one more thing, I will go inside this .env file. Let's go and change from development to production. Save these changes. I will go then here and let's click on send button. So this time let's pass phone number without passing this email value. Now we can see that please provide the required fields like name and email. So what we have to do, I will go and check here and let's pass the value, click on send button. So we can see successfully student has been created. Now let's go inside our DB table, reload this here. Now you can see that successfully. Now here we have our first data. Let's create our some students more. So I will go here, go inside this new request. Let's say our second value, this is something a dummy number. Click on send button. So create it. Let's go and create one more data here. Let's change the phone number. Click on send button, successfully created. Now one more thing we can do here, as we can see that we can also pass the duplicate emails while creating any data to our table, because here there is no uniqueness. So what we can do extra step, Like we can use the validation concept of CodeIgniter for, and by the help of that validation, also we can put our form validation rule that is about uniqueness. But apart from that validation, also we can create our custom validation or like custom query. So first what we have to do, as we know that if we have the email value, then here we'll have our database query, and by the help of that query, first we have to retrieve that this email exists inside our database. If it exists, then we have some error. Otherwise, so okay, we can go and create that. So what I will do, I will go and create a private method here. Let's say to check student via email address. And here, let's say private check student by email. And inside this method, we'll pass our student email value, this model, this model, and I will use first about where method. And here, let's email value here we have, and I will use the concept of first method, and simply let's return. So automatically, and I think we have some error. Okay, the function keyword is missing. So automatically, if this email exists inside our table, so automatically this will go and return an array of data. Otherwise, we'll have an empty value. So what I will do, let's copy this private function. I'll go here. So before inserting, if I go, let's say student data equals to this method name, and let's pass our email value. And what we can do next, simply let's copy this variable and go here. Let's say if not empty, it means already we have this email inside our database. Otherwise, go inside this else block and all these steps will remain same. So let's go and cut all these steps, go inside this else block and put it here. Save these changes. Now let's copy this failed response, go inside this if block. It means already we have some data. So in that case, what we can do, let's email already exist. Save these changes. If I go here and let's pass the same student again, click on send button. So we can see email already exists. Now let's go and update some data. So here, this time we have a different like student. Let's pass some different phone number, click on send button. So successfully, student has been created. If I go inside table, let's reload. Now successfully, here we have four students, what we have created using our first API endpoint, and that is API create-student. Now, this is a homework that also you can implement the concept of uniqueness of phone number. It means whenever suppose if I submit this request using the same phone number, so for the time being it is going to insert. But what is your homework? You have to put a checkpoint so that like also we have to check email, and after email also we have to check that the phone number if exists, then we are not able to create that. Otherwise if it is not exist, so simply we have to go and create that student. So this is your homework. Now successfully we have created our first API, so it is completed. Now next we have to work over our second API, that is to list all data, like to list all students what we have inside our database table. Now to work with the second number API, let's go inside a student controller. I'll go then inside a second method called list students. So let's call students equals to this model, and I will call a method called point all. For the time being, if I go and print all those data, save these changes, development server already started. So let's go and copy this project URL. Then I will go here, click on Thunder Client, click on New Request, and here inside this URL, let's paste so API, and after API we have to type call students. So let's go and paste. This will be hit using get request type. Click on set button. Now you can see that here we have array of arrays. Now instead of such type of data, what I will do, I'll go and pass. Let's go and first remove. So return this respond, and let's pass an array status equals to true, message equals to students data, and here let's say students, or we may call it as data equals to students. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's click on send button. Now you can see that status equals to true, message equals to students data, and here we have all those data. So successfully, now we have completed one more API from API checklist, and that is to list all students data. Now next, let's create our another API, and this time we have to get only single specific student data. So what I will do, let's go inside controller, and here inside this method, first of all we have to pass student ID, and on the basis of this ID we have to get only single specific student data. So here student equals to, I'll use this model, and remember, student ID we are passing, and this is a primary key inside our table. So I will use the concept of find method, and here simply pass student ID. Now let's go and store inside this variable called student data. Let's go and remove this student. Now let's say return this respond, and let's pass an array here. Status equals to true, message equals to student data, and here data equals to student data. And one more thing, okay, here we have some error, spelling mistake. And one more thing, let's say that in some cases what the id we are passing, it does not exist inside our table. So in that case, what I will do, simply I will go and use this variable, add a checkpoint by using simplest if else block. So if not empty, it means we have some data. So in that case, this result will be returned. So let's go and cut and paste inside this if block. Otherwise, let's go inside this else block. I will paste here, let's say status equals to false, and this time student does not exist with this ID. Let's remove this data key here. Now save these changes. I'll go here inside this new request. And what is the route? So simply let's copy this student. Then we have to pass our student ID. So after API student, then we have to pass student ID. Now we have to hit using, we can see get request type. So get request type is okay. Now let's pass for the first time, let's say 100, which does not exist. We can see like the maximum number ID equals to 4. Click on send button. So here we have the data call student does not exist with its ID. But apart from this 100, if I pass, let's say ID equals to 4, click on send button. Now here we have the data. So successfully, now we have completed one more API from this checklist. And this is to get our single student data. Now next, let's go inside update student API. I'll go inside the student controller. Let's go inside this method update student. So before updating any data into table, first we have to check that what the ID we are passing into URL it exists inside our database. So what I will do, simply let's say student equals to, I'll use this model find method and student ID. So if this variable contains any value, it means student exists. So if not empty, student exists. Now inside this if block, we have to do our update like data. Otherwise, go inside this else block, simply let's return this respond, pass an array here, let's say status equals to false, and message equals to student does not exist with this ID. Save all these changes. Now next I will go inside this if block, and let's say data equals to, and if I use the concept called this request, let's use get post, and if I go and print all those data what we get from request, save these changes. Let's go inside our new request, and this time we have to use called put request type. We can see put request type student. So let's go here, change from get to put request type. student, and here I am passing a student ID. Now next, let's go inside this body, inside this JSON, and before JSON, if I go inside form, let's pass our data called name, and if I type my name here, click on send button. Now you can see that we are getting an empty array. And also inside env file, I think our let's change to production or simply for the time being it is okay. So we can see that inside this array we are not getting this value. Why we are not getting? Because as we know that this method is going to take all those values when we submit this form, when we submit this request using post request type. Clearly, here we can see the method name called get post. It means all the data from post request type. But here we can see we are using put request type. So what is the option to get all those data what we passed using put request type inside request body? Now let's try one more time. So I will go inside this JSON tab and here let's create a JSON object and I will pass again my name here. Click on send button. Now you can see that again we have an empty array. So what we can do, as we know that we are using put request type. So to receive all those data, we have two options. Either we can use the concept of this request get where save these changes. Now if I go inside this body JSON and if I click on send button, now you can see that we are getting a standard object and here we have the name value. Now to get this value like name, what we can do simply data arrow operator and name key. Save these changes, click on send button. Now you can see that here is the name value. Now let's go and I will do from development to production. Let's go click on send button. Now it is okay. Now let's add one more key here called email. And if I pass a dummy email value, click on send button. So obviously we have printed only the name value. So I will go and remove, click on send button. So here we have the name value and email value. Now this is the first option to get all those data what we have inside the request body. Now, what is the second option? So simply, I will go and use one more concept data equals to, and this time I will use the concept of file get contents, and inside here, php colon double forward slash and input. Now here, what I will do simply if I print all those data, let's go here, click on send button. Now you can see that we are getting a JSON object. It means all the JSON data, what we are passing, simply we are getting all those data. So to get in array format inside PHP, what I will do, simply JSON decode pass here and we want to convert into array format. So the second argument we have to pass as true value. Save these changes. Let's go and click on send button. Now you can see that inside this array, here we have the name value and here we have the email value. Now what will happen if I go and remove this true here, save these changes, click on send button. Now you can see that here we are getting a standard object, but we want in array format. So it is okay. Now this time let's go and pass one more key and that will be phone number. Let's pass some dummy value. Now here we have informations. So what next inside this update API method? Simply on the basis of this student ID, what we are passing inside URL, we have to get all these like updated informations and update into our table with existing informations. So let's go inside our controller class and here let's go and remove this print r. So let's say updated data equals to, and here let's say name equals to, and I will get data name key email data email here, and here it will be phone number. So data and phone number. And one more thing, let's say that I'm not going to pass this name value. So what will happen if I go and check here? So it will give some error. So what we can do, first we have to check that this key is available inside this request body. And also if it is not empty, then we have to update with our table column. Otherwise, all value is okay. So what I will do, I will go and add or using PHP function called each set. If it is set and not empty, so then I will use this new value. Otherwise, we'll have the old value by using this student object. So student and name value. Now the same thing we have to go and do with this email value. So each set, let's say data email. And also if it is not empty, then we have to use this new value. Otherwise, we have to put our old value for phone number, each set, if it is available and also not empty, then we have the new value. Otherwise, by using a student object, here we have the old value. Now finally, here we have the updated data and student ID. Now next I will use the concept of this model update method. Inside our first value we have to pass student ID, and second we have to pass our updated data. Now let's go and put inside this if block. I'll go inside this if block. Let's return this respond, and here let's say status equals to true, message equals to student data updated successfully. And if it is somewhere failed to update, let's copy, go inside this else block, put it here. So status equals to false, and this time I will call it as failed to update data. Save these changes. Then I will go inside this new request. Now let's say that if I go inside our database table, now let's say I want to update this first number student ID, like only this email value and phone number. What we have to do, I'll go here. Let's pass for first this student ID equals to 1. I want to update this email value and phone number with this dummy number. Click on send button, and okay, here we are getting some error, that is 500 internal server error. So how to see our errors? So to see that, simply go inside env and let's do development, save these changes. I will go then again click on send button. So here we have some error, that is attempt to read property name on array. And I think where is the mistake? And here let's go and first print this value, like print our data. And also if I go and print this value too, like print r and die here. Save these changes. I'll go here. Let's click on send button. Again, here we have the same response. So I think that error is somewhere. Let me go and print this value again. So let's go and copy this student. Let's say print r student. Save these changes. Let's go and click. And what I will do, let's go and first die from here. Click again. So we can see that we are getting an array here and all these values, but what we have used, we are calling this name email as an object value. So here is the mistake. So let's go and remove all these things, because this is an array, and here we have to call like this by using a square bracket. Let's go and cut from here a square bracket and square bracket. Save these changes. Let's go and click on the send button. Now you can see student data updated successfully. So if I go into our table, click on browse here. Now you can see that first ID now updated, the email value and phone number. Now let's update this third number student ID, like this name value and phone number. So if I go and let's pass third number ID, and here I want to update the name value. So this is the new name and phone number, something dummy value. Let's click on Set button. Student data updated successfully. If I go and reload, now we can see data updated. And one more thing, If I go and pass, let's say 300 number ID which does not exist, click on send button. So a student does not exist with this ID. So successfully, now we have completed one more API, and this was our update student API. Now next we have to work over last API of this first phase of API development, and that will be delete student API. Now inside this API call we can see that we are passing a student ID. So let's go inside student controller, go inside our delete student method. So first thing first, by the help of this ID, first we have to check that student exists inside our table or not. So what we can do, student equals to, I'll use this model find method, and let's pass student ID. And here let's say if student, or simply we can put a function of empty student. And here let's go inside else block, it means student does not exist. So what I will do, I will go and copy this response of update student API. Let's paste here, go inside this if block, and here simply this model called delete method, and we have to pass student ID and not data, student ID. And one more thing, I will go and cut this, wrap inside this if else block, and here if I copy this response, put here status equals to true, and message, let's say student deleted successfully. Otherwise, if I go inside this else block, let's paste here like status equals to false, and this time I will call it as, let's say, failed to update, sorry, delete data. Save all these changes. If I go inside routes.php, so to call our delete API, we have to use delete request type. So I will go inside new request. Let's first select delete method, and I will pass, let's say, student. And if I pass, let's say, 300, click on send button. Student does not exist with this ID. But let's say that I want to delete, for example, this like second number student. What we can do here, simply pass, let's say, to ID, click on send button, and student deleted successfully. Now finally, we have completed one more API, and by the help of this last API, now successfully, we have completed our first phase of API development. One more thing before closing this first phase, if I go inside the student controller, and remember at top of this class here we have called format. So we can see that here we are getting a JSON response. So if I change from JSON to XML, save these changes. If I go and let's say that I want to delete, for example, let's say this third number student ID. If I go and pass, let's say 3 here, click on send button. So we can see that student deleted successfully the response here. But this time, instead of getting our JSON response, now we are getting our data into XML format. If I go and pass 300, which does not exist, click on send button. Now the same response in XML format. So successfully, now this is the completion of first phase of API development, where we had created the CRUD-based APIs of CodeIgniter version 4 without using any authentication. Remember, to create all these APIs, we had used only the basics concept what we had learned so far. Now let's move to our second phase of API development, where we'll create again the CRUD-based APIs, but much more things we'll learn inside the second phase, and also include the concept of authentication, but here we'll use first about basic authentication. Alright friends, now from this video we'll discuss all about the concept of second phase of API development. So inside the second phase, we'll discuss all about how to create CRUD-based APIs, and also we have to include basic authentication. So what is basic authentication, how to use while creating APIs, and what is the process to use that? All these concepts we'll discuss inside the second phase. So first thing first, before going into the deep concept of the second phase, we want a setup. So to install a setup, let's go to browser. I'll go into official website, click on download button, go inside this fourth version, click on user guide, and if I go into this getting started installation, composer installation, and if I scroll here, then here we can see a composer command. Just copy, go inside project terminal, and if I type, so we are using composer to create a project of CodeIgniter version 4. This is our template, and here we have the project folder name. So simply let's go and change that. So this time CI4 APIs, and we are using even basic auth. Let's hit enter. Now successfully we can see that our installation now started. So just wait for a while. Now successfully our download process now completed. So if I go into folder structure, so we can see that here we have CI4-APIs-basic auth. So if I copy the folder name, let's copy the folder name, go inside project terminal, and if I type cd project folder, let's go inside it, and if I type PHP Spark, hit enter. Now you can see here we have the bulk command list, which simply means that successfully we have installed this setup into our local system. Now what next? If I go and execute our development server first, so PHP Spark serve, hit enter, it started. So I will press Control, click here. Now successfully we can see that welcome to CodeIgniter 4.5.4. Now what is the plan of the second phase? What we'll learn inside this whole course of the second phase development? Let's discuss first. So what I will do, I will go and open the setup into my VS Code editor. So simply I will type code dot, hit enter. So successfully I am inside my Visual Studio Code. Let's open a new tab. So inside this phase, what we'll do, we'll create APIs of product management system. And here we want a table. So table name will be something called products here. And if I talk about the columns, so we want columns inside this table. Let's say ID, like product title, product cost, then description, then also we need something called product image, and finally created at. So these are the columns by the help of migration concept we'll create for this products table. Next, after products table, we want a resource controller. So if I talk about controller, so simply we want product resource controller. And also we need a model class. So it will be something called product model.php. And also let's talk about our API routes. So we want something API, let's say product here. Then I'll use add here, and this will use post request type to create products. Now this is our API route. Now next let's use get request type, and this is to list all products of table, and the route will be something called product and list. Then we have to go and create one more API, that is get here single product data, and here let's say product. Then we have to pass product ID. So after getting single product data, then we have like put request type, and in this case we'll call update product API, and here the URL will be something called product here. Then we have to pass product ID into URL, and also our updated data inside request body parameters. And finally, we need to hit first like delete request type, and this is to delete any product like delete product API, and the URL will be forward slash product here, and here we have to pass product ID. So successfully, now this is the overall idea that we have to cover inside the second phase of API development. But additionally, we'll learn like much more things, additional concepts. So first we'll see the concept that how to upload like product image with API call. Second, we'll see the concept of filter, because as we know that inside the second phase, we'll use the concept of basic authentication. So obviously, we'll have some middleware, we'll have some filter, and by the help of that filter, we'll create a protected layer. Then we'll see a concept called method spoofing. And additionally, also we'll see a concept that how to install Postman VS Code extension to execute our APIs. This is API testing VS Code extension. So these are the concept, and one more thing, actually also we have to include a concept called validation. So here these are the additional concepts what we'll cover while creating all these CRUD-based APIs. Now, first thing first, let's start with the concept to create a migration. And by the help of that migration class by using up method, now first we have to create this table structure into our database. So to create database, let's go to browser. I'll go next inside PHP admin, click on databases, and let's pass a DB name called CI4 Basic Auth APIs. Copy the DB name, click on create button, database created. I'll go here. Let's open our .env file. So here we have the file after installation, that is env. So first we have to rename from env to .env. Let's open this .env file. Then I will go here and let's remove our first line, that is commented, and let's pass development. Then I will go inside this database. Let's remove these comments as well. So successfully now all comments are removed. So database name, this one, in my case, the username of phpMyAdmin is root and password is blank. Now successfully, this application is now connected with this database. So inside our next step, what we have to do, we have to create a migration file so that that migration file will generate this products table. So what I will do, let's go inside project terminal. So PHP Spark make migration, and let's call it as create products table. Hit enter. Migration file created. Let's go inside editor. I will go inside app, database, migrations, and here is the migration file. Let's go inside this up method, and here this forge. Then I will call add field method. Inside this, we have to pass ID like product title, product cost, description, product image, and finally we need one more column that is created at. Now next, let's say this forge, I will call add primary key method, and here IT column will be the primary key. This forge, then I will call method called create table, and inside this let's pass the table name called products. Let's go inside this down method, and here this forge, and I will call a method called drop table, and the table name we have called products. Save these changes. Now next I will go inside this add field. Let's add properties for all these columns. So ID, let's say type here equals to integer, and here let's auto increment equals to true, unsigned equals to true. Then we have to go inside this title field array. Let's say type equals to varchar. Then we have to add, let's say, constant. It means field length. Let's say 120 characters. Let's say null equals to false. It means this field is required. Now let's copy these properties of this title field, paste for this cost, and cost will be, let's say, type equals to int. Let's remove this constant from here, and null equals to false. It means this is also required. Now next, let's copy, or instead of copy, let's say here type equals to text, multi-line characters we'll have here, and it will be null equals to true. It means this is an optional field. Now let's go inside this product image. So here type equals to text, type equals to text, and here null equals to true, it means this field is also optional. Now here for created at, so what I will do, let's say date time, and the default value of this column will be current time stamp. Save these changes now successfully. Here we have our migration file for products table. Then I'll go inside our product terminal, let's say PHP Spark, migrate, hit enter. Now you can see that migration completed. If I go and reload this structure, now successfully inside our database, here we have products table. If I go inside the structure, so we can see that ID, title, cost, description, product image, and created ad. And these two columns together here, they will contain the null value. Now successfully, our migration chapter, migration class now completed. So now we have a products table. Next we want a resource controller that will be called product controller, and also we want a model. So what I will do, I will go inside this product terminal, let's say PHP Spark, make controller. I want to create a API folder, and inside this API folder, let's create double dash suffix here. So it will create product controller.php, and also we want that this controller should be RESTful. Hit enter. Now we can see that inside controllers folder, here we have our API folder, and inside the API folder, here we have product controller.php. Let's go here, and if I go into folder structure, then we can see that API folder, and here we have product controller.php. This is a resource controller, so by default we can see that lots of methods here inside this product controller. So what I will do, I will go and remove all these default methods. Now this time we can see that neat and clean code of product controller.php. Now next, let's create a model class file. So as we know that we have to interact or do all operations with product table, so we want product model.php. Let's go inside product terminal. So I will create PHP Spark, make model, and it will be product, and I will pass suffix as a flag. It means it will create product model.php. Hit enter. Successfully created. Let's go inside editor. Then I will go inside our app models folder, and here we can see product model.php. So table name is okay, primary key is also okay. Let's go inside this allot fields, and here we have to list all those columns where we want values. So to create any product, we want values for this title, cost, description, and product image. So I will go here, and it will be title. Then we have to pass a cost value, description, and here it would be called product image. So successfully, now this is the settings of product model. Let's go and close that. Then I will go inside product controller, and simply let's use some properties called protected. Then I will call model name equals to, inside this double quotes, we have to pass the namespace of model. So it will be app backward slash models backward slash, and it will be product model. If I go and confirm, let's open one more time this model class. So here, let's copy app models. I'll go here, let's paste, and after models, we want our model class name, and it will be product model. Then we go and add one more protected property called protected, and it will be format. So we want our output data in JSON format. So successfully, now these are the basic settings. Now what next? We have to create our API needed methods. So we can see that we have to go and like work over these APIs, like to create product, list product, single product, update product, and delete product. So what I will do, I will go and create like methods of each API route. So here it will be public function. It's add product. This method we hit using post request type, and the values we pass inside form data or JSON format, like it will be our title like product title, then we have a cost value, then we have description, and also we'll upload a product image. So successfully now this is to add a product. Now inside second API, we have to hit using get request type. So it will be public function, let's say list all products. Now basically by the help of this method, we have to list all products what we create and save inside our table. Now in the next method, we also hit using get request type, but this time inside this method, we have to pass a product ID. So here inside this method, we have to pass a product ID. So it will be something public function get single product, and here simply product ID. Now next, we have to create next one using put request type, and this is like to update product data, and also we have to pass product ID into URL. So product ID, so it will be public function update product, and here we have to pass product ID. And finally inside these methods list also we need our last method which we hit using delete request type, delete request type, and it will be responsible to delete product data. And here also we have to pass product ID into URL. So it will be public function delete product, and here let's pass product ID. So successfully now here we have the method skeleton of all those APIs. Now step by step, whenever we work over these methods, so all the logicals, all the concept will discuss inside each method. Now next, what we have to do, we have to create our API routes. So let's go and open routes.php. Now inside here, now I will use like traditional syntax. Inside our first phase, we have seen that how to use array callable syntax. Now inside the second phase, I'll use our old approach of defining routes, and that is our traditional method. So here, let's say API routes. So simply by using routes object, get method, and here I will pass, let's say, and one more thing, that inside each route we can see here we have a common prefix, that is product. So it's better, let's create a route group. So what I will do, by using this routes object, I will call a group method, and here let's pass product. Then we have to go and define a callback function. Inside this callback function, let's pass routes object. So here it will be routes here. And one more thing also, that this product controller is defined inside this API controller. So I will copy, go here inside the second argument. Let's pass an array, and here it will be namespace, and this is our controller path. Now next, let's go routes object. First I will call post method, and here it will be called add. We can see here that it will be add. So here this will call like product controller, scope resolution operator, and from product controller, I'll call this method called add product. So simply copy and paste here. Now this is use means this will use post request type, and it is like add product. Now the next route we have using like get request, and this is to list all products, and here routes object I'll use get method, and here let's pass list here product controller, and from product controller I will call this method called list all products. So simply copy and paste here. Now next here we have to go and use like get request type, and this is to get like single product data. So here, routes object, I'll call get method, and it will be simply we have to pass like product ID. So what we can see here, that is product and product ID. So simply forward slash, I will pass like parenthesis and just pass the numeric value. It means product ID will be a numeric value. And here inside the second argument, simply I will copy this syntax, paste here, and to get single product detail, we have to call this method. So simply copy and paste here. And also this placeholder, actually we are using our old approach. So what next? This placeholder we have to first pass inside this method. So forward slash and $1. Now next, let's go and define another route, and this will use put request type, and this is to update product data. And here, routes object, we can see that in this case, also we have product, then product ID, but only the difference between all these three routes that we have only different types of request method. We can see route is same, but the methods are different. So here, this one is using get request type. Now this will use put request type. We'll have the same route, that is forward slash, parenthesis, and numeric value. So what next? Let's copy this value, paste here. So to update our product, we'll call this method called update product. So simply copy and paste here. Now the final one, if I copy these two lines, let's paste here. Now this will call by using delete request type to delete product data. This time we have to call delete method, and from this controller class we have to call this delete product method. So successfully, now you can see that here we have the migration file, here we have the controller file, as well as method skeleton, here we have model, and finally we have our API routes. So what next? We have to now start all about the development process of all these methods. So first we'll start the concept of creating products and saving inside our database table. Alright friends, now let's create our first API, and that will be for add product. So I will go inside this method. So as we know that to create any product, we want values for title, cost, description, and product image. Now in these parameters, two fields are required like title and cost we want, and these two are optional. So here comes the concept of validation. So what we have to do, let's go inside this method. So validation rules, let's pass an array. So as we know that first two parameters like title and cost are required. So here, let's set title and cost. So first thing first, let's go inside this title. The rules are for this field. Let's say the first will be like required. It is required. Now let's pass type symbol here and mean length. It means the value what we pass for this field should have the minimum length, and it will be, let's say, 30 characters. Now inside second key, here we have errors. So what the rules we have specified, for example, required and minimum length. So in this case, let's say that if we have any error, so how to control error messages. So in this case, for required rule, if I want to display my own custom error message, so simply go inside this errors key, inside this array. First I will copy this rule name, and here simply I will pass, let's say, product title is required. Now for mean length, let's copy, put it here, and here title must be greater than 30, or we can add, let's say, 30 characters. Now next I will go inside for this cost field. Now this field is also required, so go inside this rules. Let's add, let's say, required, and here if I go inside these errors, so it will be like here we have only a single rule called required, so simply I will copy, put it here, and let's say please provide product cost. Additionally, I will add some more rules for this cost field, and let's say that the value what we pass inside cost field must be integer type, and also let's say greater than zero value. And if I think about the title, so minimum length equals to 30 characters is not genuine. Let's say like minimum length 3 characters, because if I pass, for example, the product title equals to laptop, so it will return the false value. But as we know that laptop is also product title, so minimum length is 3 is okay. So change here. Now here we have two more rules. So let's copy integer, pass it here, and for the custom message, let's say cost must be an integer value. And for this greater than, if I go and put here, let's pass product cost must be greater than zero value. Save these changes. Now, after defining all about the rules for this title and cost, what I will do, I will go and use validate method. So here, this validate, and inside this method, I will pass validation rules. Let's add exclamation sign. It means that if validation fails, so inside that case, let's go here and simply return our response. So return, I will call this fail method, and inside here, let's pass this validator, and I will call get errors method. Save these changes. Now let's do a quick unit testing. So here inside this VS Code, I have installed one more extension. If I go inside this plugins list, we can see that here we have Postman. So simply, you have to search and enable this extension into this VS Code. Once you will enable, simply you can see that here we have a tab of Postman. So I will click on it. So once we click, simply it will ask like to create an account or simply sign in. So what I have done before making this video, simply I have created a new account over Postman and simply logged in. So once you will be logged in, then here, this is the screen that new HTTP request. So simply let's click on this button, and here we can see that here we have to pass an URL, and this is to add our request method type. So first thing first, let's go and start development server. So PHP Spark Serve, hit enter. So control click. Now here we have our product URL, means sorry, project URL. So I will copy, go here, put it here. Now what I will do, let's choose post request type because we have to hit this add product method using post request type. Then I have to pass a prefix called product. So after project title, project URL, let's say product, and after that it will be add. Now, what next? Let's go and click on the send button. Remember, we are not passing any data like inside this form data we can see, but here we have validation for this title and cost field. Now, if I go here, let's click on send button. Now we can see that inside our response here we have status equals to 400, error equals to 400, and inside this message object we can see for title, product title is required, and for cost here, please provide product cost. Remember, these are the validation messages what we have passed as custom messages inside these errors. So successfully, now this is the validation what we can implement inside our form data like inside APIs. So what next? After getting this title and cost, let's say that we have description and product image. So after getting all these values, simply we have to save inside our database. And one more thing, before save, actually this is an optional field like product image. So if product image will be uploaded, so first we have to go and upload this image into our application. So what we want, let's say that as we know this is optional. So if product image will be uploaded, so after getting product image, we have to go inside public folder, and automatically we want like uploads folder will be created inside this public folder, and that image will be uploaded inside uploads folder. So how to do? Simply let's go inside this add product method, and here to get an image like what we upload from here, to get that image simply let's say image file first, image file. This is a simply variable, and here this request, I will use a method called getFile. Now, next, after this getFile method, what we have to do, here we have to pass the key name. So let's pass a key, for example, product underscore image. And this key is very useful because by the help of this key, we'll upload our file from this request, from this API call to this application. Now, once we pass this line, now this time, this is not a normal variable. Now, this time, it is a file object. So, what we can do, let's add a checkpoint, that is if image file, it means inside this if block, file is available. Now here, if file is available, if we have upload our product image, what to do? So as I told you, we have to upload inside public folder, and inside public folder, we have one more subfolder with name called uploads. So here, now issue is there. Like for example, if we are creating our first product, let's say, and the file we uploaded called abc.png. Now while creating our second product, we have uploaded the same file called abc.png. So what will happen? Old file will be replaced with the new file. It means inside our application, we have only a single file. After creating two products, two times image upload, we'll have a single product image, and that will be abc.png. So how to fix? So what we can do, whenever we upload any product image, after upload, we can generate a unique random name. So how to do? Let's go and here let's say new image name, or we may say new product image name equals to, and as we know that image file is an object, and by the help of this object we can call a method called get random name. Now automatically this file what we upload called abc.png, now automatically this name will be changed to a random name value. Now what next? Simply we have to upload inside a public folder. So to upload, I will again use this file object. Then we have to call a move method, and we want to upload inside public folder. So first thing first, let's get the public path. So I will get by using a constant called public path. And inside public folder, we want to create a folder with name called uploads. And inside uploads folder, let's upload our new product image name. Now successfully, by the help of this line of code, simply we are getting our image name, and by the help of this code, we are generating a unique name and uploading inside uploads folder, inside public folder. Now what next? Let's read all those values like title, cost, and description. So for that, let's say data equals to, I will use this request, and here get post. Now let's say title equals to data. Here we have the title value. For cost, let's say data. Here we have the cost value. And for description equals to, I will use the concept of each set. It means if we have passed like description, because as we know that this is an optional parameter, so if this key is available, it means we have to save that value, otherwise we'll have an empty value. So here, now after putting all these lines, after doing all this code stuff, what we have to do, let's go and use this model, and I will call insert method. Let's pass an array, and here we have to pass the key value pairs, and the key will be the column names of table. So if I go to browser inside our table, let's copy our column name, that is title. Let's copy, put here. The next key we have called description. Like after cost, here we have description. Then we have product image, product image. So after writing all these column names, now let's go and find our values for this title. Then we have cost here. Then we have description, and finally product image. So what I will do, simply I will go and copy this like the new image name path. I will go here and let's say public folder path like public. Then we have to go inside uploads folder, And after uploads, here we have the new image. So this is the concatenation of public folder, uploads folder, and the new file name. So successfully, once we save our data, let's go and wrap inside our if block. If block, let's go inside if block. It means data created. So what I will do, return this respond. Inside this, let's say status equals to true, message equals to, let's say, product added successfully. Otherwise, go inside this else block. Let's copy this response. Go and create our else block. So status equals to false. And this time, let's say failed to add product. Save these changes. Now let's go inside our post one request. Now if I click again send button without passing any value, we can see product title is required and please provide product cost. Now let's go inside body. If I go inside body, form data, and here we have to pass key value pairs. So let's first pass title and let's say washing machine will be our first product. Cost equals to, if I pass, let's say 10,000. And for description, let's say that machine which helps to do our clothes clean. And here, if I go and not actually this description, let's pass that this machine is available at a very reasonable price. And if I go and let's say for the first time, I'm not going to upload any product image. So after passing all these value, let's go and click on send button. And here we have some error that is undefined constant that is app controller API public path. Okay, it is undefined all about the constant that we have used. Let's go inside our product controller class. I will go at line number 59 as per the given error message and we can see that public path is not defined. And also if I check this new product image name, okay, this variable is also not defined because as we can see that we are not uploading any file. So in that case, this variable is not available outside of this if block. So what we can do instead of writing like this, let's go and cut this line of code. Let's define a new variable and I will call it as product image URL. Initially, this variable will have an empty value and inside here, let's say product image URL, and this is the value. One more mistake that public path OK we can use to upload our file into application because this is going to give our local directory path, but we can't use this folder like this path to use inside our DB table. So instead, what we can do here simply we can save our base URL or product URL of application, or simply let's go and remove. It is also okay that this file is available inside uploads folder, and as we know that this uploads folder exists inside public folder. Now let's go and change this public path because this is also undefined. So instead of public path we can use FC path. Now what basically it is, so FC path stands for first controller path. Now, if I go into folder structure, go inside public folder. So inside public folder, remember whenever we use the concept of PHP Spark serve command or by tapping manual URL into browser, the first file always executes inside this application that is index.php from public folder. It means the first file will be executed whenever we execute this complete application by using this index.php, and this file exists inside public folder. So this folder is also known as first controller path. So we can pass fc path. Let's copy this variable and I will then go here and paste it here. Save these changes. Let's go and pass the same values. And if I click send button, now you can see product added successfully. If I go and reload our table structure, Now we can see that successfully. Now our first product has been created. Now let's create one more product, and this time I will upload a product image. So I will go inside the same request. Let's go inside this content section. Let's say washing machine 2 cost equals to, let's say, 15,000. The same description. Now here I will add one more key. Let's say product image. Remember, this is the key we have used to upload our file. We can see here product image. Now we want to upload a image file from here. So simply we can see here we have a drop down. Click here. Now instead of text, I will type this file here. Now once we choose this file, we can see select file button. Just click on it. Now here I have some images. So what I will do, let's go and choose any file. So I will select this one. Click on open. Now this file I'm going to upload with this product. Let's click on send button, and successfully we can see that product added successfully. So first I will verify from folder structure. Let's go inside public folder, and inside this public folder we can see uploads folder, and here we have the file what we uploaded with our product number 2. Let's go inside our table, click on browse here, and successfully we can see now this is the detail of second our product. And also inside this column here we have our image URL, and remember we can see that here we have the unique name what we have generated using get random name. Now let's create one more product. So I will go here inside this request, and what we can do, let's go here, and instead of washing machine, let's say freeze here. I want to create one more electronics product, that is phrase. Let's say 8,000. This machine is available at reasonable price. I will choose a different file. So product image file here, select files. I'll go and choose this image. Let's click on open, click on send button, and here we can see product added successfully. If I go into public folder, and here we have our second image uploaded. If I go and check here, now we can see that our third product. So successfully now we have created our first API of the second phase development. So let's go to our checklist, and here our first API successfully now completed. Now next we'll see the concept of list products API. Alright friends, now let's create our second API, and that is to list all products what we have created and saved inside our database table. So it is very simple to create. Let's go inside product controller. I will then go inside this list all products method. Let's create a variable, call it as products. Then I will use this model, this model, and I will then call find all method. So simply return this respond. Let's pass an array here, and inside this array status equals to true, message equals to, let's say, products found, and inside let's add one more key, let's say products here, and here products variable. Save these changes. I'll go then inside this request tab. Let's change from add to list, post request type, get request type. Now if I click on send button, now we can see that here we have the response. So what we can do, here we can see at right hand sidebar, here we have two pane view. Simply let's click on this icon. Now here we can see that it is much better. We can see our response. So this is our second API call, and by the help of that call we can see status equals to true, message equals to products found, and here we have our products array. So remember, we have created our first product object, second object, and third object. So successfully now, this is the simplest concept of the second phase, that is how to list all products what we have created inside this application. Now let's create our third API, but before that, let's go to our checkpoint. And here, not checkpoint, this is our checklist, and successfully we have completed our second number API. Now let's create our third number API. So inside this API, we have to pass product ID. So let's go, and by the help of that product ID, we have to get only single product information. So I will go inside a single product method, and here let's say product equals to this model, Then I will use the concept of find method because we are passing product ID, which is the primary key inside our table. And simply let's return this respond, and here status equals to true and message equals to product found and data, or we may say like product equals to product. If I save all these changes, let's go to our request tab. Now this time, this method type is okay, but apart from this list, I will pass product ID. So if I pass, for example, 100 number ID which does not exist, let's click on send button. Okay, here we have some error, that is page not found exception. So can't find a route for get and product forward slash 100. So what is the issue? Let's go inside routes.php. It is not able to call our route. Okay, actually here we have added forward slash. So just remove from here and just remove from here because product is already coming, and here we have the next parameter as a placeholder. Save these changes. Now if I go and click on send button, now successfully we can see that here we have the response status equals to true, it is okay. Message equals to product found, it is also okay, but product equals to null. So we can see that if we match with this product and message, so message is not making any sense. It is saying product found, but here we have the null value. So it means also we have to add a checkpoint if product is not available. So in that case, the message will be product not found. So how it can be do? Simply let's go and let's copy this variable call product, and I will go inside and wrap inside this if block, and simply if product is not empty, it is available. So in that case, this will be the output. Otherwise, I'll go here, put it here, and in this case, product not found and status equals to false. Let's go and remove this product key, save these changes. If I go and again click on send button, now you can see that false, product not found. But if I pass, let's say 3 number ID, which exists inside our table, click on send button. So we can see that status equals to true, product found, and here we have all the product data. If I pass 300, click on send button, again we have product not found. So successfully now we have completed one more API. Let's go into our checklist. Now successfully our single product data API also completed. All right, now let's move to our next API development, and that will be update product API. So as we know from our first phase of API development, while working with our update API, we have to pass two types of parameters. First, we have to pass our ID. On the basis of that, we have to update our data inside table, and second one, updated informations. So first I will go inside this method, and by the help of this ID, first we have to find that if this product exists or not. So what I will do, simply let's call it as product equals to this model, and I will use the concept of find method and simply product ID. So if product exists, simply I will go inside this if block. Let's go inside this else block. So inside this if block, it means product exists. Otherwise, I'll go inside this else block and simply, let's say, return this respond. And here I will pass status equals to false and message. Let's call it as product not found. Save these changes. Then I will go inside this if block. It means product exists. So what we can do here, simply updated data equals to JSON decode, and I will use the concept of file get contents method, and inside here let's say PHP colon input, and inside second argument of this JSON decode let's pass true value. Now here if I get something product name or product title, so title equals to, simply it will be something like this, updated data and title. Now this key we have to pass inside a request body. Let's copy, paste here. This is for, let's say, product cost. Let's call it as cost here. And if I copy, paste one more time, and this is for description. It will be product underscore description. And one more thing, if suppose that we are not passing this key inside request body, so in that case, what we have to do, we have to take the database value and save again into that column. So what we can do, simply let's go and cut from here. Let's say it set if it is available, then it's okay. Otherwise, the value will be called product here, and it will be, let's say, title. Save these changes. I will go and cut again. Let's say it's set. If this cost is available, then it's okay, means updated value. Otherwise, we have our table value. For description, let's go and cut from here. It's set. Put it here. Otherwise, we have, let's say, product and description, not arrow operator. It will be square brackets. So successfully, now here we have product title, product cost, and product description. So what next? Simply I will go and use update method. So this model, then we call update method. And inside this update method, first value we have to pass an ID of product. So here it will be product ID, and second we have to pass updated information. So let's pass an array, and inside this array simply let's say title equals to product title. Then we have cost equals to, it will be product cost. Then we have description equals to product description. Now, once we pass all this information, what we can do, simply let's go and cut from here. I'll wrap inside this if else block. So inside this if block, it means successfully we have updated data on the basis of product ID. So what we can do, return here, this respond, pass an array, status equals to true, message equals to, let's say product has been updated. Otherwise, if I go inside this else block, let's go and copy, put it here. So status equals to false, and here, let's say failed to update product. Save these changes. Now let's go and do a unit testing. So let me check one more time. So here on the basis of ID, first we are finding all about the product information. If it exists, then we are reading our updated information, and successfully we are giving into all these keys. Like if we have inside request body, then we have the updated data. Otherwise we have our table data. And successfully, by using this update method, we are updating our existing information from these new values. Save these changes. Let's go and click on new HTTP request. And if I go to browser, let's copy this project URL. So URL, now we have to hit our update API. So we need to call using put request type. So select put request type. Then I will go inside routes.php again, product here. So product here, and then simply we have to pass product ID. So for example, let's say that I'll go and I want to update information of, let's say, the second number product. So first, if I go and pass, let's say 200, which does not exist, click on send button. Now here we can see that we are getting product not found. Now in the next use case, what I will do, let's go and see product number 2. Then I have to pass our informations to update our product number 2, that is something like title, cost, and description. So what we can do, I'll go inside this params here, or simply let's click on this. So I will simply go inside this body. So we have two options to pass our data. Either we can use this form data, or simply by going here we can see multiple options inside this drop down. So simply after selecting this JSON type, we can also pass our data. So let's try this time with this JSON option. So inside here, what we can do, we can see here that JSON is selected. So I will go inside this request body. Let's create a JSON object. So the key will be something called name. If I want to update only the informations like the title and the cost value, so what we can do, not name, it will be title and cost. So here, let's say that product to title updated. If I go inside cost, so let's say that this time it will be around 8,000. So successfully, now we are hitting this API on the basis of this product ID and updated data. And here we have put request type. Click on send button. Now you can see that product has been updated. If I go inside our table, let's reload. And now we can see that our title and cost now updated. Now here we'll understand a unique concept, or let's say interesting thing, that is all about method spoofing. Do you know that we can use the concept of put request type, but before put request type also we can use the concept of post request type. What I mean, so I'll use post request type, but once we use and click on send button, we can see that here we have some exception, that is page not found, obviously because this is the route we have created to accept only for put request type. But do you know that by using the concept of method spoofing, we can process this request using post request type, but dynamically at runtime we can change this request method from post to put request type. So to understand the concept about method spoofing, what I will do, first I'll go and select this post request type. Then I will go and select form data. I'll go here. Let's say that we want product title and let's call it as product to again updated. Now next, let's pass one more key and that is cost equals to this time, let's say 12,000. Now we want to process this URL, this request from post request type to put request type. So in that case, to use the concept of method spoofing, we have to add a special keyword, a special parameter, and that is underscore method. And inside this key, we have to pass the value like put here. So it simply means that runtime dynamically we are going to process this URL, this request from post request type to put request type. Now, once we do all these things, let's go to product controller because this time we are submitting this form using form data. So instead of getting data using like JSON body, what I will do, I will go here and inside here, let's say updated title. Simply, this value will be received by using this request and get var. Now here, simply pass the key name called title. Now this is the way to get our form data, or even we can use get post method. But here it is okay. Now let's copy, paste three more times because here we have the cost value. Put it here, then description, and put it here. Save these changes. Now let's go and click on this send button and we can see that product has been updated. So to confirm, let's go to browser, go inside database, click on browse. Now we can see that product to again updated, but we can see that the cost value now becomes 0 and why it is 0. Let's go and check that and okay, because instead of title actually we have to pass the cost value. Save one more time, click on send button, updated. If I go and reload our table, now here we have the cost value. But one more interesting thing is that now this time we are submitting our data using post request type. Now this time also we can upload our product image because by using the concept of put request type, by using our previous method, that was like put request type JSON data, we are not able to submit our product image. Now this time here we have the concept of post request type and form data. So additionally we can upload product image. So what I will do, I will add one more key called product image. Instead of text, go and select file here. But before uploading this file, let's go inside controller and we have to add some line of code here. So first what I will do, let's say product image object equals to this request and I will use getFile method and here the key value will be called product image. Now this time if it is not empty, it means we have some image, we have uploaded our file. So in that case, let's go inside this if variable and initially if I say, let's say product image URL So initially it will contain the URL of that image and the existing URL we get from this product variable. So product, and it will be called product underscore image. Remember, this is the key, this is the value we are reading from database table. Now once we have our updated image, so in that case, first go and generate a new image name. So new product image name equals to product image object, and then I will call our getRandom method, getRandomName. Once we do that, simply by using product image object, like product image object, we'll call our move method, and here let's say fc path. Then we have to go inside uploads folder, and inside uploads folder, let's upload our new product image. Successfully uploaded. So once we upload, then this variable which contained initially the table value, what we have to do, let's go and copy this piece of code like the new image from uploads folder, and this is new product image name. Save these changes. Then I will copy this key. Let's go inside this update method inside this array, and here it will be called product image, and this is the value. Save these changes. Let's go our request here, and let's go and choose a file. So product image, I'll go and upload this mobile one. At this time we have like title, cost, product image, and a method keyword. Let's go and click on send button, and here let's say 21 to change some value. Let's say 15,000. Click on send button, so we can see that product has been updated. So if I go into browser, let's go and reload, and now we can see that successfully all the informations now updated by using the concept of update product API. So successfully, now this is the completion that how to work with update product API. And one more thing, that inside this API, inside this concept, also we understood a new concept, and that is about method spoofing. So method spoofing simply means that if we want to change our request method at runtime, so that concept will be achieved using this form data and underscore method keyword. Let's go inside phase 2 checklist, and here now this API is now completed. Now next we have to work over last API of the second phase API development, and that will be delete product API. This API development is straightforward. First we have to check that on the basis of product ID what we are passing inside URL exists inside our table or not. If it exists, then simply we have to delete that. Let's go inside product controller. I'll go here. Let's collapse first of all these methods. So this is add product, list all products. Here we have get single, update product. Now here we have delete product. So first I will check, let's say product equals to this model, and here let's use find method, and inside this find method we have to pass product ID. Now once we have product, so what I will do, simply if product exists, so in that case need to delete product. Otherwise, go inside this else block, the same response like return this respond, and here it will be, let's pass an array. Let's say status equals to false, and message equals to, let's say product not found. I will go then inside this if block, it means product exists. So by using the concept of model, this model, I will call delete method and simply pass product ID. Let's copy this line of code, cut here, go inside this if block, pasting it here, go inside this else block first. Now what we can do, simply let's copy, put here, and let's say false is okay, and this time it will be failed to delete product. Let's go inside if block, and here status equals to true, and we can pass something successfully product has been deleted. Now successfully we can see that this is all about the concept and the logic of delete product. So what we can do, let's go inside our postman, our HTTP request, and let's select delete request method. So the URL will be called product and product ID. Only we have to change our request method type. So we can see that here. Let's pass 200 and one more thing. We don't want this request body parameters. So delete request 200 ID which does not exist. Click on send button. So we can see that product not found. But in case if we want to delete, for example, this third number product, what we can do, simply let's go and pass 3 here. Click on send button. Successfully, product has been deleted. If I go and click on browse button, now we can see that product has been deleted. One more thing, also we can use the concept of method spoofing because as we know that we are submitting this URL using delete request type. So what we can do, simply go here, select post request type and inside this form data, let's add the simplest key called method equals to delete. So automatically this value will be processed using post request type, but dynamically it will change from post to delete request type. So let's see in action. So what we want to delete, for example, this first number product. So I will pass, let's say 1 here. And one more thing, before passing this, let's click on send button. We can see page not found exception. But whenever I pass this method keyword, click on send button. So we can see that product has been deleted. Let's confirm deleted. Now successfully, now this is the completion of second phase API development where at last we had created called delete product API. And also if I do some experiment that here, let's say format equals to JSON, if I change to XML and if I go into URL, let's say list here, get request type. This is the API to list all products. Let's remove this method keyword. Click on send button. Now we can see that here we have the response and inside this response, this is status, message, and here we have product items. So inside our table we have only one key, so that's why inside this products node here we have only a single node called item 0. But whenever, let's go and add one more product, so copy, this time let's say product number 3. If I go and click on go button, so successfully inside our products table hopefully we'll have two products. So successfully we can see that here we have product number 4, which is our second product of this table. Let's go to our API call, click on send button. So here we have call status equals to 1, message equals to products found. Inside this products, hopefully we'll have two node, that is item 0 and item 1. So it means that two items, two products into our products table. So successfully now without any authentication, we have completed one more phase of API development. But as we know that inside the second phase API development, we have to include the concept of basic authentication. So it means currently we can see that we can process, we can execute, we can call all these APIs without using any authentication. But what we want that to execute, to call all these APIs, at least we have to validate using our basic authentication concept. So to implement the concept of basic authentication, first thing first, we have to understand that what is basic authentication and how to format, means what is the format, how to validate our request inside application. Okay friends, so to understand the concept of basic authentication, what I will do, let's open a new tab here. So basic authentication simply means that we are going to pass the combination of username and password inside request. What I mean, so let's authorization equals to, means this is the key we have to pass inside request header, and then we have to add a basic keyword space here, and here it will be something username colon and password. Now we can see that this is the combination of username and password, and this value should be base 64 encoded. So somewhere this is the pattern. By the help of this pattern, we have to send our combination of user and password with request header. And successfully, once we get that request inside application, we have to get the combination of all these things like username and password, like decode here. And after decode, we have to validate that the username is correct and the password is correct. Let's go and open Postman and I will go inside new request. So here, let's go and copy our project URL. If I paste here, let's go and choose any request type, let's say product list. So we can see that if I go and here, So inside authorization tab, if I click, so we can see that type equals to, by default, it is coming. Now here we have the option of basic auth. Just click on it. Now we can see that once we select this basic auth, now we have the option to pass username and password. So if I pass, for example, let's say username, like the username we have, and password. So once we click on this send button, like send button, so automatically the combination of user and password, something like this pattern, will be automatically gets added inside headers. So we can see that here inside headers, like 8 hidden, just click on it. So we can see that once we type this value like username and password, so automatically here we are getting a value inside this authorization key. So automatically this VS Code extension Postman now added our authorization basic, and this is nothing. This is the combination of user and password into base64 encoded value. So it means that if I click on the send button, so this value will be sent inside this request header. So what we have to do, we have to get this value and decode, and after decode, we have to check that the username is correct and password is also correct. If it is correct, then we have to process our request, otherwise unauthorized access. And one more thing here to verify that if it contains the combination of user and password, let's copy this value. I'll go to browser, and here, let's right click, inspect here, go to console tab. So let's use a JavaScript function called A to B, and simply inside this function, I will pass this encoded value. Now this function is going to decode, so just hit enter. So now we can see that inside this encoded string, here we have the combination of user and password. So inside PHP, we have to use a function called base64 decode. So once we use that function, so automatically we'll get this value, and by using another function called explode, we can get username in separate way and password in a separate way. Let's go to editor. So to work with basic authentication chapter, or simply we have to authenticate with each request inside application, we have to create a filter. As we had discussed inside basics concept that what is a filter? Filter is just like funnel, it's a middleware what we can apply inside a group of routes. So here we can see that here we have a product group, and inside this group, here we have multiple routes. So what basically we want to protect all these routes from unauthorized access. It means whenever our username will be correct, password will be correct. So in that case, these routes will be accessible. So to protect all these APIs, all these routes, we have to create a filter. So to create filter, let's go to project terminal. First, I will close that. So PHP Spark make filter, and I will call it as, let's say, basic auth, and simply let's pass a suffix here. Press enter. Now you can see that it has created a class file that is basic auth filter.php inside filters folder. If I go to editor, let's go inside folder structure. So we have to go inside app folder. First, I will collapse all these folders to app. Then we have to go inside filters, and here we have basic auth filter.php. So what next? I'll go inside this before method because we want to add our like basic authentication concept, or simply to validate each request, we want all the concept should be inside before. So what we want here, first we have to get our header parameter called authorization. Once we get this header value called authorization, then we have to check the validity of this value. So how to get header value? So if I go for the time being, let's say print r, and here if I type, let's say server, save these changes. What basically I did, I printed all those values what we are getting from request. Save these changes. Then I will go inside this routes.php, inside this array of the second argument. Let's add one more parameter called filter, and this filter must be registered. So to register this filter, what we have to do, we have to go inside app config, and from config folder, let's open filters.php, and inside this filters.php, I will go then inside this aliases, and before that, let's say use basic auth filter. And once we load this class, just copy, go inside here, and I will call it as, let's say, basic underscore auth, and paste it here. Now successfully, we can use this nickname of this basic auth filter. So just copy, go inside routes.php. So filter, and the filter name we have this time basic auth. Now successfully, all these specific routes before processing, it will go from this barrier, from this middleware, from this filter called basic auth. So if I go inside filters.php, not here, so this basic auth filter is going to print all those values what we are passing inside request header. So if I go and click on this send button, now this is the URL. So this URL is calling like list all products method, but before calling this method, it will go and execute before method of basic auth filter. So I will go and click on the send button. Remember, this time we are sending the combination of username and password by using this basic auth. Click on send here. Let's go inside response. So we are seeing that, okay, actually development server stopped. So let's start here. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter, started. So if I go and click again on send button, so we can see that inside print R from this like before here we have multiple parameters we can see inside this array format. Now we have to check like authorization, so we can see that our value basic and the encoded value is coming inside this HTTP authorization. So what we have to do, we have to get this value like a basic encoded value from this key called HTTP authorization. So what I will do, I'll go inside this basic auth filter, and instead of printing all these values, let's go and first remove this server. Now here I will call authorization equals to, and I will use this request object, and I will call get server method, and inside this get server simply we have to pass that key that is known as HTTP authorization. Now inside this key we have the value, but before that also we have to check that if this header, if this key is not available, so in that case we'll have some error that is unauthorized access. So what we can do simply, if I go and let's say authorization, it means we have the value, but if I add exclamation here, let's go inside this if block and simply return services. I will call response method, and we have to call set status, like a status code we can set, let's say 404 or something 400, and then we have let's say set JSON body, sorry, set JSON, let's pass an array, and here inside this let's say status equals to false and message equals to unauthorized access. If I save all these changes, let's go to our request here, and this time let's say that I'm not going to pass header, like this is our basic authentication header. So let's go to header, click on authorization, and instead of passing basic auth, let's go with the default one. So this time we are not sending. If I go again inside headers, we can see that now basic authorization is now missing. So once we go and click on send button, so inside this output, we can see that status equals to false and message equals to unauthorized access. Now the first task, that our header will be available for basic authentication, now completed. Now next, we have to check the combination of username and password, that is, those values are correct. So what we can do, let's go inside again with this basic auth filter in the next step. So this was our first step to check like header or check auth header. Now inside next step, we have to verify username and password. So for username and password, what we can do, as we know that inside this authorization, we get something like this. If I put here, so it will give some value like basic space, and here we have the combination of username and password. So we can see that inside this string value here we have two parts, that is first value will be basic and second will be the combination. So also we have to check that what the value we are getting inside authorization, it contains two parts. So here first of all it's authorization, let's say string parts, equals to, I'll use PHP function called explode, and inside delimiter simply we have to pass a space here, and inside the second argument value simply we have to pass this authorization. So automatically, by the help of this line of code, it will return something like this. Inside this array, we have the first value as basic, and the second value will have this combination, that is, will be an encoded value of username and password. Now, this is the result of this line. So, what we can do, let's copy this authorization string parts, and here, let's say if count equals to means count of this array is not equals to 2, it means like we have three values, one value, so it means this proper header is not available, or what we can say that the first part is not a basic value. Let's copy this authorization string parts, and the first value of this authorization string parts is not equals to basic, it means we have some different type of header. So in that case, what we can do, simply let's copy and put here an unauthorized access. So here we have two checkpoints. So this one is not verifying the username and password. Actually, this is to verify authorization header pattern. Now here we have two checkpoints. First we are checking our authorization header, then we have to check all about the pattern here. And the third point, let's go and check our verify like the username and password. So to verify the username and password, what we can do, we can use the concept of the second index of this array. So inside the second index, we can see that here we have the combination of username and password, but it will be encoded. So what I will do, I will go and use a PHP function called list, and here let's say username and password. And here I will use again the concept of explode. Now this time this value we want to explode, and the delimiter we have called colon. Now here base64 decode I will use, and let's copy this authorization string parts, and I will use our first index and this one. So successfully, now this value will be decoded, and by using this delimiter colon, automatically the first value will be go and stored inside this username, and the second value password will go and stored inside this variable called password. So what we can do now here, so first of all we have to fix a username and password for validation for basic authentication. So what we want that the username and password what coming from request header. So the username will be something like this, like username, let's say ci4 underscore apis underscore admin. So this must be the username, and password will be like this, called admin hash 123. So here what we have to do, if username is not equals to, and this is the username, so let's copy, put it here, logical or operator, and here let's copy this password is not equals to this value. So in that case, we have the same response at unauthorized access. So just copy and put it here. So successfully, we have three segments inside this basic authentication. First, we are checking that this authorization header is present. Second, we are checking the pattern we are using is correct. And third, we are checking the validity, the credentials of the username and password. If the credential is like this, username and password, then we have to go and submit our request. Save all these changes. If I go and let's go inside authorization, let's pass our basic auth like username and password, click on send button, so we can see that unauthorized access. So what we can do, if I go and pass like these details, let's copy the username here, and the password, let's copy this password value and put here, click on send button. Now we can see that we are successfully accessing our output data. So I think that we have set our output response format into XML. Let's change into JSON, save this change, go and click on send button. Now we can see that here we have our JSON response. So successfully, now this is the concept that how to add basic authentication inside our API calls. Now, one more thing, that this is the UI like provided by our postman to put the username and password inside these fields. But here, if suppose you're using this concept into anywhere like inside other applications, so simply what we have to do inside API call, you have to go inside that API header. Inside the API header, you have to send a pattern like simply basic, and then we have to put a space here, and after a space, the value of combination of username and password into encoded format. So this is the UI what we have seen by using Postman. But if I tell you to create such a pattern, so what you have to do inside your API call, you have to type this first like request header, like this is the key name called authorization, and then you have to pass the basic keyword, put a space here, and after that the encoded value of username and password. So automatically this value will be decoded by using this basic auth filter. All validations will check and work and successfully if all the patterns, all the validations will be corrected. So in that case, these API calls will be completed. Otherwise, we get a response called unauthorized access. So successfully, if I want to call any API from this list, simply all these APIs will go from this basic auth and all the logics will work what we expected to work with this basic authentication. So successfully in our second phase of API development now completed. Now let's move to our third API development. And inside third phase of API development, we'll use the concept of JWT authentication. All right, friends. Now from this video, we'll start the concept of third phase of API development process. Now inside this third phase, we'll create REST APIs, but in terms of authentication, we'll use JWT authentication, which stands for JSON Web Token. So what basically it is, what is the process to use, what is the importance and how to consume to authenticate APIs, all these concepts we'll discuss inside this third phase of API development process. So first thing first, let's install a setup into our system so that inside that system we'll work over third phase of process. So I will go into official website, click on download button, go into this fourth version setup, click on user guide, go inside composer installation, scroll down, and here we have the composer command. So let's copy, go into project terminal. So I will paste that command here, and we can see that inside this folder, remember inside this folder we have already three folders. So by the help of this folder we had learned all about the basics concept, and by the help of this folder we had learned the complete concept of APIs creation but without using any authentication. And by using this setup, we had also seen the concept of creating APIs, but here we have included the concept of basic authentication. Now next we have to create one more folder, and that is to create APIs, but this time we have to use JWT authentication. So let's call it as CI4-APIs-JWT. Hit enter. Now we can see that our process has been started, so just wait for a while. So successfully our project has been downloaded. If I go to folder structure, now we can see that here we have CI4-APIs-JWT. So first thing first, let's execute and see into browser. I'll go here. So cd CI4-APIs-JWT, hit enter. Now I will go and type PHP Spark. Now we can see that our version number 4 successfully installed. Now I will use the first command called php spark serve, hit enter, started. So simply I will click Control and click on this URL. Now we can see that welcome to CodeIgniter version 4.5.5. Now what next? Simply I'll go and first open this setup into a Visual Studio Code. So back to our terminal, let's stop and I will type code dot hit enter. So successfully, I am inside my VS Code. Now, before starting the development process, first we have to discuss that what is the plan of this third phase of development. Let's open a new tab. So here we want to create a author and a book system. So the system will be something author and books. It means to create any book, like any book, first author has to log in, and after login they can create books. Now this is our complete scenario. So how to actually do this task? So first we have to means think about migrations. So we want two tables. First we have authors table and second we have books table. So the table names, if you're talking about the table names, so here it will be called authors and books. Now if you're talking about the column names, so inside this authors table, we have the column as ID, name, email, password, and let's say phone number. And additionally, let's say created at. So we can see that inside this authors table, here we have two columns, which is the most important part, that is email address and password. So by using this email and password, obviously first we have to create registration API. By the help of that API, we have to first register our authors into our system. So once we register, so in case of login API, by the help of this email and password, we have to log in any author. We have to generate a token value, that is JSON Web Token value, and by the help of that token value, we have to authenticate, and that author can create multiple books inside our system. So this is, we can say, user authentication table. Now next, here we have the second table, and that will be books. It will contain ID, let's say author ID, book name, then we have, let's say, publication, cost here, and created at. Now these are the columns of books table. Now clearly we can see that author ID of this table belongs to author ID of this table. Now here, so these two tables we create using the concept of migrations. Now if you talk about like controller files, so resource controllers, so we want like author controller, author controller class, and also we need like book controller class, because inside this author controller class we have to create methods for registration, for login, profile, and logout. But like to create our book, list book, edit book, delete book, so all these operations will do using this book controller. So these controllers will be created inside our API folder. So API folder and API folder. Now next we want some models. So model classes. So obviously we have two tables like authors and books. So we need two model classes. So first we'll create call author model.php, and second we have call book model.php. Now this is all about how to create our tables, controllers, and model. Now next, if I talk about application routes, it means API routes. So here routes equals to, so first let's say that auth, it means here we have the group prefix, that is auth, and then we have to call register. By the help of this API we hit using post request type, and inside this we have to pass all these informations like name, email, password, and phone number. So if I copy and paste here, so by using this API call, actually we have to create register authors inside our system. Now next, we have to go and create our next route, that is login. So it will be again post request type, and here we have to pass email and password. So once we verify that okay, this author exists inside our system, so if it exists, so simply we have to generate a token value, and this token will be JSON Web Token. So what is the format of JWT? We'll discuss after this discussion. So this is login API. Next we have auth, and it will be profile. So simply after login of author, if I pass this token value like this token value to this API, now this API will return the complete profile informations of that author. Now it will be get request type, but remember it is a protected route, which means that this route cannot be accessed without passing any token value. So first we have to pass the token value, and also that token must be a valid token value. So once it will be verified, then we have to go and access this profile API. Otherwise, like we have the same like error message, that is unauthorized access. So profile here. Now next here we have called auth and logout. It will be using get request type, and here it is also protected route, which means that we have to pass a valid token value before calling this API. And the purpose of this API is simply whenever we call, it will go and log out that user so that that author cannot create books after logout. Now simply this is only for like our login registration profile and logout. Now next, if I talk about our books API like books route, so simply first of all we have to create like author, author and let's say that add book. Now this route we can call using post request type, and inside this API this is also a protected route. It means that we have to pass a valid token value. So after passing like a valid token value, then we have to go and retrieve the author ID from that token. So like while calling this API we have to use post request type, so token value, then we have to pass the other informations like name, publication and cost. So if I copy and paste here, now next we have to create our next API route, that is author and list hyphen books. So this API we call using get request type, and here we have to list all books from table on the basis of token value. It means that what the token value we pass while calling this API, according to that token value and that token we have to get first the author ID. So on the basis of author ID we have to retrieve only that specific books. Now this will be our second API for book controller class. And finally one more API we create using our like book controller class, and it will be author, and here let's say delete hyphen book, and it will be called using delete request type, and simply here we have to pass into URL call book id. Now, successfully, these are the APIs what we have planned to create inside this third phase of API development. So, like the third phase, we have to get the complete concept all about authentication. So here, like here we have the APIs called login and registration, then we have profile and logout. So after validating user author into a system, then we have to go and work over protected APIs like add book, list book, delete book, and this is user specific. So successfully, now this is the complete plan of this third phase of API development. So here we'll start with the concept of migration. So we need two migration classes. First one is for authors table and second for books table. Let's go inside project terminal, and if I type command call php spark make migration, and here first is for like authors table, so create authors table, hit enter, first class now created, and for second that will be for books table, so create books table, hit enter. So successfully our two classes now created. Let's go inside editor, go inside app folder, database, migrations, and here we have our first migration file, that is for authors table and books table. So let's open first this authors table. Now inside authors table, we want the columns as ID, name, email, password, phone number, and created at. So I will go here, go inside this up method, like this add field, sorry, first this forge, and here it will be add field. Inside this array, let's pass ID, name, then we have email, password, phone number, and let's say created at. So successfully, these are the columns we want inside authors table. Now after that, let's say this forge, I will call add primary key method, and we want ID column should be our primary key. And let's say this forge, and I will call create table method, and here the table name will be something called authors. Save these changes. Now next I will go inside this down method. This is also important for rollback table, so this forge, and here drop table, and the table name we have called authors. Let's go inside our add field like method, and here we have to set the properties of each column. So id equals to, let's say type equals to integer, then we have called auto increment equals to true, and unsigned equals to true. Now next I will go for this name field, and it will be, let's say type equals to varchar, Then we have constraint equals to, let's say, 50 characters or let's say 120 characters for author name. Then we have, let's say, null equals to false. It means this field is required. Now next I will go for this email field, and here let's say type equals to, or what I can do, I can just copy, put it here for this email field. Let's say 80 characters. It is also required for password, let's say 80 characters, and it is also required phone number, let's say 30 characters, and it will accept the null value. Now for created at, it will be, let's say, date time. Default value we want something current underscore time stamp. Save these changes. Now successfully, this is the table skeleton, table schema of authors table. Now let's open our second class, that is our books table. So I will go here inside this up method. The same concept we have to repeat here. This forge, like add field, pass an array, let's say ID, which is book ID. Then we have author ID. Then we have, let's go inside our plans list. So we want like name here, publication and cost. So it will be book name, then book publication, then cost here, and created at. So successfully, these are the columns we want inside books table. Now next, let's say this forge, and I will use add primary key method, and it will be, let's say, ID. And here, let's say this forge, I will then call create table method, and here the table will be called books. Save these changes. I will go next inside this down method, this forge, and I will call drop table method, and inside here the table name we have called books. So successfully, now let's go inside this properties list. So let's say type equals to int, and let's say auto increment. And one more thing, friends, as a beginner, please actually don't do copy and paste. Try to actually type each properties, each rule, what we're learning from here. Because, like, as per my experience, if you just copy and paste properties each time, now you will not get any idea that how to write all these code. So, what next? Inside this auto increment, I will pass the true value, and here unsigned equals to true. Now let's go inside this author ID. So this author ID belongs to our authors table. So the same property I will copy of this ID, but please type this line as your own. I'm just going to save our time. So just copy and paste here. So type equals to integer. This is not auto increments true. Let's remove, and only unsigned equals to true here. Now this time let's go and for this name field. So type equals to varchar constraint. It means the field length. Let's say it is the book name, so I think 100 characters is okay. Now next, let's say null equals to false. It means this is a required field. So according to these fields, actually also we have to work form validations. So this is our later part, but for the time being, let's go and copy like properties, pasting it here. Now publication, this is optional, so null equals to true, and constant, let's remove here, and it will be, let's say type equals to text. Now let's go for the cost value. So I'll paste here, it's a varchar, or we may say like integer. Let's remove this constant, and this is required. Now for created at, what we can do here, let's say date time, we want a default value for this column, and it will be current underscore time stamp. Now let's verify the table structure one more time. So here we have ID column. All things are okay. Author ID, it is also okay. Name equals to publication, cost here. And here we have okay, type equals to int. So also we have to add unsigned equals to true. So just copy and paste like inside for this cost field. Save these changes. Let's go and one more time confirm this authors table. So all things are looking good. Now let's go inside project terminal. Before that, if I go inside our database, first we have to create a table inside database. Then we have to connect with this application so that once we migrate our migrations, automatically those migrations will be created inside our created database. So I will call it as CI4 underscore JWT underscore APIs. Copy the DB name, click on create button, successfully created. I will go here and let's open our env file, and also we have to go and rename this file. So from env to .env, let's open this one. And the first thing, let's go and uncomment this line instead of production. Let's pass development. I'll go here and remove all these comment lines. So simply here we have now database is okay, root is okay, and in my case, password is blank. Save these changes now successfully. This application is now connected with this database. Let's try by executing our migrations. So I will go here and if I type PHP Spark migrate, hit enter. Now successfully we can see that our two classes now migrated. If I go click on its structure, now here we have three tables. First I will click on this authors table, go to structure. So here we have ID, name, email, password, phone number, and created at. Now next I will go inside this books table, go to structure. So here we have ID, author ID, name, publication, and cost value. So successfully now we have created our two table structures, and this is for our third phase of API development. By using this authors table, we actually store the author's information and also we can say like the login credentials. And after login, after generating our token value, then we have to go and work over our protected APIs, protected methods, and those methods will be responsible to do any database operation with this books table. So this is all about like how to use migrations to create our database tables. Now next, let's create our resource controller classes. So if I go inside project terminal again, so PHP Spark, make controller, and I want to create API folder. Inside API folder, first we want like author. Let's pass suffix as a flag and also RESTful. Hit enter. First controller class like API controller class created. Now next we want like inside API folder, we want book. Hit enter. Successfully created. Now we want two model classes. So PHP Spark, make model, and here also if you want to create our model inside a specific folder, also we can create here. So let's try. So I will create, let's say, phase 3. This is our folder inside models folder, and inside this phase 3 folder, I want to create author model. Let's pass suffix here. Hit enter. Now model successfully created. We can see that inside models folder, here we have phase 3. Now next we want one more model, and this time it will be, let's say, book model. Hit enter, successfully created. Let's go inside editor, and one by one if I open our resource controller classes, first go inside API author controller class. So first what I will do, simply I will go and remove this default skeleton because we want our own custom methods. Now neat and clean structure. Next let's open books controller. Again I will go and remove all these default methods. Now the neat and clean of book controller classes. Now I will go inside models folder. Here we have phase 3, and here we have first let's open author model. Table name is okay. Primary key is also okay. Let's go inside this allot fields. So to create any author, we want values. Let's go inside our table authors. So we want values inside this name field, email field, password, and phone number. So what I will do one by one, each column we have to specify here. So first we have name here, email, password, then here we have like phone number, and created at has its default value. So successfully by taking these four values, we can create an author and to save inside our table. Now next, I will open our next model file, that is book model. So table name is okay, primary key is also okay. Let's go inside this allot fields. Now the things we want for this table, let's go and click on this books table, go to structure. So we want author ID, name, publication, and cost. So one by one, if I go and pass, let's say author ID, then we want like book name, book cost, and then we want like book publication. So successfully, now we have our migration files, database tables, our controller classes, and model classes. Now next what we can do, let's go first inside this author controller class, and here let's say protected model name equals to, I will go here, this is author controller, so I will go inside author model. Let's copy this namespace. I have copied and paste here. Now from this folder, I want to call author model. Now next property protected, and this will be called format. So we want our data set output in JSON format. Now let's go inside book controller in the same way like protected, and here we have model name equals to, so book model, let's copy the namespace like app models phase 3. I just copied, put here, and then we have to include called book model and one more property that is protected, and it will be called format equals to JSON. So successfully, now all the basic settings now we have completed for our creating third phase of APIs. Only the thing is left, we have to create our methods like inside this book controller, author controller, and also we have to create our APIs route. So first thing first, let's start with this author controller. So we want first, let's say register method. So this method we hit using post request type, and we have to pass the informations like name, email, password, and phone number. And here let's say public function register author. So successfully our first method now created. If I go and next one will be for login API, login method we hit using like post request type, and inside this method we have to pass like email and password. So public function, and here I will call it as let's say login author. Now next we want like for profile API, so profile method, this will be hit using get request type. Now this is a protected method. It means we have to call bypassing a valid token value. So valid token in request header. So public function, and here let's call it as author profile. And finally, we want one more method inside this author controller, and this is for like logout API. So logout method, it will be hit using get request type. So the same line of code, let's copy this commit line and paste it here. So public function, and it will be, let's call it as logout author. So successfully save these changes. Now let's go inside book controller. So as per the plan inside book controller class, we have to create three methods, that is for add book, list book, and delete book. Now let's go inside book controller, and here first one is for create book API. It is using post request type, and this method is also a protected method. It means we have to pass a valid token value before accessing it. And here let's say public function, I will simply call, let's say create book. And here inside this method to create any book, we have to pass the informations like author ID, which we can access from this token value. Now after author ID means author ID, we want like name, publication, and the cost value. Now next, let's go and create our next method skeleton, and this is to list books here. This is also a protected API method. I will copy and put it here. This method we hit using get request type, and here Simply by getting our author ID from token value, we have to get our author specific books list. So here, let's say public function, and I will call it as author books. And finally, one more method we want inside this book controller class, and this is to delete a book. Now here, let's copy this line of code, put it here, protected method. So public, and actually here we have to call using delete request type. So public function, I will call it as delete author book. And inside this method, we have to pass book ID. So inside this delete author book, we have to check two conditions. First, the token value of author. It means a valid author will have a valid book ID. Then we have to delete that. So successfully, now this is the code skeleton, or we may say like method skeleton of book controller. So what next? We have to create our APIs route for this author controller and for this book controller. So quickly, let's open our routes.php. I'll go here and I will use the traditional syntax. So first one is for let's open routes. It means those routes which we can access without any token value. So those routes will be known as open routes. So we can see that while calling this register author method, login author method, now we don't want any token value. So it means these two methods are open methods. So what we can do here, routes object, I will call post method, and here let's say auth here, and I will call it as register. And here inside this double quotes, I will pass author controller at the rate, not at the rate, scope resolution operator. And after that, here we have to pass register author method. Successfully, our first method, and one more thing that this controller class is coming from a namespace API. So I will copy API. Let's go inside routes.php. So we have to pass API backward slash author controller. Now next here, routes object, post method, here auth, login. Next we have to go inside API folder. Then we have to call author controller class. And from author controller class, we have to call the method called login author. So just copy and put it here. So successfully, now this is the creation of open routes of this application. Now let's create our protected APIs routes. So it will first we have to create a group here. So group method, and let's call it as something author. And here let's pass first the namespace. So namespace, and inside this namespace, let's go first inside this author controller. I will copy the namespace path, go inside here, paste it here, and inside here, let's define a callback function. Later on, actually, we have to use the concept of JWT or a filter, so we have to add a filter as well. But for the time being, we are creating only the skeleton, so it is okay. Let's go inside this callback function, and here the first we have to create like for the profile API. So routes object, then we have to call get method, and here let's say profile. So we have to call our author controller class, and from author controller class we have to call this method called author profile. So simply I will copy and paste it here. Now next, and it is undefined because actually this object we have to pass inside this function. Now next, let's go routes object. I'll use get method. So we have to call logout. Then we have to go author controller, and inside author controller we have to call our method called logout author. So just copy and paste it here. Now this is a group of routes for our author profile and author logout. Now in same case, let's close first all these existing files, model, model, and migration. Let's go inside our plans list. Now we can see that inside here we have auth. So what we can do, let's author. So we can see that here we have our author prefix for these two URLs and also for these URLs. So what we can do, simply let's create a group of all these routes because this is also protected and this is also protected. So what we can do here, this is for author routes, And let's pass this is for books routes. So routes object, then I will call post request type, and here let's say add hyphen book. Then I will go here and I will call book controller. Remember, the namespace of this book controller also is same called API. Otherwise, we have to create a new route group. So the namespace is same. We can see here that API comments app controllers API and also here app controllers API. So it is perfect. Now to call this add book, we have to go and call this create book method. So just copy and paste here. Now next, I will call routes method, get method, and here it will be called list hyphen book. Go inside book controller, and from this controller class we have to call the method called author books. Paste here. Now next we have to create one more route, and that will be to delete a book. So routes object delete method, and here it will be called delete hyphen book, and also we have to pass our book id into url. So we are using the traditional syntax, so forward slash parenthesis num as a placeholder. It means we have to pass the numeric value. So I will go and let's pass book controller, then we have to call our method called delete author book, and here forward slash and $1. So successfully, now this is the routes configuration of this third phase of API development. These two routes are open because we don't want any token value to access our registration API and login API. But once we do access, like once we do login, after login we can generate a token value here. So once we have a valid token value, then we can access all these routes like auth routes and book routes. All right, friends. Now after these basic settings, now let's create our first API, and that is to register authors into authors table. So I will go inside this method called register author from this author controller. And as we know that to create any author, we want values for name, email, password, and phone number. Phone number is an optional field, but at least we want some validation for this name, email, and password field. So what I will do here, let's say validation rules equals to, let's create an array. And here we want validation for this name field, then we want for this email field, and then we want for this password field. I'll go and create one more array here. So array here, and inside this array let's pass rules. So inside these rules what we want that this field, first of all it is required. Now let's go and like do the same thing for this email field as well. Here like rules equals to, and this field is also required. Now the same thing for this password field array, and inside this array rules equals to, it is required. Now for this name field, we want some more rules like the minimum length. We want like mean length, let's say 3 characters. For this email field, also we want like the minimum length. So here, like pipe symbol, mean length, and here let's want something like the minimum length should be 4 characters. Or inside this, we want one more rule that is something called unique. It means the author emails what we create and register should be unique throughout table. So is unique will be the validation rule name. Inside bracket, inside square bracket, first we have to pass the table name. So as we know that whenever we create any authors, we save inside authors table. So from authors table, we want to compare with email field. Now successfully, here we have the rules for this email field, and for password, let's put the mean length property here. So mean length, and I want let's say at least 5 characters of password. Now successfully, these are the validation rules. Now according to these rules, also we can put some error messages. So errors, and I will go here. So first we want like for required field. So what I will do, let's say name field is required. For mean length, I will go and put here, this is our custom message. So the name field or author name should have at least 3 characters. Save these changes. Now let's go for this email field, and here let's say errors, and inside these errors required, so it will be author email is required. Now for mean length, copy, paste here. So email have or emails has at least 4 characters in length, and for unique here, so is unique. So please provide, or simply we can say email already exists, like email already exists. Next, after this email violation rules, now let's go for this password field, and here let's errors equals to, and inside this array, first we have the required field. So let's say password is required, password is required. Now the mean length we have, so here mean length, so password will be at least of 5 characters. Now successfully, these are our validation rules of the inputs what we provide inside this register author method. Let's go and close. Now after these rules, what I will do, so if this validate method, look at here, we have to pass our validation rules. So validation rules. Now if validation fails, so I will add exclamation sign. It means if validation fails. So inside that case, what I will do, return this fail method, and inside here, I'll use and pass, or simply we can pass a response here. So let's say array, and inside this array, let's say status equals to false, message equals to form submission failed, and errors equals to, and here I will provide simply this validator, this validator, and I will use get errors method. Not actually this validator, actually this is something wrong here. This validator and get errors method. Save these changes. So successfully, now these are the validations, and these are the validations what we are implementing to check inside all these fields. After that, let's say that we have all those data. So what next? Simply first of all, as we can see that here we have loaded our author model. So by using the concept of this author model, simply we have to create and save inside our database table. And one more thing, that inside these input fields, here we have field of password. So instead of saving a plain text value, like if we want to put the value of password something like 123456, so instead of saving this plain text value into DB table, what I want to save into hashed format. So what I will do, let's go after these validations. After these validations, it means we have all those data. So here, let's say data, or we may say author data, author data. Let's create an array, and here name equals to, I will read this time the value using this request and getVar method. You can use getPost because as we know, we are submitting this form using post request type. So additionally, you can use the concept like getPost method. But here inside each phase, I'm trying to use some different methods so that you will have the complete idea to create APIs. So getVar, and I will put the name field here. Now next, email this request, and here we have got getVar, and I will put the email value. Now next for password field, password, so it will be this request, and here getVar and password. But this is going to return, means this line is going to return the plain text value. Now we have to convert into a hashed value. So I will use the concept of PHP core functions. So let's cut here, and I will use password underscore hash, we can see that here we have to first pass the first argument of this function as the plain text value. So put it here. Now next we have to pass the algorithm name. So I will go with the default algorithm. So simply password underscore default. Save these changes. Now after generating this author data, what we can do simply inside this if block, this model, and here insert method, or additionally, we have one more method to save our data, and this is this model, and I will call save method. So if I put author data into this save method, automatically it will create and save data into a database table. So let's use that. So successfully, now what I will do, I will go and wrap inside this if block. So if saved, I will go inside this if block, and here it will be return this respond. Let's pass an array status equals to true, message equals to, let's say, author registered successfully. Save these changes. Otherwise, I will go inside this else block. Let's copy this first. Else block. And inside this else block, status equals to false. And here it will be, let's call it as failed to register author. Save these changes. Now all the logics of this method now completed. So what next? I will go inside project terminal. Let's start development server. So PHP Sparkser, hit enter, started. So I will just control pressing and click on this link. Now here we have our project URL. So just copy, go inside VS Code, and I will open Postman. Let's click on new HTTP request. Put here. So we are trying to hit our like to create authors like here register. So we have to go with using post request type. So it will be post request type, and additionally we have to pass a prefix called auth. So let's copy this prefix auth. So after this project URL author, and I will pass register without passing any parameters. If I click on send button, now we can see that here we have some error messages, that is status equals to 400 message, and we can see status message and errors. So if you are wondering that what kind of response is this, so it is because as we know that inside our code, inside author controller, actually the validation we have wrapped inside this fail method. So automatically this fail method actually bind all these things what we have passed inside this message key. If you want that this response only we want inside a response format, so what we can do, I'll go and cut this array. Let's comment this line, and here this will be something, this respond, and I will pass into it. Save these changes. Let's go and remove this fail method. Now, if I go and click on send button, now you can see that status equals to false, message equals to form submission failed, and here we have all the error messages. So what next? Now let's say that I'm going to pass some data. So simply I'll go and click on this drop down. Click on, so first of all, let's go inside body, go inside form data, and I will pass the value like name here. So I am with the first author of this application, email. So let's pass an email value, something dummy value, that is sanjay.quest@gmail.com. And let's say that I'm not going to pass the password field. Click on send button. Again, we have the same error message like password is required. But we can see that no error messages for this name field and email field. Let's go in here and pass password. And if I pass password, for example, 126, click on send button. So we can see that here we have the name value, email value, and password value. Click on send button. So author registered successfully. If I go into our database table, click on authors. Now we can see that inside our table, here we have the name value, email value, and look at here, the password is encrypted. Now this is the use of password hash method to convert a plain text value into a hashed value. Now one more thing, if I go to our Postman extension, let's say that I'm going to create one more user with the same email value, click on send button. Now we can see that email already exists. Now this is the use of its unique form validation rule. Now let's go and change. So this will be the author number 2. Click on send button, registered successfully. Let's go and reload and create it. So successfully, this is the concept of registration API. So from our plans list, now successfully we have completed our registration API. So it is completed. Next, after this registration API, now let's create our login API. So as we know that inside this third phase of API development, we have to use our JWT authentication value. It means we will implement the concept of JSON Web Token. So what basically it is, to understand the concept of JWT, let's go to browser and I will open its official website, that is jwt.io. Hit enter. So this is the official website of JSON Web Token. Now, if I go and scroll, so inside this debugger, we can see that this is the type of token, and by the help of this token, we authenticate our APIs. Inside this token format, we can see that it contains two dot. That is, here we have the first segment. After this first segment, here we have the first dot. Then we have the second segment and dot and third segment. So what basically these segments are? So the first part before this first dot, here we have the header information which contains the algorithm and type of this JWT. So this is the header information of this token value. Now the next, that is the middle part of this token value, is going to contain payload information. Payload information contains like several informations like at what time we have issued this token value, at what time it will expire, what are the user informations and all other details. So this is the most important part of this token value. So once we generate any token value, so while decode, actually we have to get the user data from this payload data of this token value. Now next, here we have the third segment, and this third segment contains all about the signature of this token value. So what is JSON Web Token? So JSON Web Token simply a token value which we can form, like which we can generate to transmit our data from sender to receiver in a very secured way. So by using this token value, not we can send only the informations into a secure way, even we can authenticate our request. As we can see here that first we have to generate our token value, and by the help of that token value, we'll authenticate to our API calls. So there are several use of this token value. All the details all about this basics concept you will find into its official website. Now next, what I will do, we have to go and install this package. It's a composer package inside PHP application. So by using Composer, first we have to install this package to our application so that we can use its feature. So what next? I'll go and search for Firebase PHP JWT. After typing this, just hit enter. Now here we have a GitHub repository. Let's click on it. So once we click, it will open a repository, and if I scroll, we can see here we have a composer command. So let's copy this composer command. Like composer require firebase forward slash php hyphen jwt. So after copy, let's go inside project terminal. I'll go and stop this development server first. Type here. So composer require firebase forward slash php hyphen jwt. Hit enter. Now we can see that our installation process now started, and successfully it has been completed. So to verify, if I go inside application and if I open composer.json, so here inside this composer.json, we can see that inside this require object, here we have a package called firebase forward slash php hyphen jwt. Now successfully our JSON wrap token, the composer package now installed inside this application. So what next? I'll go inside this author controller, and first we have to import here. So use Firebase JWT backward slash JWT, successfully imported. Now let's go inside our login controller, means login author method. And as we know that inside this method, we have to receive email and password. So first thing first, let's put some validation. So validation rules equals to, let's pass an array here, and for email field, and we need for password field. So here rules equals to, and let's apply simple rules that is required. And for password field, let's say rules, it is also required. Save these changes. So what next? I'll go here inside this if block. Let's say this validate, and inside here I will pass validation rules. Now if it fails, So let's add exclamation sign. I will go inside this block, and instead of using fail method, let's say return this respond, and then I have to add an array here, and let's say that status equals to false. Then we have message, and inside this message, let's say fields are required, and all about the error messages, let's add errors key, and here this validator, this validator, and here I will call get errors method. Save these changes. So let's say that we don't have any error for these fields. So what next? First, we have to go and check that the email what we are passing is exist inside authors table. So it means we have to get author details by using email value. So here, check author by email. So what we can do, this model, I'll use where method, here email, and the value we get this request get where. Let's pass the key name called email, and I will use first method. Now if author exists, it returns some data. So author data equals to, let's copy this variable. If author exists, so this variable is going to contain array of data. So here if author data, it means author exists. Otherwise, let's go inside this else block. Let's say return this respond. Let's pass an array here. Status equals to false. Message equals to, let's say, login failed due to incorrect email value. Save these changes. Now let's go inside this author data. So after email verification, also we have to verify that password matches or not. So what we can do, let's go and remove first this comment line. So I will add here, let's say if, and to verify password, as we know that we have saved our password into a hashed value, into encrypted value. So also PHP provides a function. By the help of that function, we can verify that hashed value, that encrypted value with a plain text value. So as we know, while calling this API, actually we are passing our password value into plain text. But here comes the concept that how to match a plain text value with the hashed value of database table. So simply, I'll go and use one more function of PHP, and that is password underscore verify. Look at here, the IntelliSense is helping here. Now the first argument we have to pass our the normal, that is the plain text value. So it will come from this request, and I will use a getVar method, and here is the key. And inside this second argument of this password underscore verify method, we have to pass the hash value, and the hash value of password we can get from this author data and from password field. It means if author exists, by using this email value, we have all those data, and we get this password from this array of data. So successfully, let's go inside this if block. It means author exists, author exists by email and password. Otherwise, let's go first and copy this response, go inside this else block, put here. So this time status equals to false, login failed due to incorrect password value. Let's go inside if block. Now here comes the concept of JWT token value. So after verification of author, now we have to generate a token value, and that token value will be very important to authenticate all protected APIs. If I go into routes.php, so here we can see that here we have our protected routes. So what we can do, the token what we generate from this login author method, that token value will be used by using a concept of filter to all these protected APIs. So here we have to generate a token value using this package called JWT. So how to generate? So if I go into GitHub repository, so after installation, we can see that here we have to import call firebase /JWT /JWT. Now here we have to provide a key. Let's do zoom. Next, we have to provide a key here. We have to prepare payload information. So once we have the key value, payload data, then we can use like method of that package that is in code, and by the help of that package we can simply pass all these informations and it will generate a token value. Now let's go and see in action. So first thing first, we want a key value. So where we can define a key value, that key will be very important for this package, for the working of this package. So let's define key into this .env file. Now next, let's go at the bottom of this file and here I will define a key called JWT underscore key. These variables are somewhere global constant what we can use inside entire application. So JWT underscore key and let's pass or create a secret key value. So I will pass some random values here. So either we can write something like this or simply we can go and wrap this value into double quotes. After creating this variable, after creating this key value, what we have to do next, let's go inside this author controller, inside this password verify. As we know that to use in code method of JWT, we have to prepare a key value and a payload information. So here, key equals to, so to get this key value, what we have inside this .env, I will use a helper function of this application and that is getEnv. So it will be getEnv and here I'll use that key. So simply let's copy and put inside this double quotes or single quotes. Now this line of code, this code is going to return the key what we have inside this .env. After this key value, now I will prepare our payload information. So payload data equals to, let's pass an array here. Now we have some specific keys inside this array for payload information. So first is issuer. So by using localhost application, we are issuing this token value. What are audience? So for audience, our localhost application, so localhost at what time actually we are issuing this token, so the time value like issuer at, and this is going to contain like the time in seconds. So I will use php function called time. So this time function of php is going to return the seconds value of our current time. Next, after this issuer at, let's add one more key and that is exp. It means the expiration of this token value. So what basically we want, let's say that after generating this token value will be expired after 1 hour. So it means the current time value we have to add for 1 hour more. So we have to pass all the time values in seconds. So first of all, we have to convert 1 hour into seconds. So it will be 3600. Now, token value will be expired after current time at on of 1 hour. Now, here, the most important parameter we have to go and specify inside this payload, and that is the user data. So let's go and pass user data key. And here, what I will do, I'm going to store the user email value and the user ID into this key. So let's pass an array here. And inside here, let's call it as ID. And by using this author data, we get the ID value. Now next, if we want to store the email value, so here we have the email. So author, and here we have the email key. Now finally, here we have the key value, and here we have the payload data. So what next? Simply, I will go and use JWT scope resolution operator and I will call encode method. Look at IntelliSense. First, we have to pass the payload information and we have to pass the key value and then we have to pass the algorithm name. So here, payload data, the key value, and then here we have to pass the algorithm. So we can see that the supported algorithms like by default it has suggested. So I will use let's say HS256 and where it is and here it is. So let's pass HS256. Save these changes. Now here we can see that inside this encode method, now here we have payload data, key value, and the algorithm type. So this is going to return token value. So here after token value, let's say return this respond. Let's pass an array and inside this, let's say status equals to true. Message, let's say user logged in, and the most important parameter for our coming APIs that is token. And here we have the token value. Save these changes. Now let's go do a quick unit testing. So I will go here copy this API and let's open a new tab, new HTTP request, and here pass it here. So instead of calling register, let's call login. I will go and choose post request type without passing any value. Click on send button. So okay, development server stopped here. So let's started. Click on send button. So we can see that email field is required and the password field is required. So what we can do, let's go and pass the email value. So the email value of user, if I copy, pass here, and the password value is will be from I think 1 to 6. Let's copy and put it here. Click on send button and okay, actually here we are using query params, so we can see that automatically these parameters are added into URL, but instead of querying string parameters, we have to pass into request body parameters. So let's go and first delete all these values, delete it. I'll go and select this body form data, and here we have to specify so email. Let's copy one more time and password is from 1 to 6. Let's click on send button. And now we can see that status equals to true, message equals to user logged in, and we can see that here we have the token value. Now let's copy this token value, go back to browser, and if I type here, let's go and remove this, the default value, put here. So we can see that our generated token value also contains two dots and three segments. The first segment is all about the informations like type equals to JWT and the algorithm we have used called HS256. Now next, here we have the payload information. Inside the second segment, we can see that issuer at audience. Let's do some zoom here. So we can see issuer at audience, issuer at this is our current time value at what time we have issued at expiration, and this inside this user key here we have the ID value and the email value. So successfully, now this is the concept of login API. And one more thing, the token what we have generated by using login API is very important to authenticate all other APIs what we have inside this third phase of API development. Let's go to our checklist. So first I will close this book controller, env composer.json. Let's go inside our checklist, and here about login API, it is also completed. Next, after this login API, let's go and work for this profile API, and this API is a protected API route. It means to access to call this API, we have to pass token value into authorization key of header. So what we have to do, we have to create a filter so that that filter will be applied for each route which are protected. So let's go to project terminal, and here first I will stop and let's create a filter here. So PHP Spark make filter, and I will call it as JWT Auth, and let's pass a suffix here. So it will create JWT Auth filter.php. Let's go to editor, and I will then open this file, go inside here. So let's go inside this before method. So if I call like profile API by using this API call system, so what we have to do, let's go here, something called profile, or instead I will copy and open a new tab here. So profile here, and if I go and check our routes.php, so we have to use author as a prefix. So author. Next, after this author, which is our profile API prefix, now let's confirm the request method type. So we can see that we are calling get request type, so it is okay here. Now here comes the concept of most important parameter, that is all about authorization header value. So as we know that all these routes of this author group are protected, so it means we are going to validate our token value before processing any API call of this author group. So here, what we can do, I will go inside this API call, inside this params, let's click on headers. So by default, we can see that this VS Code extension automatically added 7 headers. But the most important header we are going to pass, and that will be called authorization. And inside this authorization header value, we have to pass the token value what we have generated so that this token value we can validate inside this filter. And this filter will be responsible to validate that either we have to process this API call or we have to go and put like unauthorized access. So simply the process will be if I copy the token value, let's go here and pass it here. But before passing, we want one more value and that will be called bearer space and the token value. Now this is the pattern to pass this token value to call this protected API call. So what next? Let's go inside filter class file and here first we have to get our header that will be called authorization. And one more thing, how to get a header value already we know from second phase of API development. So here let's call it as authorization header equals to I'll use request object, then I will call get server, and inside here I will pass http underscore authorization. Save these changes. Now after getting this authorization header, first we have to check that this header key is available or not. So what we can do, if put it here, let's add exclamation, it means it is not available. So inside that case what I will do, return, let's say services, then I have to call response method, arrow operator. Let's put some status code. So set a status code, let's say 400, and second set JSON. And here let's pass an array status equals to false, message equals to, let's say, unauthorized access. Save these changes. Now this is to check that this header what we are passing is available inside our request. Now next, also we have to check the pattern that here we have a bearer keyword and then we have the token value. So what we have to do, let's go and this is first checking check header like authorization is available. And here we have to check that the header pattern, check header pattern. So what we can do, let's authorization header string array. I will go and explode here. We have to use explode function of PHP. Let's put the delimiter as a space value because we want to separate like with this space value, this word and this word. Now this is the bearer keyword and this is the token value and they are separated using this white space. So here by using this explode, first we have the space value and we want to separate this authorization header value. Now successfully, here we have to check that if this string array, it means now this is an array and inside this array, what we have, like here we have the first called bearer and the second value of this array, here we have the token value. Now what the token we have passed inside authorization header. So first we have to check that the count of this, like this array here, count equals to. If it is not equals to 2, it means the count is let's say less than 2 or more than 2. So in that case, this is also not a valid pattern. Or logical or also we can say that like the first value of this index, if it not contains the bearer keyword, it means it is also invalid token value. So what we can do, if I copy this variable because this is an array type, and if I put here at 0th index, if it is not equals to bearer, not equals to bearer, it means the same response we have. Let's copy and put it here. Next, after the second checkpoint, the third checkpoint we have to validate our token value, what we are passing inside authorization header. Let's scroll down. So here we have our third checkpoint to validate the token value. So how to do? Let's go at the top of this class and first I will go, let's say use JWT which comes from Firebase. Save these changes and one more thing also we have to import that use key and this is also comes from Firebase. Now what is the importance of this class? This class will know. So let's scroll down. I'll go inside this validate the token value. I'll use exception block that is try catch block So in case of any error, first of all, let's say exception ex object, the object of this exception class. So here, let's say return services. I'll then use call response method. Then let's say set status code, let's say 500. And here, let's say set JSON, pass an array. So status equals to false, message equals to what I say, let's say failed to validate the token value. And if we want to get the correct error message according to exception, so let's say error message equals to this is our object of exception class, and I will call the method called get message. Save these changes. Now let's go inside this try block, and here decoded information, decoded data or information equals to I will go and use our JWT class scope resolution operator. I will call decode method. Look at IntelliSense. We have to first pass our token value. So the token value we get from this authorization string array, like here, the second value of this array. Now here, let's go here, pass one value, not zero, one value. And then inside the second argument of this decode method, look at here, we have to pass key or key array. So let's here new key, and inside this key, look at here the key material. It means the key value and the algorithm. So the key name we have inside this application, which defined inside this .env, that is JWT key. So I will copy, and inside this key class, inside this first argument of this construct method, let's pass getEnv, our helper function, and then we have to pass the key name called JWT underscore key. Now inside the second argument of this class constructor, we have to pass the algorithm name. So as we know that we have used HS256. So what I will do, simply pass HS256 will be the algorithm name. Now, if everything goes well, so what will happen? This is going to return the decoded data. It means all the values what we have inside our payload, like issuer at, audience, user data, and all those data what we have stored by using this payload array. Now here, what we can do simply after getting all these data, let's request here, and I will store into a variable called user data equal to decoded data. Now this is going to return the standard object. So let's convert into array format. So I will simply typecast this encoded data like into a standard object. We are converting into array format, and simply all these data we are storing into this user data of this request object. Save these changes. Now let's go inside this author controller. Now, as we know that to work over profile API, this is a protected API call. So we have to pass a token value. So the concept of filter is now ready. So what we have to do next, simply we have to register this filter first, and then we have to bind this filter with this routes.php. So first I will go and open filters.php from config folder. Let's go and import our class here. So use JWT Auth filter. I will go inside this aliases array, and let's pass single quotes or double quotes JWT auth, and here JWT auth filter, and it's a class. Save these changes. Let's copy this aliases name. I will go next inside this dot search php. Here inside this array, the options parameter of this group method, and here let's pass the filter name, and here is our nickname of filter. Save these changes. Now this time, if I go and click like before passing or without passing this authorization to this profile API, click on send button. Let's first start our development server. Started. So if I go and click on send button, so we can see that unauthorized access. But even if we pass this header value, and as we know that okay, this is a valid token value. So if I go and click on send button, so now we can see that here we have no information. It means that now successfully we are calling this profile method. Now to get the profile informations, what we can do, let's go inside author controller, inside this author profile, and here let's say this respond like return this respond inside this array. Let's say status equals to true, message, let's say author, profile information, and data equals to, remember, we have stored all those data inside this. Let's open our class file. So we have stored inside this key called user data. So simply let's copy. I'll go here. So this request object, and this is our key value. Let's put a semicolon, save these changes. And if I go and click on send button, now we can see that status equals to true of the profile information, and here we have all those payload informations what we have stored inside this data key. One more thing, if I go and remove this bearer keyword, we can see that now this time here we have the token value only, but according to validation this is not going to work. Click on send button. Now we can see unauthorized access. Now here let's pass bearer again. Put token value, valid token value, click on send button. Now you can see that we are getting our author profile information so successfully. Now we are able to call our protected API call by using this custom filter, which basically using the concept of JWT authentication so successfully. Now we have completed one more API concept inside this third phase, and that is a protected API concept. That is our profile API. All right, friends. Now, after the completion of registration API, login API, profile API, now this time we'll focus over the concept of book controller class. It means, let's say that after successful login, after getting the profile information, now as we know that by calling profile API, here we have the user ID. It means this is an author ID. Now, by the help of author ID and some informations, now let's focus to our next API, and that will be to create book. So what next? Let's go first and close this author controller, and I have to open our book controller class. Let's go inside this create book. So to create a book, we need the data for author ID, which we can get from token value, name, publication, and cost. Now, if we're talking about the validity, like the required parameters, let's go inside our database, go into table, click on database, go in books table, go to structure. So if we can see here that author ID is required, name is also required, publication it is optional, and cost parameter is required. Now let's put validation for this author ID, name, and cost value. So let's go to editor inside this book controller class. Here let's say validation rules equals to, let's pass an array. So we want validation, let's say author ID, but this ID, as we know, that we get from token value, so no need to pass inside this validation rules. Only we want like name and cost. Now let's put this name field. So the rule we want only for the time being, that is required. Now let's go inside cost, not rule, it will be rules. And here let's pass here inside this array. So rules equals to, it is also required. Save these changes. Now, after this validation rules, I will go and make use of this validate method. Let's pass validation rules. So if validation fails, let's add exclamation sign. And if it fails, let's go inside this if block, return this respond, and here pass an array status equals to false, message, let's say please provide, please provide the required fields. And if you're talking about the error message of system, so errors equals to, we get this validator that I will call get errors method. Save these changes. Now let's say that we have valid data, like we have author ID, name and publication, even we have the cost value. So after getting all these values, what next? Simply we have to use the concept of this model name called book model, like this model instance, and we have to call our insert method, or we can call our save method. So here let's say book data equals to, let's say author ID, and this ID we can get, like if I go into response, we can get this data from user and ID. And remember, all these data actually we have stored into request object and user data key. Let's go inside book controller. So here we get this data like this request object, and here we have a user data key. And from this key, we have to go inside. Next, we have to go inside this user and ID. So simply after user data, user and ID. Now this is to get our user ID, it means author ID from our request object. Save these changes. Now next, I will go and put name key. So here, this request, I'll use getVar, and here, let's pass the book name. Then we have publication. So publication, this request, getVar, and let's say publication. Then here we have the cost value. So here it will be this request, getVar, and I will use cost value. So successfully now here we have the book data information. So what next? I'll use this model and I will call save method, and inside here let's pass book data. Let's cut and wrap inside our if block. Go here, this is our success block. So here return this respond, and let's pass an array status equals to true, message equals to book created successfully. Let's go inside this else block. I will copy this response, put here status equals to false, and here it will be, let's call it as failed to create book. Save these changes. Now all the logics now completed for this create book method. So how to test? If I go inside routes.php, here we can see that by using post request type, we have to call author forward slash add book, and additionally we have to pass the authorization token value due to this filter. So let's go here, and instead of calling the file API, let's pass add book, not add underscore book, it is add hyphen book. We have to change post request type. So authorization header is already available. So let's say that I'm not going to pass this authorization header value, and I'm clicking on send button to call this API. So we can see that unauthorized access. So what we can do, let's pass the key value like authorization key. I will go then here, go inside body, form data, and here I will pass, let's say name here. So book one, then I will pass a key called publication, let's say sample publication. And for cost value, let's pass, for example, 1000. So after passing all these data as well as our authorization header, and one more thing, if I not pass this name value, click on send button, we can see the name field is required. It means validation is also working. Let's click on this name field, click on send button, and here we have some exception, that is attempt to read property user on array. It means I think that there is some error while reading this value. So what we can do, if I go and cut this value, I think that this is going to return. Let's put a blank value. So for the time being, print R and die here. If I go and click on send button, so we can see that actually this is returning, like this is returning an array of data, and inside this array, here we have issuer at, like audience, expiration, user, and inside this user, we can see standard object, and it is returning the user ID. So how to get, so what basically I'm going to do, simply let's cut this line, and here let's token information equals to something like this. And if we want to get the user data, so let's say user ID equals to token information, and from this token information we have to get this user, which is an array key like user, and this key actually contains a standard object. So by the help of this ID, so let's copy ID, and it is something like this. So what next, simply let's copy this user ID and I will put it here. Save these changes. Let's go and again click on the send button. Now we can see that book created successfully. Let's go to browser and confirm all the things. So successfully we can see that our book has been created. Now let's go and create one more book. So I will go inside Postman, and here let's change book to, or even what I can do, I can go and log in with another user. So go inside login API, and I will pass my details. Click on send button. Now this is the token of first user. Let's copy, and I will go here while calling this add book. Let's go inside body, inside this headers. Let's change the value. So bearer space and the token value. And this time I'm submitting this data called book to sample publication 2 and the cost will be let's say 500. Click on send button, book created successfully. Now if I go to table, click on browse. Now we can see that this time this book to information now created with author ID equals to 1. So successfully now from our checklist, we have completed one more API and that is to create our book. So this API also completed. Now next, let's create our next API that is to list all the books on the basis of author ID. So as we know that this API, like list books API, is also a protected API. It means before calling this API, also we have to pass authorization token value. And that token value, as we know that it contains author ID. So by using that author ID, we will list all those books. Let's go inside book controller and let's copy these two lines of code. I will go inside this author books. So this is a protected API method. So we can get the user data from request object, token information, and here we have the user ID. So what next? I will use this model and here find method. And inside this find method, not find method actually, we are using the concept of author ID. So author ID is not the primary key inside books table. So I will use where method and here it's author underscore ID and it will be user ID. And here I will use the concept of find all method. Now here let's store and call it as books. So simply return. If I go and use this respond status equals to true, message equals to, let's say, books found. And inside this, let's say, books key, here we have all those data. Save these changes. Let's go and copy this URL called list hyphen books. And this time we have to call using get request type. So I will go here, put it here. So we have to call using get request type. So we don't need this like name value, publication cost. Again, I will go inside headers. And suppose I'm not passing to calling this API this header value, click on send button, unauthorized access. Now let's go and pass, click on send button. So on the basis of that token value, what we have passed, and this is the token of first user. So we can see that all those informations from books table. So successfully now this is the simplest concept that after getting the author ID from token value, how to retrieve the data from any table on the basis of that ID. If I change the token value, so automatically by changing the token value on the basis of that author, we can get all those books. And one more checkpoint we can add here. Suppose if we have no book on the basis of this author ID, so we'll have the message called books found, but this will contain a null value. So in that case, what we can do, simply I will go here and let's add inside if block, and if books available, simply go and cut this line, paste here, otherwise go inside this else block, put here status equals to false, and this time I will simply call no books found for this author. And here let's remove this third key, we don't need this, and here we have some spelling mistake. So successfully now this is our next API what we have completed from our checklist, and that is to list all books on the basis of author ID. So this API is also has been completed. Next, after this API, now we have to work over delete book API. So while working with delete book API, we have two types of parameters. First one will be book ID from URL, and second will be author ID from authorized token value. So after getting these two values, first we have to go inside table and find that if that book exists on the basis of this ID and author ID, then we have to find and delete that. Let's go to editor. I will go then inside book controller class. Let's copy these two lines of code because by the help of this code, we get author ID. So here we have author ID. So first thing first, I will go and check that if book exists. So here let's call book equals to this model, and here I will use where method. Let's pass an array because we have two conditional statements. We have two conditional statements, that is id equals to book id from URL and also author id from authorized token value. And here I'll use first method. So successfully, if book exists, let's copy this book. Then I'll go here. Let's say if book here, so it means book exists. So in that case, what I will do, this model, then I will use delete method. And here we have to pass our like the primary key value and the book ID from URL. So simply book ID. Now I will go and cut this line. Let's go and wrap inside this if block. So this is our success block. So simply return this respond, put an array here, status equals to true and message equals to, let's say, book has been deleted. Now next I will go and create our else block of this first if block, and here let's say status equals to false, and it will be something called failed to delete book. Otherwise, let's copy this else block response and I will go and close this if block. And here we have another else block, and in this case, let's say book not found. Save these changes. Then I will go start our postman, click on new request. I will copy project URL. Let's copy. Then I will go here and here let's put here, and to call our delete API we have to use delete request method. So delete request type, then I have to go and pass auth as a prefix. Let's copy, put it here. Then we have to pass the URL, that is delete-book, and after that we want our book ID. So let's say that if I pass 100, and as we know that this is a protected API, which means we want an authorized token value. But without passing any token value, if I click on send button, now you can see that unauthorized access. So what we can do, first we have to go and log in a user. After getting a token value, then we have to go and pass authorization header value to call this API. So what I will do, let's copy this URL. I will go here inside this postman. Let's open a new HTTP request, put it here, post request type. So it will be auth. Then I will call login API. Then next I will go inside this body, form data, and here let's email, and let's go to our table because I deleted our previous request. Let's go inside authors. I'll go and copy this email value of this first user, and this first user has only one book we can see inside this books table. So we want to delete, let's say for example, book number 2. I will go first here, let's email, and password is from 1 to 6. Click on send button. Now you can see that here we have the token value. So let's copy, go here inside this delete book API. I'll then go inside this authorization or headers, and here let's add a key called authorization. Then I will pass bearer space and the token value. So once we pass, click on send button. We can see that token is okay, but here the book ID what we have passed does not exist inside our table. So if I pass, let's say one ID, this ID exists, but this ID does not belongs to this author. If I go and check that, so we can see book ID 1 is okay, but the author ID equals to 2. But in this case, what the token we are passing, this is of user ID 1. So let's go and pass to here, click on send button. Now you can see book has been deleted. Let's go and confirm. So successfully, now book has been deleted. Now inside our API checklist, now we have completed one more API, and that is our delete book API. Now finally, we have to discuss a very interesting concept inside this API checklist, and that is all about logout API concept. So here we have completed each API of this third phase of API development step by step, like registration API, login API, profile API, and all the APIs which belongs to this book controller class. Now in this video topic, like here, we'll discuss the concept of logout API. And you are thinking like, to create logout API is very simple, it's very easy. Simply we have to go and delete the token value what we have generated while calling this login API. But let me tell you that what the token we have generated using the concept of JWT is stateless in nature. It means directly or indirectly we can't delete this token value. So what is the best way? What will the approach to create logout API? All these concepts we'll discuss inside this video topic. So here friends we'll discuss all about the possible ways by the help of that how can we implement the concept of logout API with this stateless token value. So first thing first, and I will go and discuss all about the concept of expiration time. So let's open author controller class and remember, by the help of this author controller class, we have created our token value. And here is the method. This is the method of login API. And by the help of login API, remember, we have created our token value. And here we have the payload data. So inside this payload data, we can see that here we have a keyword called EXP. EXP stands for expiration time. So here we have some time value that is current timestamp in seconds, including our 1 hour. So here, like implement the concept of logout automatically if we want to destroy our token. So simply we can put some specific time interval. For example, if I want to issue a token value that is going to expire after 15 minutes. So automatically I can implement that concept that current timestamp it is okay. Plus, and here we have to include the timestamp value like 15 into 60 that we have to convert like 15 minutes into seconds. So automatically, if suppose our APIs will be consumed by any mobile devices, any like third-party applications, if they stored this token value into its local storage, session storage, or anywhere, so automatically this token value will be expired after 15 minutes. And again, the users of that application will have to hit the login API to regenerate this token value. So this is the automatic concept to go and implement like logout or something like expiration of JWT token value. Now let's go and discuss our second concept and that will be called blacklisting of token value. So here I'll discuss the second concept and that is token blacklisting. So what is the plan? Plan is very simple, very simple. First we have to go and create a table inside our database. Inside that table we'll have some columns like ID and token. As we know that logout API is a protected API which means that call that API we have to pass a authorized token value inside header. So before calling our logout API, we have to pass a valid token. So what we can do inside that API method, simply we have to store that token value into our token blacklisted table. So before login, by the help of that token value, first we have to check that if that token exists inside our blacklisted table, so it means that that token value already logged out. So this is the concept that by the help of that we can create a very easiest concept inside logout API. So what I can do, let's go inside project terminal and I will create first a table called tokens blacklisted. So PHP Spark, make migration and here let's call it as token underscore or simply let's say create underscore token blacklisted table. Hit enter, table created. Let's start development server started. Next I will go inside editor, go inside our like app folder, database folder, migrations, and here we have blacklisted table. So what we can do, let's quickly create our table structure. So this DB forge, not actually this DB forge, actually this forge, and here let's say add field, and inside here I will pass the column names as ID, token, and additionally I'll add one more column that is created at. So it will be let's say type equals to int, let's auto increments equals to true, and here unsigned equals to true. Now let's go inside this token like the column and set the properties. So let's say type equals to, I will put let's say text here and null equals to, and I will pass false. It means it is required. Now next, let's go and specify for created at so date time, and I want a default value of current time stamp. Save these changes. Now next, I will call this forge. I will call add primary key, and here let's pass ID. And then I have to call this forge. I will call let's say create table, and the table name we have called token underscore blacklisted. Now let's copy the table name. I will go then here and let's call this forge like drop table, and here we have the table name. So successfully, now migration created. Let's go inside Prozac terminal. So PHP Spark migrate, hit enter, table created, start development server. If I go into our database, let's go and reload. And now we can see that here we have one more table called token blacklisted. So what we can do, let's go create a model of that. First I will clear PHP Spark, make model, and I will call it as token blacklisted. Hit enter, model created. Next, I will go inside our editor. Let's go and open our token blacklisted model. And here we can see the table name by default. It has taken, but the table name we have called token underscore blacklisted. So simply, I will just copy, go here and put it here. And then I will go inside this allowed fields, and we want values only for this token field because already we know that ID is auto incremented and created at which takes by default the current timestamp value. Now next, let's close these two files. Then I will go inside this author controller, and here I will import, let's say, use token blacklisted model. Let's go inside our logout API method. Now here, what we can do, simply let's open our first filter class file, that is JWT Auth filter. So as we know that after getting our authorization header value, here we are decoding and storing all the payload data inside this key called user data. So we can do one step here for logout API, and that is request object. I'll create one more key and call it as JWT token, and inside this key we can store our token value. So why we are storing? Because this token we can store into a blacklisted token value. Save these changes. Now let's copy this key value, that is JWT token. I'll go then here and let's say token equals to this request object, and I will call it as this key. Now successfully, after getting that, what we can do, simply this, not this here. First I will go and create an instance of this model class. Let's go here and here token blacklisted object equals to new, and then here we have the model name, and by the help of this object blacklisted object I will call insert method. Let's pass an array, and here we have token equals to token. Save these changes. Now after save, what we can do, simply go wrap this inside this if block, and inside here let's go and return this respond, and I will call it as status equals to true, and message, let's say author successfully logged out. Otherwise I will go here inside this else block. Let's copy this response, put it here, status equals to false, and message equals to, let's say, failed to log out, or simply we can say logout failed. Save these changes. Now let's go inside our postman request. Let's pass auth logout, or first I will check. Let's go inside our routes.php. So we can see that here we have logout and this is under author. So I will copy author. Let's pass it here. We have to hit using get request type. So let's pass get request type. So here we have. So next I will copy this token value. Let's copy this token value. And I will go then inside this like body, like let's click on this drop down, go inside headers, and here authorization. So bearer space and the token value. So this is a protected API, which means that whenever I click on the send button, it will first call this filter class file. It will set our token value, and automatically by the help of this method, this token value will be saved inside our token blacklisted table. Let's go and click on the send button. Now you can see that author logged out. If I go into our DB table, Click on browse here. Now we can see our token value. So what next? If I go and open our profile API, let's go here and instead of calling, let's say author, and if I pass, let's say /profile, and it will be using get request type token value. Click on send button. So again we can see that by the help of this logged out token value, now we are able to access the profile information. So it is not making any sense that why it is working. Even the author is logged out, so how it is working. So to implement or restrict this token value, what we can do, let's go inside our filter class file, and here we have to add one more checkpoint, and that is first we have to go and let's import our model class, that is use token blacklisted model. So once we import, let's go inside this before method. After these checkpoints, like inside this try block, what we can do, let's say blacklisted object equals to new, and here token blacklisted, now the model class, and here blacklisted object I'll use find method, not find method, it will use where method, and here token equals to, and the token what we have inside this first key we have to put here, and here let's use first method, and here let's say token data. So if token already exists inside this blacklisted table, it means that token has been logged out. So in that case, if we have data, so simply return services. I'll use response method, set status code, let's say 400, set JSON, and let's pass an array, and I will call it as status equals to false, and message equals to user, or simply we may say unauthorized access. So what we can do, let's copy this message. I'll go here and put it here. Save these changes. Now the same concept, again I will go here, click on send button with all this data. Now this time we can see that unauthorized access. Now let's go and log in a user. So auth here, login. I'll go then inside our form data, body form data. Here we have the information. Click on send button. Post request type first. Click on send button. So token generated. If I copy, go inside our profile API. So author profile, and let's go inside body like headers, authorization. And if I pass beard token value, click on send button. So here we have some error, and that is page not found. Okay, actually we have to call using get request type. So we can see that here we have the logged in author information, but whenever we call using like logout API, click on send button. So author logged out. Now after logged out, if I call again our like profile API, now we can see that unauthorized access. Now successfully, by the help of the second approach like the blacklisted token concept, now here we have created the concept of logout API. Let's go to our checklist. So step by step, let's close these files first. So from this API checklist, now successfully we have completed our last API of this session, and that is logout API. So finally, we have successfully completed our first phase of API development, second phase of API development, as well as third phase of API development. Now finally, we have to go and see our fourth phase of API development, and where we'll use the concept of Shield Authentication. It means API's development using the concept of Shield Authentication. All right, friends. Now inside this fourth phase of API development, we'll discuss the complete concept to create APIs using Shield Authentication. So what basically Shield is, our first question will be, so Shield is an authentication package inside like PHP, which we can install using Composer, and once we can install inside CI fourth version, so we can use lots of features of this library package. Like this library supports all about the authentication process, authorization process using session-based concept, using token-based concept, and even it supports JWT-based concept. But here, inside this fourth phase of API development, we'll discuss the concept that how to use token-based system of this package to authenticate APIs. So first thing first, before going into the deep concept of this fourth phase of API development, let's do a like CodeIgniter for setup. So I will go to the official website, click on download button. Then I will go inside this fourth version card, click on user guide, composer installation, and here we have a composer command. So let's copy, go inside project terminal, and here let's paste that command. So composer create hyphen project CodeIgniter version 4 app starter, and this time I will call it as CI4 underscore APIs underscore SILD. Hit enter. Now you can see that our installation process now started. So just wait for a while. So successfully we can see that now installation has been completed. Let's go back to folder structure. So we can see that here we have a new folder called CIFO underscore APIs underscore SILD. So what I will do, I'll go and open this setup into my Visual Studio Code so that we can start its development. So let's go inside terminal and here cd, I will type then CI4 underscore APIs underscore SILD. Okay, here we have some spelling mistake. Now inside this folder, if I first type PHP Spark, now you can see that these commands simply means that successfully we have installed. So I will go and open this code setup into my VS Code. So code dot enter. So successfully I am inside my Visual Studio Code. Now what next? So first thing first, let's go and execute this application into browser so that we can see its landing page. So I will go back into project terminal and if I type PHP Spark Serve, hit enter, started. So I am pressing Ctrl, click on this link. Now here we have Welcome to CodeIgniter version 4.5.5. So what next? As we know that inside this fourth phase of API development, we'll use the concept of Shield Authentication library. So what is the plan? What will be the plan that we have to learn and complete inside this fourth phase of API development? So let's open a new tab. So as we know that we have to use the concept of Shield Authentication package. So this package will install using Composer. So once we install this package into our CodeIgniter version 4 setup, so automatically it provides lots of files, lots of config files and migration files. So once we execute PHP Spark migrate command, so automatically we get lots of table inside our database. So inside those tables list, also we'll see like two important tables that is first called users and second auth entities. So what the process of like the login API, log authentication process, all these by default will be handled using like sealed authentication table. So here, first we have to go and install sealed package. So it will be a composer package. So once we install using composer, so automatically it creates a spark CLI command. So on execution of this spark CLI command, automatically it generates several types of config files as well as migration files. So automatically on migrating those migration files, it will create some tables inside our database, and by the help of those tables, automatically this package will manage all the authentication process like registration, login, profile, and logout. So don't worry at all about these APIs like how to create with Sail. Now next, so after installation of this package, what we have to do, we have to create one more table and inside that table we have to store user ID. So basically we want a relation between a users table and a projects table. So here the second table we create using migration and I will call it as projects table, and inside this table we have the columns as ID, user ID, let's say project name, then we have called project budget, and finally let's call it as one more column called description and create it at. So from this package we'll have lots of like config files, lots of tables inside database, and the most important thing that it automatically handles all about users authentication. So we don't worry about like registration API, login API, profile API, and logout API. We have to use the concept of this SILT library package and its configuration settings to complete the concept of all these APIs. So here, now next we have to create some controller files obviously. So we want like resource controller. So first we have to create let's say auth controller, and it will be inside our API folder. So auth controller.php, and by the help of this file, this controller file, we complete all these processes like registration, login profile, and logout. One more controller we want, and that will be inside API folder, and let's call it as project controller.php. Now next, if you're talking about the models, so here first we have to use a model for this projects table. So let's call it as project model .php, and also like once we install this Shield package, it is going to provide a users table, but inside this users table we have some limited information. But obviously we want like some more informations of user like first name, last name, phone number, gender. So for all these columns also we have to create a separate migration file so that dynamically we can add those columns inside the created table of this Shield package. So here what we can do additionally, we have to create one more migration file, and that will add some more columns to default created table of Shield Auth package. And once we create that migration file, so after migrating, automatically we can add those columns into table. So here, like we have to create one more model so that we can interact with those columns as well. So inside models, we want, and I will call it as, let's say, custom auth user, or we may say custom user auth model.php. So we have two models, two controller classes, and two migration files. Now next, if I talk about our API routes, so the first API we create like API register, it will be using called post request type, and data we have to pass like name value, email value, a field called username, password, let's say gender, and phone number. Next, after this registration API, then we have got API forward slash login. This API also we hit using post request type, and here we have to pass email and password. So once user will be verified using these details, so by using like Shield authentication package, we have to generate a token value. Remember, token here is a very important concept because by the help of this token, we authenticate our protected APIs. So here we generate a token value. Then we have to go and create another API, that is API profile. Simply, it will be get request type. We have to pass auth token value, like the token value what we have generated from this login API. So we have to pass inside header, and the key we have to use called authorization. Now next we create some more APIs like logout here. So this time this token is not stateless. It means we can use the concept of logout to destroy our token value from server. Now here the logout API, this API also will call using get request type, and this is protected. So it means we have to pass auth token value, and it is available inside authorization header. Now next, let's create some more APIs by using this project controller or project table. So here API, and not API, this time we have, let's call it as user forward slash, or we may say like profile API, like user profile, user logout. So user, and I will call it as add hyphen project. This will be using post request type, and here we have to pass data to create any project like what we have inside table called name. We can see here that user ID, this will come from authorized token value. Then we have the project name, project budget, and finally we have project description. Now inside these APIs list, we have to add one more API, and that is user forward slash, let's say, list hyphen project. Simply we call using get request type. And here what we have to do, this is a protected API, which means that we have to pass authorization token value. So by getting user ID from authorized value, simply we have to get all those projects on the basis of this user ID of this projects table. So overall, this is our API plan, like fourth version API development plan. And on the basis of these plans, we have to execute and work over all these concepts. So here, friends, after this basic definition of this fourth version development, what next? Let's go first create a database and connect with this application. So I will go into browser, go inside our database. Let's click on databases here. So CI4 underscore APIs underscore Shield Auth. I will copy the DB name. Let's click on create button, database created. Then I will go inside application. Let's open. First, I will go and rename this file from env to .env. Then I have to open this file. So let's open. So first line will be uncommented and it will be like from production to development. Then I will go inside this database group. Let's uncomment all these lines. And here, database is something like this. Root is okay in my case and password is blank. Now successfully, this database is now connected with this application. So what next? So as per the plan, as we know that we have to go and install our Shield authentication package so that we can start and see that how we can configure and how we can work with the Shield auth package. So to install that, let's go to browser and simply I will search here Shield CodeIgniter version 4. Just hit enter. Now here we can see that here we have a link called CodeIgniter Shield. We can see here we have the official link that is shield.codeigniter.com. So I will go inside this getting started, click on installation. I will do some zoom here. So inside this installation, we can see that here we have some minimum requirements. Now next, here we have composer command to install this package into application. So simply, let's copy because already inside our system, we have composer installed. So just copy, go here, stop this development server. And if I type, so composer require CodeIgniter 4 forward slash shield. So before installation, if I go and open, let's say composer.json of our setup, so we can see that inside this require object, we don't have any shield authentication package. But once we go and run that command, automatically a new line of code will be added inside this require object. Let's see in action. So I will go hit enter. So here we can see that our installation process started and successfully it has been completed. If I go and check our composer.json, now we can see that inside this require object, here we have CodeIgniter version 4 forward slash shield and this is the shield version. So what next? Again, I will go inside project terminal and if I type here called PHP Spark, now we can see that here we have a shield section which has been created after installation of our shield package. So what next? Here we have the command called shield setup. So once we go and execute this command, look at here, initial setup for CodeIgniter Shield. So as per the documentation, if I go and scroll, so in case like after installation of this command, if you get some error, so you have to go and execute these two lines of command. Here we have the next command and next command. So after successful completion of all these command, what we have to do, we have to go and execute this PHP Spark shield setup. And this shell setup command we can see here inside this project terminal. So let's copy shield setup. I will go here. Let's say PHP Spark shield colon setup. Now once we execute, so it will create lots of files as well as lots of migrations. Hit enter. Now we can see that here it has created a file that is auth.php inside our config folder, authgroups.php inside config folder, authtoken.php inside config folder, and also updated some file like autoload.php and here routes.php and here we have a file called security.php. Now also it is doing some configuration email settings inside application. So it is asking that do you set now? So I am pressing no. Now this is from name. So no here. Now also it is asking that okay, like after passing no and no, as we can see that it has updated one more file that is email.php and here it is asking php migrate double dash all. It means do you want like after installation or after configuration of this shield package, all the migrations what basically it provides will be migrated by default into our database table. So obviously we want, so just press Y because we want to migrate all migrations of shield package. So after press Y, hit enter. Now you can see that it has like migrated all these files. Let's go to our database. reload here, and now we can see that inside our database we have lots of table. We can see auth group users, auth identities, auth logins, permission users, remember tokens, token logins, settings, and users. So here, this is like the successful installation of Shield Authentication package inside our CodeIgniter version 4 setup. Now let's go and verify some config files. So I will go first inside this auth folder, like config folder, and inside this config folder, let's open our first file, that is auth.php. So this is the file what we are getting after installation of Shield Authentication package. So here we can see we have lots of code, and this is the basic settings files of that library. As well as we can see that here we have auth groups, auth token, and if I go inside our routes.php, means config.php, let's open routes.php file. So we can see that it has added one more line of code into here, and that is service auth and routes here. So automatically after adding of this line, it has actually obtained like lots of routes inside application. If I go and comment this line for the time being, let's go inside project terminal. So if I type php spark routes, routes is a command of spark cli command, which basically lists all application routes. Hit enter. So now we can see that inside this application only we have a single route, that is welcome page, which is calling home controller, and from this controller class it is calling index method. And here friends, what will happen if I go and uncomment of that line what we have commented? Let's go here, simply uncomment, and again type the same command, call php spark routes. Now we can see that lots of commands automatically gets added inside application after installation of Shield Authentication package. And one more thing, let's go inside application. So after installation of Shield Authentication package using Composer, if I go, let's close all folders. If I go inside vendor folder, let's go inside CodeIgniter 4. So we can see that we have a new folder that is called Shield. So what the migration we are using, and inside coming APIs, what the model we use called user model, user entities, all the things we can find inside this Shield folder. So this is the concept of successful installation and configuration of Shield Auth package inside this version 4 application. Alright friends, now successfully we have configured our Shield package inside this version number 4 application. So what next? We have to add some custom columns like gender and phone number inside users table. So first, let's see the default structure. So if I go inside database, let's click on users table, click on structure. So we can see that here we have the columns as ID, username, status, and all these columns. Now where is the column of like the email and password? So if I go and open a new tab, and also for the name field, let's open auth identities. So inside the second table of this database, which was like by default created, here we have the column as name for the username value. Here we have the secret. This is the email value, and secret 2 is the password field. So successfully, here we have the field like name here, email, password. Here we have the field of username. Now we want some more columns like here called gender and phone number. For these fields, we have to create a custom migration file and execute so that we can add these columns inside our users table. So what to do? Let's go inside project terminal. I'll create a new migration file. So PHP Spark make migration. Let's say add underscore custom columns inside users table. Hit enter. Migration file created. Let's go inside application. I'll then go inside this app folder, app, database, migrations, and here is the migration file. Then I will go inside this up method, and this time I have to use called this forge, like this forge, and I will use the concept of add fields, not add fields, actually add column. Here, first we have to pass the table name. So the table name we have called users, and second, we have the array of fields. So we want to add like gender and phone number. Let's pass field properties. So here it will be, let's say type equals to enum. We want like enumeration type, constant. So we want some default set of values. So this column either support like male, female, and let's pass one more option called other. And by default, this field is going to contain the null value. Save these changes. Then I will go inside for this phone number, and here type equals to varchar constant equals to, let's say, 25 characters, and it is also optional, so null equals to true here. Now successfully, here we have added some columns like two columns, two custom columns inside users table. Now in case of rollback, what we have to do, we have to drop these columns like this forge, and I will call drop column method. And here, to that here, first we have to pass the table name. So the table name we have called users, and we have to pass the column name. So inside this array, we have the column name as gender, and here we have the phone number. Save these changes. Now let's go inside Project Terminal, and if I type the command called php spark migrate, hit enter. So successfully migration completed. If I go into our table, let's click on this users table structure. Now we can see that here we have two more columns called gender and phone number. So successfully, now this is the add-on of custom tables like the custom table columns for this users table. So what next? Also, we want our projects table as per the discussion. So I'll go here, let's say PHP Spark, make migration, and I will call it as create projects table. Hit enter, migration created. If I go and open our file, let's go inside our up method. So here, this forge, then I will call add field method, and here we want columns as ID, user ID, then we have call project name, project budget, description, and here we have created at. Let's pass our field properties. So it will be type equals to int. Let's auto increment equals to true. Let me check the spelling of auto increment. It is okay. Then we have unsigned equals to true. Then I will go for this user ID. So let's copy the properties of this ID and put here only remove this auto increment. Now next I will go inside this project name. So here it will be type equals to varchar constant equals to, I will pass value, let's say for the project name, let's say 100 characters, and null equals to false. It means this field is required. Now here, let's copy the properties, put it here. So let's say type equals to varchar. Let's say 10 characters is okay, and this is also required. Now, if I talk about description, so here, let's say type equals to text, and by default, it is optional. And here for created at date time, and the default value we want default equals to current underscore time stamp. Now let's go and okay, after this add field method, we have to call next this forge, and here we'll call add primary key, and the table name we have to pass. We want to create projects table, not projects table. Actually, we have to pass the primary key, so it is ID this forge. So add a table, not add table, create table, and here we have the table name. Save these changes. Let's go inside this down method. So this forge, here we have drop table method, and here let's pass the table name called projects. So successfully, now this is our another migration. Let's go inside terminal, PHP Spark migrate, hit enter, migrated. If I go and reload this database, now we can see that here we have a new table called projects. And inside this, here we have the columns as user ID, project name, project budget, description, and created at. All right, friends. So what next? Now we have to create our model classes, our controller classes, as well as API routes. So first I will start with model classes. So as we know that inside this fourth phase of API development, we have two separate modules. First one will be user module and second will be project module. So let's create our two model classes, that is for like project module and user module. So already we know that by default our Shield authentication package provides user model. So it means we want only a single model here, and that will be for project stable. Let's go inside terminal, and here PHP Spark make model, and if I type let's say projects here, simply project and type suffix, hit enter. Now you can see that project model.php file has been created inside models folder. Let's go inside project editor, and if I go inside app folder, models folder, and here we have our model class file. So everything is okay. Now let's go inside our database, and if I click on projects table, go to structure. So we can see that to create any project, we want values for user ID, project name, project budget, and description. So what I will do, I will go simply inside this allowed fields, and here let's pass user ID, and we have to pass project name, then we have to pass project budget, and finally we want call description. So successfully, now this is our project model. So one more thing, as we know that here we have one more module called user module. So if I go and open the user model class of Shield authentication package, so how to go and navigate? So let's go inside first, inside this vendor folder, CodeIgniter for Shield folder, and inside this folder, let's go inside SRC. Inside SRC, here we have models, and inside these models, here we can see user model.php. Let's open it. And now you can see that this is the user model class of Shield authentication package. And here we have all about the allowed fields. It means inside users table, we have the ID column, and these are the columns which basically will be inserted when we create user. But as we know that apart from these fields, also we have included some extra fields like gender and phone number. And these are the fields not included inside this allowed fields. So what I will do, either we can write like extra columns like these columns here inside allowed fields, but it is not recommended because it's the core file of Shield authentication package. So what is the best way? So the best way is that to create a custom model class, and simply we have to extend this user model, and then inside that we can add our extra columns. Let's go project terminal. So PHP Spark make model, and I will call it as custom user and suffix, hit enter. Now you can see that here we have one more model class, and that is custom user model.php. Let's go inside editor, and if I open custom user model, so we can see that here we have the table name called custom users. So what I will do, I'll go and first change the table name because we want the table name should be users. Let's copy, put it here. So primary key is okay. Now next I will go inside this user model. But first thing first, we have to extend this model class inside this custom user model. So instead of extending model, we want to extend user model, which is coming from this Shield authentication package. So what I will do, simply use user model, and we can see that this user model class is coming from CodeIgniter, Shield, and models path. As let's give a nickname of that, and I will call it as Shield user model. Let's copy this class name, and here instead of extending this model, I will put Shield user model. And after that, let's copy these few things only, and here I will go and remove all this stuff, and inside this neat and clean class, now here we have only these fields. So here is an error, that is undefined return type user, and it's an entity class which is coming from Shield authentication package. So what we can do here, use user, and we can see that inside this IntelliSense that this entity class is coming from CodeIgniter Shield and entities. Hit. So successfully, now we have imported our user entity class from this coordinator shield and entities. So what next? As we know that inside this allowed fields, now we have some more columns. So let's go inside this API plans. I will copy these extra columns like gender, and let's close first this user model of this shield package. I will go then here inside this allowed fields. I'm going to simply put here so gender, and here we have called phone number. Save these changes. Now here we have our custom user model and project model. So what next? Now let's create our API controller classes. Go to project terminal. So we have two modules. It means we want like two controller classes. So PHP Spark make controller. I'll create a separate folder called API. Then I will create, let's say, auth controller. Only auth I will pass and pass suffix as a flag. So we can see that auth controller class has been created inside this API folder. Let's go and open our auth controller, and here I'll go inside this auth controller and protected, then model name equals to, and this time inside this auth controller, I will use the concept of this custom user model and the name space. Let's copy, put it here. I'll then go and copy the class name and put it here. Now one more property we need, that is protected, and here it will be called format equals to JSON. So successfully, now here we have our auth controller. So according to need, we have to obviously create some methods like registration API, login API, profile API, and logout API. But before that, let's create our another controller class, and that will be responsible to handle our project-based operations. So I will go here, PHP Spark, make controller, API, and then I will call project here, and let's pass suffix as a flag. Hit enter. Project controller.php file has been created. If I go and open project controller, then I will go inside this controller class. Let's say protected model name equals to, and then we have to go first inside this app folder, models folder, and inside this models here we have project model. So let's copy this model class name and put it here. Then one more property called protected format equals to JSON. So finally here we have two controller classes. So what next? We want our, let's say, our methods first inside these controller classes. So I will go first inside this auth controller, and let's remove this index method. And one more thing, friends, that actually here we have like some mistake. Actually, we have created normal controller class, but we have to create actually resource controller classes. So here is the mistake. So what I will do, let's go and delete like these controller classes from API folder. So this mistake because actually we have created normal classes. So let's delete. So PHP Spark make controller. We have to create our controller inside API folder. Let's pass suffix as a flag and RESTful. Hit enter. Created. Now we want and created. Let's go inside terminal, sorry, editor here, and I will then open like first auth controller class. Let's remove this all code stuff from here. Now inside this neat and clean structure, let's say protected. Then here we have called model name equals to app models, and then we have to include custom user model.php, or simply we can pass the class name. No need to pass .php extension. And here protected format equals to JSON. Save these changes. Now next I will open our project controller, and here first let's remove this all default code skeleton inside this neat and clean structure. Let's say protected. Then we have called model name. We have to go inside app folder, models folder, and here we have called project model. And finally protected format equals to JSON. Then I will go inside this auth controller class. So as we know that inside this fourth phase of API development, these are the APIs what we have planned. So according to these API routes, we have to create our methods. So first I will create user register API method. So user register method, and this method will be hit using post request type. And here we have to pass like the username email, name here, then password, gender, and phone number. If I go and check the column names, so name, email, username, total number of columns equals to 6. And if I go and compare, total columns equals to 6. Now here, let's say public function, and let's call it as register. Now next, here we have called user login API. And this API also we hit using post request type. And here we have to pass email and password. So public function and login. Now, after this login method, then we need our user profile API method, and this method we hit using get request type. This will be a protected API method. It means to call this method, actually we have to pass protected API method. We have to pass a valid token value what we generate from this login API method. Now here, let's say public function, and I will call it as profile. And here we have to pass auth token value. Now, after this profile API method, then we have to work over our logout API method. So, logout method, this method we hit using get request type. This is also protected API method, which means that we have to pass a authenticated token value to access this API method. And here it will be public function and logout. So finally, all these methods of this auth controller. Now next I will go inside this project controller. So we want like the methods of add project and list projects. So let's go here. So this is for add project. We hit using post request type. Data we need like user ID. Obviously it will come from our token value. Then we want project name, project budget, and description. So here it will be public function. Let's call it as add project. Now next we want one more method to list all projects, and this will be, let's say, user wise. Obviously, by getting our token value, means by getting our user ID, simply we have to retrieve all those books of that user. So this is protected, means all these methods are protected, so no need to pass here public function, and I will call it as, let's say, get projects. So successfully, now here we have all these methods inside this auth controller class, and here we have inside project controller class. So what next? Now let's create our API routes. So I will open routes.php. Simply I will go and comment this line of code because this line is by default added once we have installed our Shield authentication package. Now this time I will use the concept of array callable syntax. So use auth controller class, then here use project controller class, and here let's say API routes. So first I'll create open routes. So as we know that inside this auth controller class we have two open methods which actually does not need any token value. For example, this registration API method and login API method. So what I will do, simply let's say routes object, I'll use get method, and here I will call it as API /API /register. And here, array syntax, I will call auth controller class. And from this controller class, I will call register method. Now next, let's say routes object. Actually, not get method, it will be post method. So here, again post method. Now this time, it will be for API login array callable syntax, and it will be auth controller class and then we have to go and attach our login API method. So successfully, now this is the inclusion of open routes. Now next, let's say protected API routes. So first I'll create, let's say, a group here. So routes object, group method, I will pass API, then array here. And inside this array, first I will pass the keyword called namespace of controllers. So those controllers will come from app controllers, and here it will be from API folder. Then we have to go, let's call a callback function, and inside here, pass routes object. Now inside this functional block, let's say routes here. So first I will call our profile API method. So profile here, array callable syntax. It will come from auth controller class, and I will call profile method. Let's copy, put here. Now this is for logout API method, logout. And finally, we need two more routes for project-based operation. So routes object, I will call post method. And inside here, let's say add hyphen project. It will call from, let's say, project controller. And from project controller, we have the method as add project. So I will copy and put it here. Now next, routes object, get method. And here, let's call it as list hyphen projects. Then I will go inside this project controller class. And inside this project controller class, I will call get projects method. So successfully, now we have created all API routes. So what next? Now let's start our API development process. So first thing first, we have to start the working of our register method. Let's go inside auth controller. Now inside this register method, to create any user, we want all these informations. If I go into table, click on users table, go to structure. So if I check all about optional and required parameters, so we can see that gender is optional and this phone number is optional. Also we can see that these also columns contain default value, but what we want like only the phone number will be an optional field. So here, let's pass first of all validation rules. Validation rules, let's pass an array here. Now we want like the validation rules for this username, like for this email field, name field, password, gender, and this is optional, so no need to pass here. So inside this username, it is required, email, it is required, it is required here, and gender is also required. So finally, here we have put like the basic form validation, but apart from that, also you can put like valid email, like form validation rule to check the email pattern for this field, as well as we can implement the minimum length, maximum length. So these are the validation rules. Obviously, you can add with this list. Now it's okay for the time being. So here what I will do, if this validate, and inside this method, I will pass these validation rules. So if validation fails, I will go and add exclamation sign if fails. So in that case, what I will do, return this respond, and here let's pass an array status equals to false message. Let's say registration failed due to invalid entries. And here, for the proper error message, what we can do, errors equals to this validator, and I will use get errors method. Save these changes. Now let's say that we don't have any error. We have all these data. So after getting all these data, what we have to do? So I will first go here and import a entity class like the entity class of Shield Auth package. So use user, and this is an entity class, and it is coming from, we can see, CodeIgniter Shield entities user. Now this time I will create a different type, like the different type of method I will use to create a user and save inside our database table. So let's go here, because this time we can use the concept of this entity and the involvement of this model class. So after this validation, it means, let's say we don't have any error. So what we can do, first I'll create our model object, and here, so let's go and I will comment this line, because this time I will import this, let's say use custom user model instead of writing like this time I will go and create an object of that. So new and custom user model. And here, then I will create entity object equals to new and the user entity of our Shield authentication package. Now here, so one more thing, I'll go then inside this user class, like the entity class, let's pass in here, like we have to pass our data, what we want to insert into our table. So here it will be like for the name field, then here for the email field, then we have for the username, password, then we want gender, and if we have the phone number, then it's okay. Let's check the column name first. So phone number. So what next? Now after passing all these columns, remember these are the columns of database and here these are the columns of request parameters. Don't be confused about the same naming convention here, like the same name pattern we have used for username here and username here. But these are like request parameters. If I go and open Postman new HTTP request, so those are the request parameters what basically we pass inside this post request, body, and inside this form data. So all these keys, like here, I'm telling like request parameters, but these are the table column names. So name here, this value we can get like this request get where and then we have to pass our request parameters for the name value. Here we have the key called name. So simply I will copy and put it here. Then I will go and copy for this email field. So simply either copy or simply let's type here. So this request get where and email username. This request I'll use get where and here it will be for username. For password, this request get where and it will be for password. For gender, this request get where and here it will be password. And finally for the phone number, so this request get where and phone number. So successfully now here we have our entity object with all these data. So what next? I'll use the concept of model object. Then I will use save method and here I'll pass entity object. So by the help of this line and these code, now we basically are going to create our user inside our table. Now this time automatically these data will save into two different tables. First will be users table and second auth entities table. So now next what I will do, let's go and cut this line because I'm going to wrap inside this if else block. So here inside this if block, let's return this respond and here let's say status equals to true, message equals to let's say user registered successfully. Then I will go inside this else block. I will copy, let's put it here, status equals to false and here let's say failed to create user. Save these changes. Now let's do a quick unit testing. So first I will go inside our DB table. Let's open this database into a new tab. So here we have the first table called users and let's open our second table called auth identities because we are passing our email and password value and the name value. So the name, email and password will go inside this auth identities and like the rest informations like username, like gender and phone number will go inside this users table and this is automatically handled by all this concept what we have used like custom user model which is extending our sealed model and this is like user entity object. So what next? Let's go inside this postman request. I will then copy our API route. Let's open our project terminal and start development server. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter, start it. So control click. Let's copy our project URL. Then I will go here. Let's say API. Then I will go register. Then I have to go inside body, form data, and let's pass. And without passing any parameters, if I click on send button, now we can see that our validation is working perfect. Now here, let's say name. So I will be the first user for this first, like fourth phase of API development. Then here, let's say username, Sanjay underscore user. Next, we have got email, example @gmail.com. Then we have the password. Password will be from 1 to 6. Then we have gender. Then we have phone number. So let's pass some dummy value. Next, after passing all these data, if I go and click on send button, so we can see that user registered successfully. Let's go and verify from our database table. So I will go here. First, I will click on this users table. And now we can see that username and here we have gender and phone number. Now let's go and click on this auth identities table. So here we can see user ID equals to 1, which has the secret like the email value and the password value. So successfully, now we had seen that how to create registration API to create our custom user register inside our database tables. So if I go into our API checklist, so successfully, now the concept of registration API now successfully completed. Next, after this registration API method, now let's go and work over login API method. So where we need the email and password value. So I will go then inside this auth controller, then I will go inside this login API method. And here, first let's create our validation rules. So as we know that we want like email and password. So here the rules are required and required. Now next, I'll go and use this validate method. So this validate, I'll then pass validation rules. If validation fails, now let's add exclamation sign. And here, let's say return this respond status equals to false, message equals to, let's say, login failed. And if I get the proper error messages, so let's define one more key called errors equals to this validator, and here I will call get errors. Save these changes. Now let's assume we have all those data. We have successfully passed our email and password. So what next? Here we have to check user data or simply details. So here let's create an array called credentials, and inside this array I will store the email and password value. So the email value we get this request and get where method. So here let's pass the request parameter called email. Then we have called password. It will be this request get where, and here it will be password. Save these changes. Now here I will use the concept of auth helper function. So here like login attempt equals to I'll use auth helper function, and then I will call a method called attempt. Look at here in tally sense we have to pass credentials. So let's pass credentials. Now if everything is okay, it is going to return some value. Otherwise, it will return like an exception value or simply a false value. So what we can do, we can go and wrap this statement into a try-catch block. Try-catch block, and here let's pass exception class object, and let's go and cut this line of code, put it here inside this try block, and I will go then inside this catch block first, return, let's say this respond status equals to false, and the message will be, let's say, simply I will call, let's say login failed. Now let's go inside this try block here, and here I will add one more checkpoint, that is login attempt. We have is okay method. So if it means that successfully user now logged in by passing email and password, but in case if not logged in, I will put exclamation sign. So in that case, return this respond, and here let's say status equals to false and message equals to, let's say, login failed. Otherwise, I will go inside this else block. Successfully, all the data we passed is valid. So in that case, what we have to do, we have to get the user ID, then we have to find the user information, and by the help of our object class concept, then we have to generate a token value, and that token will be very important to access and call, or also we can execute our protected APIs route. So here, first I will get user ID. So by using this auth hello function, then I will call user method and ID property. Then here, let's create our Shield class, Shield model class object. So here I will import, let's say use user model, and this user model will comes from CodeIgniter Shield models and user model. Why we have imported? So if I go and scroll, let's use that. So let's say Shield user model or Shield model object equals to new, and I will call it as user model. Now here I will use Shield model object and find by ID method, and here I will pass user ID. So successfully, after getting this ID value, this is going to return an entity object. Now here, if I type user info, so this user info is not a normal variable, it's an entity object. Let's see in action. So if I go and print r, let's say user info, save these changes, then I will go and let's copy this API call. Let's go and open new HTTP request, put here post request type. Let's change login. Now, if I click on send button, so we can see that our validation is working. Now, let's go and pass inside body form data like the email value and password value. So, if I go and copy our email value of this user and password, it's from 1 to 6. So, after passing all these data, let's click on send button. So we can see that here we have an entity object, and here we have all those informations. We can see now these informations is basically a raw data what we have printed here. Now our main functionality is that we have to get the token value. And one more thing, I'll discuss about an exception here. As we know that after passing all these valid data, as we can see user is logged in. So what will happen? Again, I will click on this API login method. So let's go and see in action. So if I go and click on send button, remember user is logged in. Now here we can see login failed, but instead of login failed, if I go and print the error message here, or simply for the timing, if I go, let's say print r ex, and let's say get message. Now this is the way to get our exception message, and I here save these changes. If I go and click on send button, now here we can see our error message, that is the user has user info in session. It means user is logged in. So here to fix this issue, what we can do, as we can see here that the user ID one has a session active. So before execution or hitting this API again, first we have to go and log out this session. So how can we do? Simply let's go and remove this error message first. Then I will go inside this try block, and first I will check that if any user like this user, if any session active session. So by using this logged in method, we can simply check, and by using this auth and logout method, simply we have to go and log out that current session. So automatically first session will be destroyed and the new session will be created. Save these changes. I'll go then here, click on send button. And now we can see that here we have the user data. If I go and again click on send button, so instead of exception, we have our sealed object. Now the next point is that we have to generate a token value. So let's go and remove this print r, and here let's say token info equals to user info. Remember, it's an entity object. I will call get access token method, and here I will pass our secret key value. So let's pass any random characters. This is our secret key. Now we have to get our raw token value. Raw token equals to, I will pass token info and I will call it as raw token. And finally, let's return this respond. And here, let's say status equals to true, message equals to user logged in, and the most important parameter to access our protected APIs, that will be token. And here we have our token value. Now save all these changes. Let's go to our API call, and here, if I passing all these details, let's click on send button. Okay, actually here we are getting login failed and why it is coming. So instead of saying this login failed, what we can do, let's go and pass ex object exception class object and get message. Save these changes. Let's go and again click on send button. So we can see that here we have some error message, or it will be an exception, that is attempt to read property row token or null. So why it is coming, and this error is coming basically from this line and token info. Okay, actually instead of calling get access token, actually we have to use generate access token. Save these changes. Let's go again, click on send button, and now we can see that user logged in, and here we have the token value. So successfully, now one more API we have completed from this checklist, and that is all about login API, and it has been completed. Next, after this login API, now let's create our next API, and that will be our profile API. So as we know that this route is a protected API route, which means that we have to pass a valid token value inside authorization header. But before that, we have to create a filter. That filter should be registered first, and what we can do, that filter will be applied into this group of routes which are protected. So let's go inside project terminal and close the development server first. So PHP Spark, let's say make filter, and I will call it as Shield Auth. And let's pass suffix here. So it has created Shield Auth filter. Let's go inside editor and I will open Shield Auth filter. Let's go inside our before method, and here I'll use the concept of access tokens. Now let's open our access tokens files, which has been generated by default our, let's say, Shield authentication package after installation. So we can see that inside header, it means while calling any API which uses the concept of access tokens. So inside header, we have to pass authorization header, and inside authorization header, we have to pass a token value with a bearer keyword. So here, let's go inside filter. So what we can do, first I will check that if auth tokens, and here logged in, if auth tokens not logged in, exclamation sign. So in that case, return services. I'll use response method, set status code, let's say 400, and here set JSON, and let's call it as status equals to false, and message equals to, let's say, login failed, or we may say unauthorized access. Save these changes. Now, after doing all these things, now let's go and open our filter.php file from config folder. Then I will go here, let's say use Shield Auth filter, Shield Auth filter. Then I will go inside this aliases and I will call, let's say, Shield underscore auth. And here, let's say Shield Auth filter class. Now, what we can do, let's copy this nickname. I will go inside this group of routes after this namespace. Here, let's say filter equals to and Shield Auth. So once we pass this Shield Auth, like here as a filter to this group of route, which means that all these routes now protected. So to access and call all these methods, all these API routes, first thing first, we have to pass the authorization token value inside header. Let's open our auth controller class. Then I will go inside this profile API method. So to access that, we have to pass our authorization header value. Let's do a quick unit testing. Let's go here, new HTTP request. I'll then copy URL. So let's copy this login API URL, put it here, and this is of profile here. Get request is okay. Now without passing a token value, click on send button. Okay, first we have to start development server. Started. So if I go and click on send button, now you can see that unauthorized access. Remember, this is the message is coming from our custom filter. Now let's go inside auth filter. Now let's say that I am passing a valid token value. So in that case, what will happen? Simply we have to go here. Let's say user data equals to auth. Then we have to pass tokens. And here I will simply call user method. And here let's say return this respond status equals to true. And let's say message equals to profile information and data equals to and the user data. Save these changes. I'll go here and if I click again on send button, we can see unauthorized access. Now let's go inside our login API. I will copy this token value. Let's copy. Then I will go here inside this, click on authorization or headers, and I will pass, let's say, authorization bearer space token value. So after passing this data, let's click on send button and now we can see that status equals to true, profile information, and here we have all those data. Now let's quickly do a mistake here. Let's remove this 9 from last. Click on send button. Now we can see unauthorized access. So successfully. Now this is the completion. Okay. Let's go and copy again the token value. So bearer token value. Click on send button. So this is the completion of one more API. So what I will do, I will close first this filters.php, access tokens. Let's go and close this project controller as well. Then I will go inside this checklist. Now successfully, we have completed one more API and that is profile API. Next, after this profile API, now let's complete one more API and that will be logout API. So I will go inside this auth controller. Remember, this logout method is also protected, which means that before calling this method, also we have to pass authorization token value. So what we can do here, simply I will go and here we have to logged out user. So auth and I will call logout. Then I will call one more line of code that is auth user and I will revoke all access tokens. Now simply after adding these lines of code, let's say return this respond, let's pass an array status equals to true, message equals to user logged out. Save these changes. Now let's go and open new HTTP request. I'll go and copy our login API URL. Go here, put it here. Not here, actually, this was profile API. I'll go here, put it here. This will be logout. If I check request method type, so logout, that request type, it is okay. Now without passing in token value, click on send button. So we can see unauthorized access. So which means we have to pass a token value, also calling this logout API method. So go inside headers. Let's add authorization. It will be authorization, then bearer, space, and the token value. If I click on send button, so we can see user logged out, which means that this token is no longer to use inside any of the API calls. So how to do a testing? Let's go inside API, it means profile API. Then I will go and copy this token value. Let's call this profile API with this token value. Click on send button. And now we can see that unauthorized access, which means that the token what we had generated is no longer used after logout. So successfully now we have completed one more API. If I go and close this routes.php, so successfully now we have one more API completed and that will be called logout API. Now next, we have to work over our project controller class and inside that controller class, we have two methods that will be for add project and second will be for list project. Alright friends, now here we'll discuss the concept of add project API. Let's go inside project controller. So while calling this method, we have to use post request type, we have to pass authorization token value to get user ID, and also we have to pass the information of project name, project budget, and description. So first thing first, inside this method, we have to put our validation rules. So let's go inside our DB table and just confirm that which columns are required. So we can see that default equals to none, none, none. It means that all these columns are required. So what we can do, simply I'll go here, let's say validation rules equals to, then I'll go and create an array here. So the field will be, let's say that these are the keys of our request parameters. So project name, project budget, and description. And here, let's say that this will be required, required, and required. So after putting these like validations, let's go and use validate method. So this validate, let's pass here. So if validation fails, I will put exclamation sign. If fails, so what will happen? Let's say return this respond pass an array status equals to false message. Let's say our project data or project inputs are required. Save these changes. Now let's assume that we have all these data like project name, project budget, and description. So what next? I'll go and use the concept of this model, and here I'll use the concept of insert method. Let's go inside here. So if I check the column names, so here we have user ID, project name, project budget, and description. So simply inside this array, we have to pass our column name, so user ID. Then we have project name, the same column name I think here. Let's copy project budget, and finally we have called description, and the value we get from request it will be something like this request get where, and here it will be, let's say, project underscore name. If I will copy, go here for this project name, project budget, and description. So let's copy, put it here, description, and put it here. Now for user ID, what we can do, as we know that this is a protected API method, which means that we have authorization token value. So for user ID, it's auth helper function, then I'll call user method and ID property. So now next, let's copy this user ID and put it here. Save these changes. So after insertion, let's go and wrap inside this if block. Now this will be our success block, and here inside this else block, so I will go first inside this failed block. Let's say return this respond pass an array status equals to false message equals to, let's say, failed to create project for this user. Save these changes. Let's copy this response here. I will put it here status equals to true, and in place of this message, let's say successfully project has been created. Save these changes. So what next? Now let's do a quick unit testing. So I will go here, click here, new HTTP request. I'm clicking it here. So let's copy our project URL, copy that, go here, put it here. So first thing first, I'll go and use login API to generate our token value. So post request type, then I will go inside this, and before that API, and let's call login. If I open routes.php, so we can see that API login, then I will go inside this body form data, and here I will put email address and password. Let's go inside users table. I will open our database into a new tab, users. So, okay, actually, we have to go inside auth identities for email address. Let's copy the email value of this first user. So, user and the password, I think, from 1 to 6. Now, let's click on send button. So successfully, here we have our token value. So I will copy, go here and not go here. Actually, we have to open one more tab of HTTP request. Let's put it here. Now this time, this is also using post request type. And here it will be called add-project. So simply let's copy, put it here. Then I will go inside this headers first and I will key means I will use authorization, then bearer space and the token value. So let's copy one more time. So token value, then I will go inside this body form data and here we have the key called project name. So here it will be, let's say, project one. Then we have called project budget. Let's say 1000 or 10,000. And here we have called description. Let's say sample content. So first let's go inside this headers and I'm not going to pass this authorization header. Click on send button. So now you can see that unauthorized access. Let's go and pass. Next I will go inside this body. I will not pass all these data. Click on send button. So here we have some exception that is required is not a valid rule. Obviously, because we have some spelling mistake. And if I go here and here we have some spelling mistake in this project budget, save these changes. Let's go and click on set button. So we can see that project inputs are required. Even we can also add one more field here like what we did for previous APIs like errors. And here this validator and I will call getErrors method. Save these changes. Let's go and click on Send button. Now you can see that all these fields are required. Next, I will go and pass all these values. Click on Send button. Now you can see successfully project has been created. If I go into our table, let's go and browse here. Now successfully we can see that user ID 1, it means first user, now created this project. Now let's create one more project. So I will go here, go into request, let's say project 2, 15,000 and here let's say sample content 2, click on send button, project created. If I go and reload and project created. So successfully now we have completed one more API inside this fourth phase of API development and that will be called add project API. So it is also completed. Now finally we have to work over last API of this fourth phase of API development and that will be list project API. The concept will be very simple as we know that this API is also protected, so we have to pass authorization header value and by the help of that token we'll get our user ID. So once we get the user ID, the simplest query we have to execute to find all the data on the basis of that ID from this projects table. So let's get started. I will go first inside this project controller. Then I will go inside this get projects method. Simply, first I will get the user ID, let's say auth helper function, then user method and ID. Now here, this model, this model, then I will pass like here. Actually, the user ID is not a primary key. I will pass where method user ID equals to and user ID. And then I will use the method call find all. Save these changes and here let's store all projects and simply let's return here or simple as that. Let's put a checkpoint here that if projects is available, then we have to go and return. So return this respond and here status equals to true message projects found and here inside this data key let's say projects. Otherwise what I will do if we have no project on the basis of that ID, so I will go and create an else block. Let's copy this response, put it here. So status equals to false and this time simply let's say no projects found. Let's remove this data key, save these changes and this API will be hit using get request type. So I will go here and let's say get projects If I check the endpoint, so not get projects, it will be list projects. Let's copy, put it here. We have to use get request type, and we don't need this like form data. Simply we want like the headers, and it is available. So let's say that I'm not going to pass our authorization header. So unauthorized access. Now let's pass. Click on send button. Now you can see that here we have a status equals to true, message equals to projects found, and here we have our data array, and here we have two objects. This is project 1 and this is project 2. Now successfully we have completed one more, that will be the simplest API we have completed, and that is to list all the projects. Alright friends, so inside this video topic, we'll discuss an important concept inside this API development course, and that is how to fix course errors. So course stands for cross-origin resource sharing, which means that what the APIs we are creating, if we are trying to call these APIs from any third-party application, any remote application, and in that case, if we are getting some errors like our origins errors, headers errors, so how to fix that? Actually, these are the errors of course. It means both devices like sender and receiver is not compatible to get and use those data. So what we want, our motto is that we have to create efficient APIs so that our APIs will be like easily called from any third party application. So it means we have to configure also course into our server. So how to do that? Let's go inside our setup. And one more thing, like I am talking about this latest version of CI4, because inside older version we don't have any course.php. What I mean, if I go inside app folder, config folder. So we can see here we have a file that is course.php, and this file is only available inside the latest versions of CodeIgniter version 4. Inside older version like inside 4.1, 4.0, this file was not available. So in that case, we have to create our custom filter. Then inside that custom filter, we have to use some PHP function, that is header function. Then manually set our headers like origins, like headers, like authorization. So by setting those things, actually we can bypass our course policy errors. But in this case, inside this latest version, the most important file we have for the course issues, and that is course.php inside our config folder. Now the next question we have that, okay, here we have the file that is course.php inside config folder. Now the question is how to configure our course policies so that will not get any course errors. So let's go inside this class. We can see course class, which is extending base config inside this default array. Here we can see here we have some parameters like allowed origin patterns, supports credentials, allowed headers, exposed headers, allowed methods, and max age. So let's assume that the APIs what we have created will be consumed by a domain called example.com. So example.com is a third-party application, is a remote application, which is origin of this application. So I want to allow example.com to access with full authority to use all these APIs. So what we have to do, we have to go inside this default, inside this allowed origins. We can see also inside this example, it has mentioned that that domain should be mentioned inside this array. Let's say that also we have another domain, another third party application which is going to access these APIs. So again, we have to go add here, and let's say that example1.com. Now here, after passing all these domains, it means that these domains will have the full access to use and call all these APIs. Now the next setting we have, let's go and scroll. So here we have called allow headers. So while actually calling all these APIs, what we have created, if you have noticed, so also we have a header called authorization. To call our protected APIs, we had used the concept of authorization. But one more thing, like apart from authorization, we have other parameters of headers. Like let's say that if we are passing some JSON content to our request body parameters, also we have the concept of content type equals to application JSON. So I mean to say that what the headers we are calling, we are passing to call all these APIs of this application. So simply we have to also mention it here. For examples, okay, these are the origins which is going to use all these application APIs, but also we have to pass like all the headers what basically they use. So here what I will do, let's say that that origins will call like APIs by using either any of these headers like authorization. Then we have called content type. Now apart from these headers, also in case some more headers we have, obviously we can mention inside this allow headers. Now next, Then here we have the most important property, that is allowed methods. As we know that to call APIs, we have multiple like method types like get request type, post request type, put request type, patch request type, and delete request type. So also we can mention all the possible methods what basically we are accepting inside this application to execute our APIs. So if I pass, let's say, for example, only get request type, so it means that all the origins what we have mentioned, either they can use these headers, but only this application will accept only get request type. It means post request type, put and patch request type, delete request type will not get executed. So it means we'll have some course issues like all about the method type. So what is the option? Option is that what the APIs we have created. If I go into routes.php, so as you have noticed that inside routes.php we have several methods like post request type, put request type, patch request type, delete request type. So on the basis of request methods, also we have to mention all the request methods what basically the application will use while calling those APIs. So here we have to mention all request method. For example, get here. Either we can write into single quotes or double quotes, so post here, then here put request type, then here patch request type, and here let's say delete request type. So it means that all the APIs what we are serving from this application is going to accept any of the requests like the parameters like the request method, either it will be get, post, put or patch or delete. So successful. Now this is the way to do our core settings configuration of course inside this CI 4th version. Remember, this is the version like 4.5.5 I think. If I go to its landing page, now here we can see that the version we have called 4.5.5. Now the question is if we are working on let's say version 4.0 or 4.1, so what is the best option to set all these cores? So simply we have to create a custom filter, something called course filter, and then we have to go inside before method, and inside before method we have to use header function of PHP, and by using header we have to set our like origins, our headers and methods. So once we do all these settings, then we have to go inside filters.php from config folder, which is the main configuration files of filter, and inside that simply we have to register. Now this is the way that how to configure, how to set our course so that easily any third party application, easily any remote based application easily can access all these APIs so successfully. Now here we have seen the concept that how to set, how to configure our course policies. Now let's see the most interesting part of this course, and that is how to create APIs documentation using Swagger tool. Alright friends, so here we'll discuss the unique and masterpiece concept of this entire course, and that is how to create APIs documentation using Swagger tool. So first thing first, what is Swagger? So Swagger is a tool by the help of that we can create our APIs, a specification documentation, even we can test our APIs. And apart from these features, it also provides lots of features which we can find into its official website. But for the time being, I'm going to use the concept that how to create APIs documentation. So to use this tool inside our application, we have a composer command. So once we execute that composer command, simply this tool we can use inside a very efficient way to create APIs documentation. So what I will do, let's go inside project terminal. So here I have opened our fourth phase of API development where we had discussed all about the concept that how to create our REST APIs using Shield Authentication package. So let's say that I want to create APIs documentation of this setup. So what is the process, how to use Swagger? So step by step, all the concept we'll discuss inside this video session. So let's go inside project terminal, and first I will stop development server. So as I told that this is a composer package, by the help of that we can easily install this Swagger like inside this PHP application. So what is the command? So composer require, then I will type jquote forward slash, and here it will be called swagger-php. Now this is the command you have to execute. Don't worry, I will drop this command into the description of this video. So after typing this, we can see that we are inside the CI4 API shield. Let's hit enter, and before pressing enter, if I go into our setup, let's open composer.json. So we can see that inside this require object, we have only three packages like PHP, CodeIgniter version 4 and CodeIgniter version 4 Shield. Now after installation, let's go and press enter. So we can see that our installation process now started. So wait for a while. So successfully, installation process now completed. If I go into our editor, now we can see that inside this require object, now we have one more line that is zcode / swagger-php. Now successfully, this package has been installed inside the CI 4th version setup. By the help of this setup, we'll create our APIs documentation. One more thing, before using the concept of Swagger to create APIs documentation, if you are wondering that after creating documentation, how it will look like, let's go to browser and see a demo first. So I'll click on the Swagger UI. So after creating documentation, it will look like this. Inside this screenshot, we can see, or let's click on this live demo button. Now we can see that this type of design we get after implementation of Swagger to our API setup. We can see the information of a schema like HTTPS, HTTP. Even we have the information of request method like this API supports post request type, put request type, get request type, and delete request type. Even we have the complete information of this API URL, APIs like documentation, API summary, and even we have the complete data of request body parameters. So we can see that this documentation is really very helpful, very useful once we create, so we can easily share with our friends, with anyone to see our API's complete documentation. So let's see in action that how to create this type of documentation by using Swagger for our fourth phase of API development setup. So here to create our API's documentation using Swagger, if I go at the top, then we can see that it is using a .json file. Let's copy this JSON file. If I open a new tab, pasting it here, so we can see that all these data, like the complete data inside this JSON file, so automatically all these data are parsed using the Swagger UI. So it means inside our setup, we have to create a .json file, and by using .json file and a setup, automatically we can create this type of documentation. So what basically this JSON file is? So to generate this JSON file, actually we have to work over A notations. A notations are just like some syntax, some patterns, some pseudocode, what we have to write along with all those methods, what basically we have inside our controller. What I mean, if I go into our controller class, let's first open our routes.php. So we can see that we are using inside our fourth version setup, we are using two controller classes, that is auth controller and project controller. So inside this auth controller, we are handling all about the function of login, registration, profile, and logout. So let's say that I want to generate the API's documentation of this like the auth controller. So what we have to do, simply we have to go inside this auth controller. Means I want to generate the documentation of login, registration, profile, and logout. So inside this auth controller, we can see that here we have all those respective methods. Like for registration, here we have register method, for login, login method, for profile, profile method, and for logout, here we have logout method. So to generate a .json file, if I go again here, so we can see that this complete documentation is working over this .json file. So to generate this .json file, basically we have to write some pseudocode annotations with all these methods. Now the question is how to write annotations. So what I will do, let's say that I want to generate API's documentation, or I want to write annotations for this auth controller. So what I will do, I'll go at the top of this class. So first I will add some information. So what basically the information is, if I go here inside this documentation, so we can see that here we have some title, some description, and even we have a version number. So these all informations comes under information block. So what I will do, I'll go and let's add our pseudo code for that. So multi-line PHP comment here at the rate in capital OA, which stands for Open API Specification. This is the syntax, then backward slash, then I will add info and parenthesis. Then inside this info, the parameters are title. So let's call it as CodeIgniter version 4 APIs docs with Shield Auth. So after this title, then we have version. So let's say that version number something 1.0.1. Then we have some description. So this documentation will give idea of register, login, profile, and logout APIs. Now, after this info, then we have the second block as at the rate OA again, backward slash, and server S should be capital. Then inside this parenthesis, URL equals to and the local URL what we have. So if I go and let's copy our local URL, if you have the production URL, simply you can mention it here. Then we have description. So this is the information. This is the information of local development server. So successfully, now here we have some annotations of info block and server block. Then I will go and create some annotations for this register method. So here, let's add multi-line comment. Next, inside this multi-line comments, what I will do at the rate OA backward slash, then the request method type. It means by using post request type, we'll hit this register method. If suppose this is the API method, what basically we call using get request type. So in that case, it will be get request type. But here, it will be post request type. Then I will go inside this parenthesis. So the first value we have called path. It means the API path. So as we know that to call our register API method, if I go inside routes.php, the path we have called / API / register. Let's copy. I'll go here and put it here. Now next, here we have the other key like summary. It means our API summary. So this is an API or simply we can call it as user registration API. So as we know that to call this registration API method, we have to pass some body parameters like username, email, name, password, and gender. So what we have to do, we have to then go here, let's say at the rate OA backward slash then request body. Then I will go and define a parenthesis and here let's say required equals to true because all these parameters we need to create any user and to save inside our data. Then we have to go and one more thing, after all these parameters we have to put a comma here, required equals to true. Here we have some spelling mistake. Now after true, we want JSON data like inside request body, we want like JSON data to create any user. So OA backward slash and here it will be JSON content. Then define a parenthesis. Then I will go inside this parenthesis and we have to define next our parameter. Next inside this parenthesis, what I will do, let's say that I want an object data while calling this API method. So type equals to object. Then we have to go and pass properties. So in terms of properties, we want the values of username, email, name, password, and gender. So here, at the rate OA backward slash and property, let's define a parenthesis. So the first property we want, it will be like username, it will be title, then the type of value. So it is going to accept a string value, and we want some example here, the example value of this field. So let's pass some example value. So username Sanjay underscore Kumar. So this will be our first property while calling this registration API method. So I will copy. Let's copy, go here, let's add our second property, and the second we have for the email field, type equals to a string. Let's add a dummy value here, like gmailtest.com. Then we have to go and define our third property. So here we have the name value, name here, type equals to a string. Here is the name. Then we have password. So I will go put here and use another property called password type equals to a string. Let's put a sample password that is 126 and instead of type equals to a string, this time it will be type equals to password. So automatically this value will comes in encrypted format. Now next, now here we have one more property we want and after password called gender. So simply let's pass the gender key type equals to a string and the value of gender. So successful. Now these are the parameters what basically we have to pass to call our registration API method. Next, after this, as we can see that this is the block of request body. So in the same way, we have to define our API response block. So what I will do, just put a comma here at the rate OA backward slash, then I will pass response parenthesis, and inside this first response, if I go inside register method, so we can see that after successful creation, then here we have the message called user registered successfully. Let's copy, then I will go inside this response block. So response status equals to 200 status code, and then we have the description equals to, and this is the message. Save these changes. So successful. Now these are the annotations of this registration API method. In the same way, we can write for login API, for profile API, and logout API. So what we can do, I'll use the concept of ChatGPT tool to actually generate all these annotations. So here friends, what I will do, I will copy the complete code of this auth controller class. Then I will go inside ChatGPT AI tool. Let's paste all these here inside this input prompt. Or before that, let's interact first. Hi or hello, how are you? So hello, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? So I am also fine. Now what I will do, I will go and paste all these code into this input prompt, and here let's define our task. So I will go again into this VS Code. Let's open a new tab. So what will be the input? So please analyze the complete code of this given controller class. Controller class. This is in CI version 4. You have to write annotations, annotations for Swagger in the same way, in the same way what we have written. And also, please analyze all the parameters what we are taking into each method of controller class. And one more thing, friends, if this line contains any error, so please sorry for that. Let's copy the whole line. Then I will go inside our AI tool. Let's paste here. So here we have the complete controller class code, and here we have our input prompt. Let's press submit button. So we can see that on the analysis of this like provided code and the input prompt automatically on the analysis, now it has generated some output. So if I scroll, we can see that updated Swagger annotations. So this is all about for the registration method. And here we have the login method. Then here it is writing for profile method. It's really amazing tool. By the help of that, we can save our much time to write all this code stuff. And here we have our logout method. So successfully now it has generated like annotations on the basis of controller class code and the methods and their parameters. So here we have registration API method, login API method, profile API method, and all these data. So what next? Simply I will go copy, let's say step by step. So first I will copy this registration API method. Then I will go here inside this auth controller. Let's remove our written code and paste here. Now these are the code of annotations of this user registration API method. Now next, I'll go for this login API. So here, if I scroll, so this is for user login API. Let's copy, go here and pasting it here. Now after login API, then we want for profile API method. So let's go and copy this like the user profile API. Then I will go and put here. So this is for user profile API, and finally we want like for logout API. Let's go to our AI tool. I'll then copy this logout user API and let's paste it here. So we can see that to write all these annotations, it is too much time consuming. But by using this AI tool ChatGPT, now we have saved our time, and here we have all these annotations for registration API method, like login API method, profile API method, and logout API method. So what next? As we know that to work with Swagger documentation, we have to generate a .json file. So to convert these annotations to .json file, what is the process, how to do? Now let's understand into a detailed way. So here friends, to understand the concept that how to convert these annotations into JSON content, simply we have to use a class that will be a class of OpenAPI called OpenAPI /generator. From that class, we'll call a static method called scan, and by the help of scan method, we are going to scan all about those controllers from application, those controllers which basically contains annotations. So automatically these annotations will be converted into JSON content, and finally, after getting all those JSON content, simply we can write into a file either inside public folder or a storage folder. So let's see in action all about these steps. So first I'll go and create a doc controller. So here, let's say PHP Spark, make controller, and I will call it as doc. Let's pass a suffix as a flag. So it will create doc controller.php. Then I will go here and let's open our controller, and that will be called doc controller. Now inside this controller class, what I will do, I will go and import our OpenAPI class. So use OpenAPI, and here we'll call generator. Let's go and make it something like convert annotations to JSON. Then I will go inside this method, and here let's say Swagger, it will be an object, and here let's say generator. Then I will call it's a static method called scan, and here we have to pass our source file path. So what basically we want to convert all those annotations what we have inside controller, and those annotations will be converted into JSON content. So simply we have to pass the path of controllers. For example, here for the time being, we have only annotations for this auth controller, but let's say that we have 5 controllers, 6 controllers, which is going to contain annotations. So it's better, simply we have to pass our controllers folder path. So I will go here, let's say app means application path, then I will concatenate. If I go into folder structure, so we can see that here we have the path, and after this path we have to go inside this controllers folder. So after this app path, then we have to go inside controllers. Now here we have like the scan path, which is the source file path of all controllers folder. And inside this controllers folder, as we know, we can have multiple controller files, but for the time being, only we have auth controller, which is containing annotations. And simply here, let's say JSON content equals to, it's an object, and by the help of that we can call toJSON method. So successfully, now our annotations now converted into JSON content. So either we can print, or it's better, let's go and write all this content to a separate file. So what I will do, let's say file path equals to fc path. It means I want to save this file, JSON file, into a public folder. So fc path, then I will concatenate with a file name called swagger.json. .json, and here I'll use PHP function called file put contents, and here we have to first pass the first argument value called file name. So here we have file path, and the second will be our mixed data, it means our data. So JSON content, and here return this response. Then we have a method called download, and here we have to pass our file name. So simply let's copy this file path, put it here, and let's pass the null value. Save these changes. So successfully, by the help of this step, actually we are scanning all the controllers, getting annotations, and simply after getting all the controllers annotations, simply we are converting into JSON content. After getting, we are saving it to a file, and finally we are downloading it. Save all these changes. Let's go inside routes.php, and here let's say create JSON doc, and here it will be called routes object get method. And if I go and type, let's say swagger, let's say doc JSON, or we may call it as something like Swagger JSON doc. And let's say here I will use like the auth controller, not auth controller, it will be doc controller. And from doc controller, I will call, let's go inside controller class, copy the method name and simply put it here. Save these changes. So what next? I will go and copy this URL. Let's go inside project terminal. So PHP Spark serve, hit enter. Developments have started. So control click. Here we have. Now if I go and forward slash, this is our URL, swagger JSON doc, hit enter. And here we have some exception. We can see that actually I want to display, I want to show these error messages before going to install a separate package for annotations. Actually, also I have the option to install that package after installation of our Swagger PHP, but I want to show like this error message to you. So here we can see that error exception and it is saying that require add that way path item not found. So for this kind of error to fix that, what we can do, we have to install another package which basically read our annotations. And what basically it is, let's go inside project terminal, close that first. And if I go into application, let's go inside composer.json. So we can see that only we have these packages. So what next? I'll go and install one more package to read our annotation successfully. So composer require, and it will be doctrine. And after that, we have to type call annotations. Hit enter. So we can see that our installation process now started. So wait for a while. And successfully it has been completed. If I go into composer.json, now you can see that inside this require object, now we have one more package called doctrine and annotations. Save these changes. Let's go inside browser, and if I go and reload, and okay, actually we have to start our development server. Started. Let's go and reload. So again we have some error. And here, if we closely look this error, so it is saying T close parenthesis got description, and the error is at line number 17 inside auth controller. Let's go inside editor. I think some syntax error go inside auth controller. If I go at line number 17, so wait basically, so we can see that title is okay, and I think that the comma is missing right after this version. Save these changes. Let's go and reload one more time. And again, we have some error that is T close parenthesis got backward slash means forward slash at line number 45 inside this auth controller. So at line number 45, and here actually comment lines added. Let's go and remove. This is actually added by ChatGPT. Save these changes. Let's go and reload this. Again, we have some error at line number 229. So if I go and press Ctrl G 229, again, here we have some comment lines. Let's go and remove. And if I go and let's check manual, save these changes. Again, I will go and reload. And now we can see that automatically it has downloaded. Now here we can see swagger.json. Let's go first at home page. Next, after this home page, let's go to editor, and I will go and copy our route. So it will be swagger JSON doc. Let's copy, go here. So forward slash, this is our URL, hit enter. So again, we can see that one more file has been downloaded called swagger1.json. So what we can do, simply I will go and open this file into VS Code so that we can understand that what basically it has downloaded or what basically it has converted from our annotations to .json file. So to open this file, what I will do, simply I will go and drag this file from download section. Let's go inside VS Code and drop it here. Now successfully we can see that we have converted our auth controller's annotation into this JSON content file. So here we have Open API. This is the version of Open API. Then we have our information block. It's an object, and inside this object we have properties. And remember, these all the informations we have provided inside this auth controller. And if I go at the top inside this information block, then we have server, which we have provided again inside auth controller. And inside this path, all we have the annotations like the JSON content of API's documentation. So if I go and wrap, so we can see that this is for registration API, login API, profile API, and logout API. So for the time being, for testing, what I can do, simply let's copy all these content from the swagger.json. Let's go to browser and I will open, let's say Swagger editor. Just hit enter, click on this first link, that is editor.swagger.io. Click here, and inside this editor, let's go and remove first all this content and I will put it here. So would you like to convert JSON into this format like YAML? Let's click on OK button, and successfully we can see that all the JSON content what basically we have generated from application, now it is converted, we can see, into our Swagger documentation. So here we have like our title, this is our version, this is description, here we have the information of server, and here we have our API's documentation, that is registration. If I go and open, so we can see that our documentation, well documentation of this registration API method, then we have login, profile, and logout. But this is the documentation what actually we had seen, or we can generate, we can see like by this live URL called editor.swagger.io. But the question is how to generate inside our application, or what will be the setup of the Swagger into our local system. So for that, if I go and type, let's say Swagger GitHub, hit enter, then here we have the URL called github.com Swagger API. It's a repository. Let's click on this link. And after that, inside this Swagger, I will go and click on this Swagger UI. Then after, I will go and here we have to read a comment line first. If I scroll, so we can see that if you are looking for plain HTML, CSS, JS, download and latest release, so copy the contents of dist folder to your server. It means if we want to set up Swagger UI, so simply the dist folder of this repository we have to set into our server. So if I go and check, so here we can see, here we have dist folder. So inside this dist folder, we have like several files. We can see that HTML, JS, CSS files. So what we have to do, simply we have to download this dist folder into our system. So what I will do, I will go and simply inside this code, let's click on this drop down, and here we have the option of download zip. So simply let's click on this download zip, and once we click, now we can see that our downloading process now started. So we have to wait for a while up to its download complete, and successfully we can see that now the download has been completed. Next, after download, what I will do, let's go to folder structure, and here we have our zip file called swagger UI master.zip file. So simply I will go and extract here, extract all, extract here. So successfully we can see that our process has been started. And successfully it has been completed. So what next? I will go inside this unzipped folder. Let's go inside it. Now we can see that. Let's go and click on this large icons. So we can see that here we have our dist folder. So what next? I will open this complete dist folder, or simply let's cut this file, go at the root of this folder and put it here. So what next? Right here, let's go click on rename and I will call it as, let's say, Swagger doc, hit enter. Now I want to open this setup into my VS Code editor. So let's go and open in terminal. And if I type code dot, it means to open this current folder into my VS Code, hit enter. Now successfully I am inside my VS Code of this Swagger doc. So let's press first Ctrl plus. So I will open our first file from this folder, and that is index.html. So here we can see that here we have some HTML code, and the most important point here is all about Swagger initializer.js. So let's find this file into this folder and open that. So here it is. Let's go and open. So we can see that on window.onload, it is rendering a URL, and that is a JSON file from this URL. So what next? So before doing anything, let's go and first execute this setup and see that how it works, how our document will look like. So I'll go inside browser, and before that, let's go inside folder structure. I will copy the path of this folder. that is CI4 tutorials, and here we have swagger-doc. Let's go to browser, and here let's go and duplicate this URL. So after localhost forward slash, then I will paste CI4 tutorials, and instead of backward, forward, hit enter. And now we can see that here we have our Swagger documentation. We can see that it is loading. So on the basis of this JSON file, if I go and open, like here we have, so this JSON content now automatically converted into this documentation. And this time, this documentation is very interestingly is coming from a local system. So we can see that here we have the information server, and then here we have our APIs documentation. So what next? Simply we have to go and put our JSON file what we have downloaded for APIs into this folder, and simply we have to create link of that file into this application. So what I will do, our next step is that if I go into folder structure, then I will go inside our CI4 API cell, go inside public folder. Remember, we have downloaded a file, large icons. So here is the file called swagger.json. Let's copy, go back, then I will go inside this called Swagger Dog, paste it here. Now let's go and large icons. So now inside this folder, here we have swagger.json. Here it is. Now we have to create this link of this file to our swagger initializer.js file. So I will go here and simply let's go and remove, because this time this file is coming from local folder. So save this file, go again, and if I reload, and now we can see that, okay, it is not changing because here we have the URL. So what we can do, let's go and pass. If I copy this URL, put here, and if I let's say that swagger.json, and this file is coming from local folder, let's copy. Then I will go here and paste inside it. Now this is the file from local folder. Click on explore button, and now successfully we can see that this time this is our API documentation on the basis of the JSON content what we have downloaded, and all this documentation from local system. So we can see that here we have the information part, server information, and here we have our APIs documentation like registration API, login API, profile API, and logout API. Remember, this is the file what we have downloaded after using the concept of a generator, open API generator, and the file put contents function. And one more thing, what the file we put inside this input, click on explore button, so automatically this file, this application has detected on the basis of this JSON file, it has created this documentation. So if I open like any of the API, for example, post request type, here we have user registration API. Let's open. Now we can see that while creating any user, we want data inside request body, which is required, and we want informations like the username, email, name here, password, gender, and phone number. Now, if you are thinking that from where these values are coming, so remember inside our auth controller, if I go, so inside registration API, now we can see that here we have our JSON content, and inside its properties, we can see that here we have our default information. So by the help of this example parameter, example property, it is rendering all about the default values. Now let's go and copy this URL. And if I try to open into a new window, let's say private window, and see that how this file is detected. So I will go and open into a private window, hit enter. Now again we can see that our swagger.json file automatically gets detected by this application. So simply by using this concept, you can create your annotations on the basis of those annotations convert into JSON content and then convert into a Swagger documentation. So after creating this well documentation, like very useful documentation, simply you can just simple share this URL with any developers, with any team, or even you can create your own portfolio. So finally, now we have completed our last and the masterpiece part of this entire course, and that was how to create APIs documentation using Swagger tool. So friends, overall, now we have completed this entire course step by step, and I hope that after watching this complete video, now you have the complete idea to create REST APIs using CodeIgniter version 4. We had started our journey from the basics concept. After completing the basics concept, then we had included our first phase of API development, where we had seen the concept of lots of methods, lots of operations, and even how to do our database operations. Then after our first phase of API development, it means that APIs development without using any authentication. Then we had go and inside second phase of API development, we had seen the concept of basics authentication, like how to use basic authentication to create REST APIs inside CodeIgniter version 4. So after completing phase 1 without any authentication, phase 2 using basic authentication, now we have third phase of API development where we have seen the great detailed concept about creating APIs using JWT authentication, where we had discussed lots of concept to create APIs and also the structure of JSON web content. And finally, inside fourth phase of API development, also we have included one more authentication, and that was Shield authentication package. So overall, by going through first phase, second phase, third phase, and fourth phase, now you have, I hope that you have the complete idea to create REST APIs into a very simplest way by using CodeIgniter version 4. And finally, at the last and the crisp part that we have completed our APIs documentation using Swagger. So finally, friends, now we have completed this entire course with a great smile, and of course, now we have a powerhouse to create APIs inside CodeIgniter version 4. And hopefully you can add some skills of course from this course to your resume, to your portfolio. So please like this video, subscribe to this channel, and share this video as much as you can inside your circle. Now let's meet into my next amazing course. So for this video session guys, thank you for watching and have a great day.